all wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Yo, everyone. Good morning. So we've got some people who are away and some people who are sick and all kinds of stuff going on where we have just me for the first hour. So I hope you're excited to hear a bunch of perma bear or perma bull opinions and that the market's always going to go up and things like that. Because the market normally goes up. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But yeah, we have Mitch. Happy birthday to my boy Mitch. He is off today. He's doing, so he's hanging out for his little birthday and then he's off there. And then we have a couple people sick, but don't worry. Later in the show, we're going to have Steve, I believe, and Josh also come in as well. Still do the call-in show, all that kind of stuff. I think... yeah, so I think that's going to be cool. So just nothing's going to change. As always, we're going to take a little bit of a look at the overall markets, try to figure out what's going on there. We had a Trump chatting last night. We have crypto ripping right now. I see Ethereum up 5%. I see Bitcoin up 4%. IWM is up over 1%. So a good day in the market. But first, you guys are hanging out with me while I actually set up here because, funny enough, with everyone else sick and on vacation and doing all that kind of stuff, I have my baby home as well because she's got kicked out of daycare for having a fever. So just that time of year, I think we all got jinxed right around the same time. I don't know, old Indian burial ground or whatever you want to call it, but we all got a hard jinx around here. So as always, what we're going to do is, we'll wrap up what happened yesterday, which was a really bad day. So, we're doing this day by day. I'm showing you everything. I'm not hiding anything. So we can go here to the dashboard of our journal and just, right, this was day one and this was day two, right? So we went from being up $100 to down $150. And for those who don't remember or who were not here yesterday, there was a mess up on my own end. It was all me on putting in the signal stack address wrong. So for the first minute or two there was nothing going through. There was no trades to be made. Nothing was happening. And I made what is now, I know, as a mistake to try to kind of make up for it, right? And try to, figure out, okay, I'll enter the trades on the fly and try to calculate the position size on the fly and do all that. And I shouldn't have, right? So we're adding something to this SOP. I don't do it in my normal account, so I don't know why I tried to do it here. But if something breaks, something gets messed up, we just leave it, right? We just leave it for the next one and then go from there. So we have right here, new list, a new day, and we're right back at it with a couple additional rules. First additional rule, something messes up, you just leave it. You just go from there. So as always, I'm going to go through and we're going to grab the top 10 names here. We got to click on equities to make sure we're only looking at equities. We're going to add those names to a list here for I have on TradingView on another screen. So we have DJT, MU. We'll take a look at all these in a second. The SP 500 and the Qs, I won't double dip there, but I will just put in TQQQ. PSCA, we'll add that one. APLD, you can see how unemotionally I'm doing this, right? Because that's the point, right? I want to create MSOS. We'll do that one. Tesla, instead of Tesla, I'll do TSLL. And then TLRY. Right, so you can see how there's a lot of repeat names on this list if you're kind of following along at home. And then there's some new names as well. And then PayPal. PYPL. There. So now we have our list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 names. So I have room for one more. And this is where I may start adding names. If we have under that signal stack. So I'm going to go to signal stack and I'm going to put in the correct. There we go. I'll put this in here. Bam. All right. So I have verified that I've put in the correct. Here we go. Yes. The correct webhook, because that's what happened yesterday. So yesterday what happened is I put in an incorrect webhook. Right? I put in a I think I messed that one up. What's this? What was this one? I put in a webhook for something else that I do. PCSA. There we go. And by doing that, I just was sending orders into the void. And again, my mistake that I won't repeat was trying to kind of make up for that. Damn. All right. So now we have that list loaded on my side. So we'll go back through and we'll also load that list on. Close this. We'll load that list on the bot side. I don't know why the screener wasn't highlighted before, but it should be there anyway. So I will do that. So I just go back through the same list and I just replace the webhook. I up the position sizing from $50 to $500 just because, right? If we're doing $1 million demo account out there, why not risk big, right? It's fake money, and Mitch isn't here to tell me that they're going to hunt the stop loss of that fake account that doesn't exist. All right, so there. So again, I like to highlight that if I wasn't doing this stream and I wasn't looking to, find what's going on in the world for you guys, I'm done trading. that's it. I'm all done. For this particular strategy, right? You're just done. All of the lists have been loaded. Everything is now in the bot. So the bot will take the trade if the conditions occur. And if they don't occur, it won't take the trade. And that's the idea I want you to focus on. And it's not that, okay, now you just go take a nap. You go to the beach, you grab some drinks. Not how it works. What you do from now on is you monitor the bot. You watch closely. You say, okay, now, like we're learning every single day. When we're doing this experiment, we're learning live. And again, this is what systematic trading is. It's no longer, the difference is with most styles of trading, you're learning two things. You're learning how you feel in the moment and things like that to see if that's what's messing up your trades. And then you also have to learn about the actual trading side of things. So you have to do this kind of double take. For me, I don't need to do that how I feel side of things, right? Just a very simple, is this system working? Is it isn't? Again, I don't know. Most systems that I run, I have a back test on where I can go back and I can look at the data and say, yeah, if I continue to do this, eventually I'll make money. And in this case, we're kind of making up as we go. And the purpose of that to be that I can show you guys live this experiment of this is how you systematically trade if it happens. So yeah, we can make all the stop hunt jokes we want now. Just us. No tinfoil hat. No believing that everyone in the world is into this little game, and no one's ratted anyone out yet in like 100 years. So quick look at the market before we go look at kind of news that happened. We had a bunch of economic numbers. We talked about this recently. Here we go. No, that's yesterday. So if we highlight, we had so we had CPI, unemployment claims, Philly Fed manufacturing, back to back to back to back. We don't have anything other than that, other than this, which is overnight, which I know TAC is big into the, and if people want, just let me know. I can do a little rant about what the yen carry trade is, but this is important for the overall market. The Bank of Japan, even though it's not like a huge powerhouse country, it's very important what the Bank of Japan does because of this whole yen carry trade. So that could affect the market if something happens as a surprise. Um, all right, I got a rant on. So we'll do this quickly before we go through the market. So the reason this is going to be an important number, the Bank of Japan, is because there's this thing that's existed since the beginning of time and essentially called the yen carry trade. And historically, and I can just go big for this because you don't need to really see the screen. Where is this? Right here. So, historically speaking, and for all time, there has been this thing where Japan, I think not so not the beginning of time, but 70s, 80s, someone will correct me on that. Uh, Japan has had like a zero interest rate for that entire time, like near zero, sometimes negative. It's and it's because they had this giant, massive market boom and then crash, and then to kind of stabilize their economy, they've had zero to like negative rates sometimes, but very, very low rates. That's the most important thing. So what the yen carry trade is people will go to Japan and they will borrow money at zero rates. So they get to borrow money for essentially free or very, very close to free. So then if you take that money and then you go to like America and you buy T-bills with it, that say T-bills only yielded, well, let's make the math simple here. The actual number doesn't matter. T-bills yield 5%. So you borrow yen, you borrow $1 million worth of yen at 1%. And then you go to America and you put that in treasury bills at say 6%, to make the math simple. Well, you're making 50 grand a year for essentially nothing. Now you've got a couple risks, right? One risk is the US really tanks the rate because as the US tanks the rate, that spread of borrowing from here and going from there becomes less and less. The other risk is that the Bank of Japan ups its rate because then all of a sudden you're not borrowing for free anymore, you're borrowing for a little bit more. I think current rates in Japan are like 0.5%, but you're doing a little more and a little more and a little more. And yeah, like tax says here, people just don't do that with the cash they have. They do that on generally incredible amounts of leverage. Because if you look at it, you have essentially a near risk free rate of return that you can make, and you can just leverage that up. If you take that $1 million that we just talked about and you make 50 grand a year, well, what if you leverage that 10x and you do it with $10 million? Well, now you're making $500,000 a year. And I'm doing these with numbers for humans, but this is generally done by like banks and institutions and large. So you're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars doing this trade. So what happens if the Bank of Japan unexpectedly cranks their rate higher? Well, all of a sudden, that very lucrative trade is way less lucrative. And so what do you have to do? Well, you've borrowed from Japan and you've bought America T-bills. So you have to sell American T-bills and you have to buy Bank of Japan bonds. So as these rates play out, you have this big kind of back and forth shift that happens. It's a big deal. And if we go back to my charts here, you can see there was kind of an unexpected. It was sometime in August, right? Was it this August? No, it was like last August, I think, right? See if I can find it on the chart. That's 2022. Yeah, this right here. So this sell off that happened in the market and this massive gap down we had on Friday was the deleveraging of this massive trade that went on because for the first time ever, the Bank of Japan said enough with you guys bullying our currency. That's another thing that happens because, of course, and this is why I think it's funny that uh, some people really think that a market maker is going to go for your like 5 shares short you have on Nvidia. This is, you want to see market manipulation. Of course, if I am borrowing in Japanese yen, the other way I can make money on this trade is if Japanese yen tanks, because then when I need to convert to pay it back, it's at a lower price. So in 2024, the Bank of Japan said, "Enough, dudes. I have had enough of you bullying our currency around. We are going to do two things." And they said, "We are going to defend our currency, and we're going to defend our currency by buying it, same way a lot of countries do, same way America does. We're going to defend our currency by buying it, and we're also going to start jacking up our interest rate. And that's going to stop our currency from just going to zero. Because, of course, if you're the country and your currency sells off, that means that everything that you buy from other countries is more expensive." So the Bank of Japan was essentially forced to say, okay, we are going to raise the value of our currency, and we are going to raise the interest rates that we are charging for our bonds. And that caused this pretty dramatic sell off here in the market. And this gap down was actually pretty significant. I think this was like the Friday before the announcement, and then the announcement happened right here. So just tanked the market, because what happened is people had to de-risk and they had to deleverage. Because so the scenario I laid out for you is the safe scenario, where you go to Japan, you get the bonds there, you borrow at near zero, and then you go to T-bills. That is the nice way to do it. We'll put it that way. The aggressive way to do it, and I'm sure a lot of what happens out there, is you go to the Bank of Japan and you borrow at zero interest rate, and then you YOLO that into Nvidia. So you get this trade that should be this kind of risk-free, like very easy trade to do, and then very quickly it can become a, we're going to crank this and leverage it up to the tits. So as that leverage unwind happened, you had this really swift move down in the market, and then right, the market recovered and no one cared after that. So that is a very long rant. I hope people like that. You demanded the rant, so I gave it to you. That was a very long rant to just say, if we go into here, this is why, even though this happens when the market closes, it could cause a gap. Now, just like our FOMC and our rate decisions, right? If it's expected to be 0.75% and it comes out as 0.75%, not much is going to change, right? If the expected thing occurs, nobody cares. If the unexpected thing occurs, then you can get these violent moves. And that's what happened in August of 2024. So, yes, pay attention to Japan. You notice I'll never do a rant about this about Canada, because it doesn't matter. Even though I live there, I'll never do a rant about this really about Europe. It is this very specific Japanese. And if you're interested in more and you want to Google it, you just Google the yen carry trade, and there's probably tons and tons of videos. I've done a video about it, or write up, because this is a trade that's existed since the beginning of time. But back to our markets, we have CPI, again, unemployment claims, Philly Fed manufacturing index, all done. That's why I was actually kind of nervous. So let me know if I mess that up, because I know you're a big yen carry dude, but I did my best there to simplify. I know there's a lot more that goes on to it with currency exposures and swaps and all of this, but uh, simple is always better. So, yeah, the markets obviously reacted very strongly off of all of these numbers coming out. A lot of red letter events happened, and we are pushing strong, and that continues. So the fact that we pushed strong off those numbers and we didn't give any of it back and we held strong, that's great. That also puts us, if we look at like the IWM, for example, small caps, we are at 2250. So we're, yeah, way up here. So it's putting this, I gotta show this. It's putting the today's data into yesterday's candle here. So this is where we are currently. One second here. Putting today's data into yesterday's candle. Yeah, so we have bounced. So we'll probably do the same thing here with the SPY. So we've bounced pretty significantly. And what's interesting, if you notice on the way down here, there are no topping tails, but there are lots of bottoming tails. That's one thing I've noticed on this candle. And if we believe the old adage that amateurs open the market and professionals close it, then you're getting these flushes off the open. But later in the day, it seems like buyers are coming in. They're using these discounts to maybe start loading into stocks. That's kind of interesting there. Oh, I see a visitor. You can give me a thumbs up or come up whenever you want. I didn't know. Welcome. I didn't think you were coming this early. Appreciate it. Oh, you did it again. You're muted. Oh, still. That's okay. Let me know when you're back. I'll push you back up. But yeah, it's good. We got our buddy Steve for a bit more. I was talking about there's like a plague, even though we're a virtual office and no one lives by each other. It's like my baby's sick and Mitch is out and Kevin's sick and yeah, everyone's having a bad time.
What's with that? Because I felt like I was fighting something off earlier in the week, and I think I just got over it. So I don't know. I think I'm with you there, but
Maybe they did put the chips, the chips
oh,
in the vaccines or something. We're all
oh
getting
no,
sick. It's going through the internet, and because we're a virtual office, yeah, I don't know. It's just been a
Michael,
bit
there's
of
enough real things for me to worry about. Don't make me spin out over something else here. We
a
just survived the great crash of what is it, the third, fourth crash of this year. So
yeah.
my timeline was just in despair. So I'm happy everybody's happy again now.
CCSA especially. Yeah, it is hilarious how moody people get. Like, and it's always this way. Like, someone will say, "Yeah, the market's only down a little bit, but look at my Oracle." Like, yeah, well, don't hold Oracle. That's not my problem.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, but look at my Oracle weeklies, Michael. This is
yeah,
really what's going on. They're all leveraged.
like yeah, well, that's it, right? If you're down 50% in Oracle, um, don't don't be
Yeah.
like have a stop loss for your position. Uh,
Mhm.
it's yeah, I just don't. There's so much education to do what a lot of people I don't think want to hear it. Like this, I was arguing on the internet with about your boy Oscar.
Oh boy, that's always constructive.
Well, just someone basically saying, "Oh, now that they've said no to the extension, this thing's going to crash." And I'm just like, I need to teach you how markets work. Everybody knew they weren't going to say yes to the extension like 2, 3 months ago. So that's when it was priced in, not now. They just won't. They think bad news, stock go down, and it's just yeah. There's a lot of that going on, and I know me and you are on the same page with this. I am excited that we are getting 20% pullbacks in Nvidia. We're getting 20% pullbacks in a lot of these different names and especially the AI names, and the market's not crashing. Like if IWM can stay at highs and RSP can stay at highs and the AI trade just completely washes out and goes down 30-40%, that's amazing. That means
Yeah.
when those recover, because at some point Microsoft's going back to all-time highs and Oracle's going back to all-time highs. That just seems like that's the wind at our back. That's the next leg that's going to push us higher. If we just hold on until that happens, which could be any time now. Yeah, I think that's great for us.
No, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing this broad-based rally, with energy participating, healthcare, and I mean, it's hard for me to be bearish when, like you said, that's this looks like Nvidia when it was, kind of making that first correction after the initial surge. I mean, everybody thought it was a head and shoulders. Everybody thought it was the end of the world. It was a reaccumulation over like 6 months of trading sideways on an amazing name. Like that's not bearish. If that's holding the line, we're good to party.
One thing I
So,
always love, uh, you know, I'm good friends with Brian Shannon, and he has a lot of isms that I like to quote. And again, one of them is, "If they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out," and that
I love it.
seems to be what's happening in like Nvidia. There's a lot of people who hate Nvidia right now, but if you go back, this is what in the summer we're like at the same. We've done nothing. We've done nothing. We popped up, we went down, but if you zoom out, nothing. Nothing happened at all, and the it's only like you said, it's only annoying if this is your like only holding and you're watching everything else or everyone else make money other places and you're just in this, or if you're buying options and those options are getting kind of blown out over and over again. Uh, yeah, so I look at that and I look at that as a huge positive. Tax talking about MU, definitely have that on the list here.
Oh yeah.
For so again, I went through and we'll go through some of these names. These are all the things on the list for this one. Oh yeah, we do have to talk about DJT. This is this is moving. It has a very very repeatable pattern on DJT. So I hope the bot shorts this and tries not to buy it, but we'll see.
Mm.
But yeah, MU huge gap up. Was this earnings? I know they had their conference call here, and this is one of the kind of lesser known, but still very important semiconductor producers. Yes, they had earnings. They beat earnings by 20%, and they beat revenue by almost $1 billion or
Mhm.
6%.
And
So
what's
that,
crazy to me is the guides were absolutely monster, like NVIDIA level guides. I think they're
oh,
projected.
okay.
Uh, oh, what was it? I forget. It was some insane revenue number, like almost a double of what was expected. So I mean,
Wow.
man, so much for calling BS on the bubble top narrative there. At least not for memory. That seems like it's a super cycle. Pretty wild.
Oh, whoops. It's not Wednesday. I loaded up the Wednesday room and it's Thursday.
You
Uh,
were like, "What's going on?"
it's been a day. It's been a day.
So we got.
Um, but
Hmm.
yeah, so I totally agree that I think this is this is why the economic reports help, but this is going to be a huge push here when it comes to everything else, right? The IDA or the Q's up 1.5%. That's huge, right? So, like we talked about, if we start to see recoveries from your Oracles and your Nvidias and these kind of things, and the market held on just fine when we didn't have them, those things could really recover and really pop. So, yeah, I think we do need it's probably the one to watch today. It's what we could look at, and then with that, I wonder if we start to see the other yeah, we're starting to see a little bit the other AI, like
Hmm.
conventional AIs, your nuclear powers, your, data center plays, this kind of stuff that's like AI adjacent, if we start to see those as a different way to play them as well.
Yeah, I'm watching like the Wolf, the IREN. I'm watching some of those. I'm just like not sure if I really love anything that is not high quality in this basket. So these are like trades for me, but in terms of actual like buying long term, I'm kind of looking at NBIS, maybe Wolf. I'm on the fence about them. Um, I
Yeah,
don't know.
they're
What do you think about like FLNC or some of those energy storage plays that are AI adjacent now?
um I don't the way I look at it is there's places that are gonna make money now with AI, and that's like data centers
Mm,
and chip makers and things like that. When it comes to the technologies that aren't like super perfected yet, I need to look up. I don't know if Bloom Energy and FLNC if they actually have those things, but like the small nuclear reactors and names like that, don't um I don't know. And
yeah.
like it's like that's just it's further out on the risk curve, right? Which means that if you have something that ends up working, you could, push from you'll make more money if they end up happening, but you're taking more risk. Not small nuclear reactors are actually going to be a little bit of a thing, right? So I don't know. The charts look like decent. Like some people are looking at these as tops, and I just look at them as orderly pullbacks. Right? You can't have a stock that goes from 17 to 120 and then gets shocked when it pulls back to 82. Right? You can't have that. That doesn't make any sense. So
Market is open and up
oh,
out of the gate here.
we're open. So let's take a look here. Yeah, right off to see. I usually mark the pre-market high and low, but we're
Yeah,
at pre-market high, so I don't think I can do that. So I'll
I
extend
know.
it
I
this
got that. I got that alert so early today. I don't know what my trading plan is here. I'd like a small dip,
and then we'll
but
go over
man,
here. Yeah, and then we'll see here from we'll just see, right? This is yesterday's high.
Mm,
So we can go from there, and then okay, so it looks like that candle updated. So now this is a more accurate where we had this big gap down and it closed at lows that spooked everyone,
mm,
and then the return today is pretty big. I obviously didn't listen to the whole Trump talk last night. I don't know if you did, but I did. I just asked Perplexity this morning, which I
much
love.
better.
I am so bullish on AI because part of me was like, should I? I'm like, the wife is already in bed. I was working on a system. I was like, should I bring it up on YouTube or something? I was watching like some bullshit stream or something that was going on. I'm like,
Mm.
no, I don't have to. I'll
Yeah,
just
it's
tomorrow when
beautiful.
I wake up, I'll go, hey, Perplexity, what do you talk about? And there was, I guess, nothing. Some sort of military benefit to military or people in the military got a bonus. So
Okay.
good for them. Congratulations. But other than that, it was according to again Perplexity, which I hope is unbiased. It was literally just patting you on the back for the entire year and blaming the other side for everything that went wrong and
Oh yeah.
talking to yourself about everything that went right. And good for them.
So I am considering doing a little bit of a fade if we see a rejection at 68.50 here. So
We
still
have
waiting.
a whole remind me, Tack. We can do a whole AI. Which ones for what thing later? Definitely when the market calms down. I think that'll be a good thing. But so far we're just ripping here across the board. Here I look all my SPY sectors. Everything's green. Tech's up nearly 2%. Industrials up 1.5%. Just soaring here. Even Oscar's up 3%, which I'm
I
more.
get spooked being this up this fast this early. Like I'm still
Yeah,
mega bullish, but like what's the path we're gonna take? Are we gonna wash people out? Maybe we need to push up to 680 first, but
like testing, this surge that we had would make
Mhm.
sense.
Mhm.
But
That's what
then
I
on the
want.
longer time frame, I look at it and I say, how many people did they trap in short? How many people did they panic out when we had this ugly candle that closed at or near lows? Yeah, I just look at that and say, geez, that's a lot, right? So I just don't know if we're gonna have that. MU, I'm watching here. Micron actually did a little bit, sold it right off the open there, and now it's trying to reverse. It's trying to recover. So I have to see here just to see if that can end up holding. Nothing from the bot, and there might not be much from the bot
Mhm.
today because
So weird.
because looking for an undercut and rally or a break of and then sell. And so if you just rip, I guess in those scenarios there just won't be that many trades, which is the rarest scenario that you're going to have that, but
Mhm.
certainly could happen. Just making sure I've got. I like that Signal Stack will actually email you if it tries to send an order and that
Mhm.
order gets rejected. Oh no, never mind. Here we go. So there's a couple come in here. We've got MU Micron to the long side, and because it did that undercut and rally, and we have Tesla to the short side.
Oh,
You can see
that's
this big
spicy.
pop up it did on the open and then failed. So Tesla, we do TSLL, MU, or Micron, we do just MU. There's probably a leveraged Micron I could use, but we got two trades there on the go, and that's usually so. Again, I'm taking everyone down this systematic trading journey. That's when I get my sigh of relief, not when I make or lose money on the day. But I know the bots it's working right now, and because what's really cool is the way Signal Stack is set up, and trading view and all these things, it's all done server side. So my computer could lose internet, my house could lose power, a meteorite could hit me on the forehead, and as long as the Signal Stack server and as long as the Trader Evolution server and everything, as long as those things are good, then the bot will work today. So I can just take a sigh of relief and go, okay, well now it's just time to keep an eye on the market because everything else is looking good here.
Yeah, and we are getting I did trail that Tesla, by the way. I got in on that little wick up. It was kind of perfect. So I'm hanging out in that one, stop
Oh,
over high
good.
day because small position. Kind of want to see if we can get a little bit of a push down and
Sure.
yeah, test into some of this gap because I think this is just too much too fast.
Well, that's got the same trade on. So yeah, this is the bot that we're building. It's got this push. That's the entire premise is you want to push through the pre-market high or low on these names that, again, I'm grabbing them from stock twits because I want to do like a very systematic kind of way to do it. There's a top 10 list of these are the top 10 things that are monitored on stock twits. So I put those in and then away you go. Another couple coming in here. PayPal, uh, short short on PayPal as it broke through resistance here and then sold off. What are we on? MSOS. We are long MSOS and PSCA. This is a crazy one for sure. We're short this particular name. This would probably be what would classify as a hangover. Currently, we're up 10 big ones. So 10 whole dollars. So I can take a couple of you guys with me to the McDonald's. Like maybe one of you guys come with me to McDonald's right now. But again, we're testing, right? So this is I look at it as got this free little demo account. If this test goes well, great. I'll get a 25K account. If not, I'll learn a bunch about this system along the way, and I'll buy another account. And if it ends up really working, then well, next is 200K, and this is beautiful because this is different from what I'm doing. These aren't my algos. These are the things that you've watched us. If people are in the stream every day, you've watched me and Mitch talk about this setup and try to figure out rules behind it. And now it's a robot, and now we see what the robot does. So it's really cool that you guys get to see the whole way the sausage is made from soup to hopefully passing an eval, which would be great.
Sorry, thanks for. I appreciate how much you always have to say because I was like managing a couple trades there. It's like I hope I don't have to talk for the next 20 seconds, and I was
No,
just like, then I was just sad I couldn't fully absorb what you were saying because everything I did here sounded really good. Um, so I trimmed my short and I am just about to add back into this imbalance. Just got filled, so we'll see if this continues short. And I already locked in a little bit just to keep me safe if we rip back up here.
Well, and yeah, we have to remember, we have to be okay with the fact that we're up. IWM's up 1.5%, SPY's up 1%,
Yeah.
Qs are up 1.5%. What else do we want? What more are we after?
I want it all,
So
brother. I want it all, and I want it all now. Give me the 700, and if we can't get it, give me the 650 again. Just give me something big, make me feel alive.
yeah, don't think I don't think that's happening. I think we're going to be milling about because, like, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, okay, what does the market care about between now and the end of the year? I don't think there's really anything, and I'd go through and check. I don't think there's really anything left, like until the end of the year for economic numbers. So this is tomorrow, which is Friday. I thought it was Wednesday, but that's
What day is it?
and then next week is pretty much all we got left. And there's a GDP number. Yes, there's nothing. Like we don't care about anything until now, until the end of the year. There's no Fed decision. There's no real numbers that we're concerned about. So, like, what do we do? Like, is this it? The market's kind of done the thing. But then I also try to remember the seasonality from the 24th until the 2nd. There's a pretty good chance we're up another 2%, but we've done that today. So I don't know. I think things could be kind of chilling out here for just a little bit. We flipped red on our positions. Now we're down $3. So someone will have to take me to McDonald's for lunch.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that now. I am still short here. Okay, SPY's still looking heavy. I think we want the 675. That's what I'd really like to see. And that's when I would get out of I'm in an options trade as well.
Well, I'm short the TQQQ here as well, and long DJT. So we've got, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's just there's a number. It tells you how many positions you're in, right? We're in 7 positions, and we can be in a max of 10 positions. So I was completely wrong about not having a lot triggering today because everything except, what, 3 trades? No, there's only 9 that can happen. So 2 trades has already triggered today.
Okay, we have a decent bottoming wick here. Just not sure if it's ready yet.
Tilray's on the list. If it makes something, if it does something, then we'll take a change. Doesn't I'm not just going to chase that. That would just be lunacy, right?
Wow, look at that move.
Yeah, no one looks at a company that is done like every time it pops from like $500 on, and
Mhm.
and I'm really going to chase this one off the gate. But I have my MSOS, right? So I am profiting. It's MSOS has Tilray in it, and if Tilray did a setup, then I would have taken a trade off that. But just because something's moving doesn't mean you got to trade it.
Mhm.
That's the degen mentality. That's the mentality that gets a lot of people in a lot of trouble.
Okay, SPY
Doesn't
now
matter if
through
it's
the low
moving.
day. Well,
Doesn't
testing
matter.
through it.
Oh, low on the SPY here.
Yeah. Not, I mean, still way up there, but it's
Yeah,
testing the pre-market swing low. Looks like it's still going after that initial bounce. So I am holding the short, but that spooked me. Now my stop is above that bounce.
yeah. There's the cues. Yeah, I think it's important to hit on, right? So the comment was, "What's wrong with you guys? Look at Tilray." It's like if it doesn't meet my setup, I'm not going to look at it
Hmm.
because again, by definition, you have already missed so far today thousands of trades. There's
Yes.
some stock that you've never heard of that is up 1,000% right now. And then there are some stocks that are down 100% right now. Um, and right again, if it's working for you, if it's part of your setup, take the trade. If you're getting worked up about it, then don't. You know, it's very simple, right? We're not trying to take every trade in the world. We're trying to take trades that meet our setup and ignore everything else, and that's what makes a profitable trader. Not saying this thing moves, therefore I must get involved in it. It's just not the way. Not the way any professional trader has ever made a career in trading in history.
Hmm.
Um,
Absolutely.
MU's trying again here, so talk my book a bit. I am long, but had a little bit of pullback, and then away we go. Away we go there as well. So, uh, first trade, we had a winner here in DJT. So in and out there, took the profit, made the money. That's a great one. Uh, Doing pretty well today. We're up $100 so far.
Nice. Same.
Haven't hit a button, so I'll take that.
I like that more. I've been pushing too many buttons. It's taken all my brain power here. So Tesla is coming up. Might get stopped out on this one here, but watching for a rejection of that. I think it's this day 2 VWAP I got on here, actually.
Oh, okay, that'll be interesting. Yeah, my stop's at the high of the day too.
Yeah,
Um,
they're coming
this is
for us.
why I've got kind of equal parts long and short, but some of these shorts are still working for me. Like PayPal is still working.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, this
SPY still
one,
red. Tesla's just a
PSCA.
beast.
Yeah, well, I think Tesla's got that flow because it's at all-time highs.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone who is like super excited for that, right? Is they're getting that juice, right? So it's like if you want it to go, if you are a relative strength person, we go after the all-time high name, right?
Hmm. I'm still seeing SPY having room down. I was a little scaredy cat. I sold my put a little bit early, but you know what? I had a bad day yesterday, so I needed to lock in a good win.
I also had a bad day yesterday, so
It was kind of BS, wasn't it?
I put in the I put in the wrong uh, webhook for the first like few minutes. So all my orders were getting sent to like Narnia, and I had to like try to manually go through and like fix it all on the fly. And it was just not
Well,
working. It's not
just
not the
imagine that
move.
somebody's crypto wallet just had an amazing day because of your random bot orders that it has no idea why it picked up.
Yeah, it's
So,
like what is it buying this for? But
okay, that might be a buy stick. I'm gonna scalp out of my short if this closes strong. Okay, watching there. Just on SPY, that is. Interesting to see Tesla not being strong here. So I'm probably going to get a little bit long on UPRO if this bid holds, just to kind of balance out a little here. Still a small bid though, so I'm not ready to call it quits on shorts
Yeah,
or to get long,
we're
I should say.
we're chopping here for sure. We're we're in that choppy type environment where, yeah, I'm watching here. So this is the TQQ. We can watch the SPY as well. We're bouncing, and but not. It's not like dramatic.
Yeah.
I'm even looking at the MU, and I do think the MU is a good way to kind of. Oh, we got another winner there in PSCA. So two for
Nice.
two so far today.
I love that, like, your system, it helps
Oh,
build trust in the natural fluctuations of markets. Like, yeah, there are going to be some that are red. That does not mean the trade's invalid by any means. It's
hmm
just they got to wiggle on you, and sometimes often the entry will get undercut a little bit. The logical entry. They'll if you're a super fast algorithmic trader, maybe they'll. Sorry, I got some alert. I don't know what it was for. I lost my train of thought there. Apologies, but pretend I said something smart.
Well, no, and it's about trading a portfolio or a basket, right? That's what is the difference. Is that each of these trades I don't really care about. Like we got what a winner in DJT, a winner in PSCA, and a loser in MSOS. And I don't look at those individually. I say, okay, we're up $30. Realized,
I
you know,
I
like
grabbed a little bit along there, by the way, just to balance out. Because
yeah,
if Tesla catches, it could scream a little bit and stop me out. So I just want to have a little bit of upside exposure if that does happen.
yeah, MU is still not really banging off here, right? So
Not
um,
dropping.
not dropping. And again, the goal, just to remind everyone with this strategy, is because we're going for one to ones, is we're looking to see if we can get up, if anything above a 55% win rate in the long run, I'm going to be super happy with. Ideally, 60, 65 would be amazing if that happens. But if you think about it, if you take 10 trades and you're right on six, and you're wrong on five, you're going to lose what that $250. You're going to make $300. You'll be up $50 a day without hitting a button. Not bad on a 25K account. Over time, right? You move that up to a 200K account, and now you're making $500 a day on average. And the goal is with a one-to-one risk reward ratio, if you're in that 55, 60% win rate, your equity curve should be fairly smooth to the upside. Right? Not always. You get win streaks and lose streaks and all the stuff that happens with probabilities. That's what we're trying to do. And the beauty of it is it's a repeatable process. There's no skill for me here at all. It is purely um, just I've shown you guys literally the entire process, and it takes like 10 minutes a day. Uh, and then from there, you take that strategy, then you add a strategy, then you add another strategy, then you add another strategy until you're maxing out your buying power every day. And then when you're maxing out your buying power every day, then you go in, you start refining those strategies slowly but surely. You go in and okay, let me kind of move this around or move that around. Um, take a tick here or there. So
So they're still moving down.
yeah, it's
Still
still
got room.
pushing.
I like to see the 675 on SPY.
Well, I wonder if we're going to see a buy program flip on here at some point,
I
right?
think
If
so. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to stay exposed without getting dragged too much. I think.
we're going to pull back in the crypto as well, we were up like Ethereum was up like 5% at one point. We were getting some really really good moves in crypto, but those are now kind of bleeding back down to the
Hmm.
downside just a little bit here.
Yeah, I think we're close. See these bottoming wicks? And like we tried to bottom, we flushed out again here, but we're not getting much traction to the downside, at least yet. Should probably wait for at least 1 minute candlestick to close. But to me, it feels like we're approaching a buy zone here.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, there's a lot of bottoming action happening there.
Still think we could push maybe once more down.
Yeah, Tilray had a hearty pullback. So I'm going to actually remove. So this one was on the list, but I'm going to take this one off, guys, just because the point of this strategy is an undercut and rally. And that, to me, even if we were to sell off and break back through VWAP, is no longer an overcut of the pre-market high and then failing, right? We're looking for failures here, and that to me is not, it's not that anymore. They're gonna grab it here too. Boom. So now there's only one trade, APLD. This is the only one that hasn't triggered, so we'll check this one out. This one could still technically, so I'm going to leave that one because it hasn't really had that huge surge like this other one has. So we'll keep that one there on watch. And so we have one potential trade that can come through, and then we're done. We're done trading. That's how she works, and we move on to the next one.
Yeah, I'm hanging out here. We made a decent trade in the morning on that short. I don't want to rush into really positioning too heavily long. I do have a small starter that is break even right now on U Pro.
Okay.
Just think we could reach down once more. I don't want to put too much.
I think watching MU here is going to be big too. If we dig in here and rip higher, because that to me was even more important from kind of like a sentiment standpoint than the economic numbers that happened. It's like, okay, MU is making a whole bunch of money doing AI stuff. Great, the AI game's back on. We can all make a whole bunch of money now. So I'm going to watch this one. It's more of a sentiment indicator, I think, than anything else.
It's looking like it's going here.
It's trying to dig in. APLD, we had that one trigger as well. So now we are out of potential symbols that could trigger today. We've got all of them except TLRY, which again just ripped right off the open and then really has done nothing ever since then except giving it back.
Gonna give the Tesla a little bit of room, but I'm probably might cut it.
Not high. Well, guys, question for Michael. Do you prefer to run strats long and short in the same script or separate? Right now, for this particular one, it will either take long or short. I do think that is a pretty low-hanging fruit improvement, which you always need to be thinking about that. That's a really good point to bring up, is that a lot of people will get really happy or satisfied in, especially if they're, say this thing is 1-to-1 risk reward and it's right 60% of the time. That is that's a path to a millionaire, right? In the long run, with a big enough account, that kind of thing. The idea is
out of Tesla short. Sorry.
Okay. No worries. You want to use these moments to think of low-hanging fruit improvements, and I think you just hit the nail on the head there. If I had some way to say I want to look at these ones only short or I want to look at these ones only long, that could be a place that you could add a little bit of value to the strategy. For me, however, I'm not that advanced. I not yet in this particular strategy, right? There's a lot of strategies that I run that will short certain stocks and obviously buy certain stocks and do all that. Just not there yet with this one. So this one, it's kind of like let everything in and then record everything and then let the data decide. Because once we have 2-3 months of data in here for this particular strategy, well, then we can start to kind of really play around and look at different strategies and different styles, and we'll have data to say, hey, if the stock gaps up, it's more likely that it's going to be a bad trade, or if the stock, these type of things we'll learn, but we only learn that with data, right?
Absolutely. So I flipped long on the Tesla, by the way. It just looks so strong, and it's in blue skies. So if the market was catching, that wasn't a name I wanted to be short on. So we'll see if that works. I'll take half off at the high day and let some runners on. MU, I would like to see a catch here. Might take a position. Not 100%.
What's going to happen with Nike tonight with earnings? No idea. No idea what's going to happen with Nike and earnings. No one does.
They're going to go up really and then bad down, company, or down and then up. That's my prediction.
If that helps, it's I'm just looking at like the last couple times that it did earnings, and often gaps up and then completely craps right after. And this is obviously, this was a $200 company that had a low of $50, so they're not doing too hot. So if you're going to look at history and say that would be some sort of indication, then you're probably looking for a gap up that gets kind of immediately sold down into.
I'm looking to get filled on MU here. They might not give it to me on this wick down. I think it might wick up.
I hope so. I got my stop here at the low.
It's kind of
See,
neither now or never.
PAVS.
I'm in.
Jeez. Oh, is that real? That actually gap up from 2
Whoa.
cents to $3.
That's a move.
Checking on another card. No, that's a reverse split. Okay.
Okay, I was gonna say if you're long from pre-market, I filled on MU by the way. It might be wicking up. If you're long from pre-market, I'd recommend locking in some profits here.
Okay. No, that was a 1 for 100 split. So it was at $2 yesterday, and now it's at $3.
Not bad for a day's work.
Split adjusted, right? It's still 50% gain, which is great.
Yeah.
It'll take that, but it's I was like, man, from 2 cents to that was So there's just Trader Evolution hasn't processed the split just yet. Just going through, looking through some of the sectors here, right? Obviously, we have tech and industrials leading. If we look, we have healthcare catching up, actually gap down today, and just huge buying in healthcare right off the open.
See, this seems so bullish, right? I mean, broad-based rally participation. I'm in.
Yeah. No, I'm not seeing, right? We have KRE, which regional banks at highs. We have XLF, right? This is at highs. Your banks to me are still more important. They're not nearly as interesting and sexy as some of these other things, but they're important. You need to have banks. You need to have industrials. You need people to load money, and then people to build things with that money that they loan. And that to me is more of a healthy economy than anything else. We got both those things ripping. That's doing very well. I think XRT. So XRT is retail. Get a retail sentiment. We're gapping up. We're trying to hit highs there in retail. So all across the way, things are looking good.
Yeah,
Bitcoin, Ethereum, ETHA. This one's digging in now. So we had a little bit of a sell here. A huge gap up in Ethereum now, right? Actual Ethereum doesn't gap, but a big rally this morning, pull back. But it looks like we're digging in here in the Ethereum side of things. So some really nice action here.
Tesla's looking like it's gonna run you through the highs here, so I'm keeping an eye on it to see if it can make a move back to that. Well, for Tesla long, the 23 handle that it was trading at before it flushed out yesterday.
Yeah, it's likely gonna stop me out on that one. Still sitting realized, right, with kind of the two winners, one losers after commissions, like $25-$30. So we'll just see. Yeah, revenue decline for Nike. Again, I don't study all that fundamental nonsense, but I just look at the chart and say this thing's crashed from 200 to 50. So something they're doing, the market does not like, is not a good thing.
I think MU might try to pop here.
Well, I hope you're right on that one.
You put it on my radar, and I'm if it can make this high or low, and it looks the candle's dancing here like it's trying to, then it could have a little room.
It's again a very simple way I'm doing to pick these, right? And I could come up with something else. And there's tons of scanners and all this stuff you can try. But my idea was I want to split the account into 10. So if all 10 stop out, that's the amount that I can lose in this account per day. That would be, I think, exceedingly rare. I would hope exceedingly rare. And then there would be some combination of winners and losers. And then I'm hoping over the long run, That combination of winning and loser is a good thing. And yeah, so there's 10 names in this list, which is good. And I know that they're going to be the 10 that are the most talked about. And therefore, if they're the most talked about, likely gapping, but very much there'll be action in them. And that's just what I'm using to kind of pick those names. DJT high a day. So this is going to be one of those times where we're going to take a look at not just for this particular symbol, we got to take a look at the strategy as a whole and say, okay, this winner on DJT, we could add much more. Right? We bought here, we sold here because it was a 1-to-1 risk reward. Maybe today would be doing even better if we had a higher risk reward. So PSCA, which was another winner, we could have had a little bit more on a gainer here. So that's the kind of stuff you look at, right? Is right now I'm just looking at pure win rate. And as long as the win rate is above 50%, then gross, the system will make money. Net might lose money with commissions, but that's something we can look at down the road. And then you start to kind of play with things, right? If this strategy has a sub 50-50 win rate with a 1-to-1 risk reward, then it's a bad strategy. And we scrap it. It blows up the account. We scrap it. And we move on with our lives. No harm, no foul. It cost me $100. That's the beauty of, I think, what we do here is this testing of things with no skin in the game. I won't lose any sleep today because I'll lose sleep because I got a sick kid, but I won't lose sleep because I spent $100 on an account to test a strategy.
Yeah.
So it gives you all of the potential upside and none of the downside. $100 is just.
And for reference, I'm having a really rough week on my options account. It's been a good month and a very bad week. So I'm not very bad, but so I'm taking it easy and I'm just getting back into the swing of things with the prop account, and I'm feeling a lot better because it's so easy to be down on a couple trades and then just get that panic and feel like you need to make it back. And it's so nice to be able to not stop trading completely and still try to work with the tilt without risking too much on the table there. So I'm definitely a big fan of these guys here, these prop firms. Still watching MU messing with me into this level. I want to see a reclaim of that 200-minute moving average, basically right where we're testing. So if we can reclaim, I think we got a decent shot here.
Yeah,
I'd like to trim my SPY into high a day. We haven't quite gotten it, which makes me think we might be doing a kind of W pattern where we come down up to the middle of the W, then need to flush once more before we make it all into a big base. So I'm kind of considering that.
Well, it's just interesting how the SPY is getting close to highs here, and then the Qs are actually on an intraday basis lagging just ever so slightly. Where if you take a look here on the Qs, right, nowhere near the highs yet. So just showing that under the hood, things in the S&P 500 are lifting us. Got a couple names out there that are doing some heavy lifting, and that it's not big cap tech that's been ripping from the open. Had a lot to do with that gap, but then we've just kind of been chilling. We see that in industrials doing well and healthcare doing well, that type of thing, right? Joe's trading LHAI. No, thank you. Good for you. If you're making a lot of money in it, holy smokes, I just looked at this chart with all of these gaps. And the fact that this 5-minute chart has a $15 to $6 range. I'm like,
that's egregious.
Good for you.
Makes me nervous.
Yeah, I hope you make so much money that you can buy me a drink. But it's not. I am too old for that kind of stuff.
Oh goodness.
That's going to be next. So say the strategy it either works or it doesn't. Either way, what's next on this kind of horizon is Kevin's hangover trades to kind of systematize those as well, because I think those will go well with this particular strategy. Because with those, I'm not planning on putting out a profit target, or if I do, it will be a very wide profit target. Yeah, it takes fireballs. Yeah, HAI is it's a hard one. Again, hope it works for it. Yeah, SPY has done a nice little nice push up, nice little V there, but we can't get through highs. And again, we got to remember on the daily chart, if we close right here, it's a super
Super
positive day
good.
for the bulls.
Yeah, we have a big level overhead, so I would not be surprised to see some pullback. We are seeing MU lose low a day. That's unfortunate. Oh well.
Oh yes, I do see that. I got stopped there.
So keeping an eye. I don't see SPY hard rejecting yet. I think that we want to eat through this level, but I just don't know it's so early. We had a nice flush and push up here. I wouldn't be surprised to see another little pullback here in SPY.
Yeah, this is taxane, right? Save mental capital, right? SPY is still range bound until proven otherwise.
Hmm.
Um, so we want to make sure that we're doing our best and not go too crazy.
Yeah, great point. What Talk was mentioning about saving mental capital. He could feel me, the wheels burning. He could he could yeah, he could tell that I was thinking too hard. And sometimes better to just wait for the setup where you don't have to think so hard, and it jumps out at you, and you say, "Hey, I like that."
That's
Don't
right.
have to be in a trade.
Yeah, I was always told that um, you know when you've made it as a trader when you just hang out all day and do nothing,
Hmm.
and just realize that there was a lot of stuff moving that day because there's a lot of stuff moving every day, but none of them at your setup. So you just hung out, you just chilled.
Hmm.
And that's hard for a lot of people. They see something moving, they say, "How I should have gotten that. I should get everything that's move. Oh my God, this thing's ripping. Look at this." And that's the quickest way to the poorhouse
Oh yeah,
because if you don't have a setup on it, then it's just a pure gamble at that point. You're just hoping.
ain't that the truth? So yeah, we got a
RSP is
little
actually
1 minute flag on
great.
SPY. I just don't believe in it up at the top of the range. I think we need to flush out once and then push higher, but I'd be happy to be wrong.
Well, this RSB, the RSP is your average large cap stock, and it's just doing just great. Um, some bad ticks in PS. Ooh, yeah, maybe weird. Yeah, someone mentioned
Hmm.
Tilray again. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Um, just had that little push off the open and just kind of so I'm glad I canceled that one because it would have triggered short around here. And that might still be the move, but it's just not the spirit of the setup. So
Yeah.
I don't want to include it in my data because I could see myself adding a rule and programming in something hard that does like distance from the pre-market high. Like it has to be able to be within a certain range because we're looking for failures. So if we're looking for failures, then right those things have to push. But yeah, this thing's very volatile, but yeah, it's not really doing too much. But
Oh yeah. So here's the little pullback on SPY. I think we're probably
oh,
gonna we could hold here, but I think we're probably gonna need a little more push down. So I grabbed a little hedge. Nothing crazy. Just if we retest the bottom, that kind of W, a little higher low. Just want to have a little
yeah.
on the table.
So would you use your fibs on this? Would you like draw a fib high to low of the day and just look at that 50%
Yeah, I like
zone
the
or
50 and I like the golden pocket, so that's 62 fib. So I like those for the W bottoms, and they can sometimes go to the 7, 7, 8. So those are the kind of ones that I'm going to be watching.
so yeah, there's the fibs on the day. Looks like we're around that 6-1, close
Yeah,
to that
6-1.
50.
Mm-hmm. I like the 6-1 under the 50 fib. So that's like kind of giving a nice discount, under the equilibrium of the range, and that usually would coincide with the base from the morning that we kind of pushed out of. So
A
maybe
7,
yeah,
yeah.
I draw it
Top
like that from the high day, and then yeah, so like 676, 75, something like that, right around there. So the top of the base, essentially, the morning base. I find those levels are pretty reactive, responsive. Still seeing buyers, not in MU. Glad we stopped out there, but when it dies, it dies.
Yeah.
But it's
Bearish
back at 250, and now it's
on.
starting to. I bet it bases under there, and it might give an out buying opportunity. Okay, SPY still dribbling on down.
Yeah, well, this would be probably like the disappointment of the year if we broke the if we broke this low. I think this
Yeah,
would be, a lot of people would get pretty sad there. So that's where I think you need to see it defended. If that happens, then we got to start looking into kind of maybe the lower end of this, the pre-market range, right? Do we fail this kind of breakout in pre-market? We had a lot of those things, but for now, it's looking just like a little bit of a flush. I haven't been on my boy Walter's page here in a second, so let me see.
Okay, so this is where we could start seeing buyers. That was the 6.2, or sorry, the 6.2 fib tap just perfectly where we wicked. I did not monetize there. It happened real fast. So hopefully I get one more look. I'll take some off.
He's got nothing. Goldman clients are optimistic about stocks. Coinbase up opens 4% after the addition of Kelshi.
Oh God.
Prediction markets end stock trading. Oh, okay, well,
God, it's so over.
you can trade your. Yeah, well, that the stock trading side of things, I'm like, why didn't you guys do that earlier?
Right.
For
Yeah.
Coinbase, like I hate the fact that I have some money in Kraken,
Mm.
and I have some money with my, well, obviously way, way, way more with my Interactive Brokers account. I just let me trade it all from the same area.
Yeah.
Just don't make me, like it should all just be there. So for equities, I like that.
I'm with you. So I'm watching Tesla. I trimmed. I might add back if we can find buyers on SPY here, and I monetize half of my short into my level. Still bouncing a little, but not a convincing bounce quite yet. I am seeing MU catching at the 250. I like that, and I want to see if the market can form that high or low. It should align with MU catching there, so I might get back involved.
Yeah,
Pushing lower.
and I think the SpaceX. Oh yeah, the DXYZ. That's the SpaceX one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, down pretty big on that guy. Oof.
Wow. Yeah, some big moves
Why
today.
is
Will be
that doing
interesting
so
to
much?
see. All right, so this is where I'm starting to look for SPY to start finding some buyers. Maybe 5 points down at the worst. If we lose this low, a little bit spooky.
Well, that's what I'm looking at here too. Yeah, if the Q's drop there, that could be less than ideal.
That's one way to put it.
Want to see, everyone got I know I got super excited on that bounce that we kind of found a low there. So if that gets taken from us, that could lead to a push lower. U.S. ties, Russia, U.S., but Moscow says they can't start. Blah blah blah. I don't know what that is. Some U.S. or Ukraine, whatever thing news coming through.
I'm seeing mixed tape here, so still no significant bulls, but they're not flushing it quite yet. Just would like to see a catch here.
WGMY, which is our.
I closed my short. I'm kind of looking long. Yeah.
So fine, gentlemen. How we doing?
That's good.
Oh, hey, good morning.
Hey, man, what's
Doing
going
all
on?
right. Hopefully catching a long right here. We caught a little bit of the move. I caught the move down and a little bit of the move up. So so far not too bad. How's your morning going?
Good. Just patience. Got a long play on small cap play ATHA.
Okay.
One of the top gainers on the morning. Me and Kevin Avery trading them small caps always to start the morning, at least for myself. I usually move to mid to large caps about now. But yeah, the first 30 minutes, hour of the day, I'm just focused, on those small cappers. But Well, it's not a bad morning, but definitely slower on the slower side.
I hear you. I hear you. I do think we're finding this higher low on SPY though. I think it's starting to curl up here. So I did grab the starter when I mentioned it. I got out of my short, waited one candle, just flipped along with the starter with a tight stop under that low. And
Nice.
I still like the MU. I'm back in from 250. Took a stop out there, but want to revenge trade it just a little bit.
Oh, that's always good.
Oh yeah, what can go wrong?
Get a good revenge trade in there. A lot of day to go, right? We have just opened and haven't really done too much from the open for sure, but the gap's doing a lot of work there. So Josh, there, guys, you guys doing the call-in show? Just the two of you? You replacing Kevin? Huh? Oh, that'll be
Oh
interesting.
man, hey,
I got
That'll
big
be
shoes
cool.
to fill, but I'll do my
big
best.
shit to feel. Big
I
shit.
don't know.
Nah, that's fun stuff. It's very easy. Obviously, I just natural for me doing it just reminds me of radio. But yeah, it's fun talking to people and having them call in and
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Awesome. And so for the viewers, that will be right after this or an hour after this?
an hour after this. So yeah,
Oh.
we'll go live for an hour after this, talking stocks and conversating kind of back and forth about what we're looking at, and then it's the hour after that. We can start it really whenever you want, to be honest. But it's it's one of the things that we start usually at 12 p.m. Eastern. What time zone are you guys in? What is that? Eastern, Mountain?
Oh, see, I'm in a weird one. I'm in Atlantic, so it is 11:16 for me. So
Okay.
market opens at 10:30 and closed at 5.
Oh, that is different. Yeah.
So I'm out in the ocean just a little bit. And yeah, I'll be hanging out with you guys for a little bit longer, and then probably 10:30 or so, I'll be dipping to go deal with the sick kid. And I appreciate everyone. I appreciate Steve there for coming in, helping us out when everyone in the entire office is located in different continents. Everyone got sick at the same time, even though we're not related to each other. So just the way she goes, I guess.
One of those things.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. I'm not getting my bounce here quite yet, so I think probably it needs some time. Hopefully we see that curl out in the low holds. That's gonna be how I manage the risk here. And if we get
Yeah.
a better looking bounce, I was a little too antsy here because I'm still bullish today. I just think I don't know, the faster we flesh out, the faster we can pop, I guess.
It's tech too, right? Look how just compare how so tech never got to the high of the day here on the Qs, and then it's way closer to the low of the day. And then you look at something like IWM, it did the same thing. Then you look at the SPY, it got to the high of the day, and then it's a little bit above the low of the day. So we're seeing some relative strength out there in non-tech related names. So we just need tech to kind of piss off and just hold up for any period of time, I think, and then we'll be way more okay.
Yeah, I'm still seeing buy sticks here on SPY, not on MU. That was a mistake. What can you say? The revenge trade didn't work. Shocking.
Yeah,
we'll see if it comes back for me a little bit.
Rarely does.
Yeah, it's almost like once you get emotionally invested in something in a way that makes you feel unpleasant, your vision's cloudy. So you should probably listen to that.
This is as much as everyone else is mad about the 24-hour markets that are coming. I'm super excited because when you get big gaps, sometimes you just get this where you've made the move overnight. Markets are up 1.5%. Everyone's loving life, right? People are making money, but then for intraday trading, you get nothing because it's like the whole move has happened overnight, and then you've got these kind of two forces of people who they missed the gap. So as it pulls into the gap, they're buying. And then you get people who got the gap. So as it rallies up out of the gap, they're selling. And then you just get these choppy. So you get a gap and chop, and you get a gap and chop. And they're not that much fun when we're intraday trading. Again, if I haven't looked at my swing portfolio right now, but I bet you I'm up nicely there. So I'll take solace. There. But yeah, intraday trading is not the best day when the markets are just not doing anything for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I honestly really hate gap up days in general. I feel like I do my worst because they put you from in that FOMO mindset from the start. So I'm like already out of the gates, like, okay, chill, don't rush this. You're fine, that kind of thing. So it's makes it a little tougher to practice discipline, but I think it's a good lesson on days like this to just chill, wait for your move. If you miss the overnight, that's fine. There will be another soon.
ATHA. So when you were trading there, Josh, this ATHA?
Yep, ATHA. That's
Yeah.
got in on the dip, the big red candle back down, that big demand zone in the low sevens. Dip on the ride back up. Already stopped me out, but did get a nice little dip back up into the VWAP in the 770 area there.
Very nice.
Take the number one gainer. Finally, usually find something that's staircasing. I really would have loved to short that up top. We saw some 830 resistance. I'm just not a huge fan of shorting up top in small caps. Just wait for the dip buy back on down here recently, and it was a great play. Yeah, nice, good play there. Average entry for me was 733.
Yeah, shorting those high flyers, it can be like I don't even know. I'm trying to think of a metaphor that's apt for the fear that it can strike in your heart.
Right, yeah.
I always like the pennies in front of a steamroller comment,
Mhm.
which isn't to disparage it, because you can make a lot of money if you're picking pennies in front of a steamroller, as long as you don't get caught by the steamroller. So
Mhm.
that's where this game, and there's a lot of people who do very, very well on this game, and that's how they're able to do it, is just by saying, listen, I just need to be disciplined enough that I'm never hit by the steamroller. And
Yeah.
every now and then I might get my foot or something like that, and I got to give back a bunch of the pennies that I made. But as long as I just never get to the point where I'm ever run over by it, great.
Mhm. So we got the higher low there. Looks like I think the market saved.
Like, even watching the Qs here, and even the Qs dug in, didn't quite take out the low. I'm shocked that it
Yeah.
didn't, at the very least, take that low, even just a little bit. You think it would try just a bit, but
I don't
yeah,
know.
the
It's nice.
SPY definitely dug in much higher here.
Yeah, so that's the beauty of that the fib there, the 0.78. That one got ran very precisely. And so when you have a range and you divide it, and that's the fib where so we had the low, we have the high, and then they bring it back all the way down to that 7.8 to just inspire doom in every bull's heart. It's the stop run fib. And it's such a beautiful tool to watch for because they run it and all the bulls are like, well, surely if we ramp up, the sell this fast and we're this low in the range, we're going to punch it. So I'm going to get out now so I don't get stopped. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful thing to watch play out.
Goodbye,
So now
Jeff
the W
Taylor.
target's high a day. I'll be trimming there and expecting some consolidation into that big level. I
Where'd you
actually
get in at?
probably should take
Where'd
some
you
off.
get in at? Where'd you get in at, Steve?
On SPY, it was 676.50. So basically, as it was starting to bottom wick there.
Right
Yeah,
here.
just because we were talking about that pullback spot, so I was ready to go. And I'm going to trim a little bit here just in case we get a higher or a lower low.
Love it.
Just
Trading the dips today. Trading the dips.
That's a strong rally there. That makes me think that we're going through highs, right? That was a really, really strong rally. It's not like the market decided to maybe turn up a little bit, pop a couple ticks there, right? It hit that zone. That to me feels like the beginning of a buy program, right? Where
yeah, I'd be
Kevin,
looking to
Kevin,
add these buys back for sure.
hold on, Kevin, you're sick. Stop trading. I see him in chat. Stop trading. Close the screen. Crash bed.
Yeah.
Grab some chicken noodle soup or a smoothie or whatever you want to do. Get out of here. You shouldn't be, especially you discretionary traders. I could turn on my bot and go take a nap. You
Now you're
guys,
just flexing on us.
well, you guys that have to make decisions, you're not going to make good ones if you got the flu, right? So just be very careful. If you are doing anything, do it small, right? Just
All right, high day
yeah.
trimming. It's coming in here pretty soon, but it does look like we can punch it here.
Yeah, I'd be surprised at this point.
Yeah.
Such a big rally off that point. This looks very much like a buy program. And we were saying it when it was pulling in. We were saying, when are they going to flip it on? In this case, it looks like this might be now.
Let me know how I'm gonna trade. Oh man, yeah, Kevin shivering over there. Yeah, Kevin, what are we doing, bro? Get to sleep. Go get some rest, my man. Oh my gosh, rest your eyes already. I get it though. You know, you kind of want to come, and maybe if it is, and we'll give him that. We'll give the benefit of the doubt. He just now was checking in. He wants to see how we're doing. He said he was going to. He wants to see what things are going on. He's going to be in here for 5 minutes.
He's DGen trading. Get out of here. You gotta, because that's, it sucks to be sick, but it sucks even more if you're sick and you come in and you place a couple trades and you lose money and then you go to bed and you're in bed sick and losing money. Just go play some games instead, right? Go grab the controller, hop on with the boys, whatever you do, your Fortnite, Call of Duties, or whatever you kids do.
Michael talking about the youth will never fail to entertain me.
Yeah.
Your Roblox, your Minecrafts, listen to your rap musics. Yeah, I don't know. I used to game a lot, not anymore. Since
Kids, I would figure.
I'm thinking of getting one of those. They call it Steam Decks.
Oh,
the
do
little
it! I
handheld
have one.
computers.
They're so much fun. Definitely do it.
Okay, so you have one?
I have one. I have the older one. I don't get as much use out of it as I'd like, but it's really good for those games that you want to unwind and play them. Those story mode kind of games. You're an old guy. We don't like getting beat up in multiplayer as
Oh,
much
I
anymore.
can't. I tried Marvel Rivals when it came back out, and just because you played a lot of Overwatch and like these here, and I'm like, this isn't like a Twitch shooter, so maybe I'll be able to get by. And there's like 10 minutes. Nope, no, can't do that. It's not
Exactly.
too old. Can't keep up with can't pop into a Call of Duty lobby and have some 10-year-old screeching in my ear that he's killed me. But no, I'm looking at one of those because I could, the wife watches her incredibly attractive real estate brokers scream at each other. That's like the latest shows that she's into. I don't think they sell any homes. They just hate each other.
Yeah, right.
That's the product.
I'm like, I could be here. I could be, paying attention. I could be watching. I could be playing something. So maybe. What's that? Is that a Microsoft thing? Turn around to trading? Valve. I don't think Valve is big enough of a company to be out there.
No, I wish they would go public, but Gaben, he's a treasure. I don't think he will. Not till he's dead. Tesla breaking a new high a day. I'm still in the runner. I wish I had added, but hanging out.
Qs. We got new high day in the Qs here.
Yep.
Someone's asking about DJT. Again, I had my little trade here. I liked it. Again, this is not. I'm Canadian. I don't care what your guys' politics, but this is a horrible chart and a horrible company. It does sometimes these insane rallies. I think this one was maybe, I don't know if this was around the election or something, but I always like to zoom out, and I think Josh will have my back on this one. When you see a stock that just gaps like out of nowhere like this, you kind of want to look at its character. Say, is this one that has a history of it gaps and just falls right apart, and gaps and falls apart, gaps and falls apart?
Mhm.
If so, maybe don't expect too much, because the way I look at this chart is that there's so many bag holders from $50 and $30 and $20, and then the high teens, that there's more people here that are hoping this thing pops so they can get out of it than are like super excited to get in. But that can't, it's not going to stop it from doing something cool like one day a week, right? And just having a rip. But I just look at the history of it and say, this thing usually sucks.
Yeah, especially with small. Not that it's now become more of a small cap play, but yeah, anytime you get into this sector, regardless, it's small. I would say anything up to about $20 to $30, 40, even 50. You can just go back. I used to call it Upper Shadow City, and that's definitely for like $3, $4, $5, $7 plays where you just go back and you just see massive upper shadow gives it all back, massive upper shadow gives it all back, huge red candle after a gap up, massive upper. It's like, yeah, that's probably not going to do anything today, and you might want to be careful going long there and look for a short if anything. And like you talked about, DJT, get that move, once a week here and there. But you got to think about a play, like you said, that was once 50, 60, 70, whatever. And it's how many times it's had a price split, did it not? I thought it had a reverse split.
I think it may have.
Yeah, but I think you'll see that more with this ticker and tickers like that, and we've seen those plays, which I wish I forgot to bring it up. There was a play a few weeks ago, Nos, and I'm sure maybe Steve, you've been seeing these throughout the years where it's been, we've talked about it for sure, Nos, on the live stream, where we've seen it reverse split, and you go back and past our history, and you can see it was once like 50,000 or 80,000, and we know it was never that much. We were looking at one the other day. The highest it ever was after all the reverse splits, and after all they did was it was at 500. And I had to keep doing the numbers and looking at them, and I wrote it 560 million. 560 million. That's how big after all the reverse splits it showed that it once was, how much it supposedly cost. I'd never seen one that big. Never. Usually it's 100,000, 80,000, 50,000, something like that. I'd never seen one with that many numbers on it. I was like, is that team? Am I seeing this right? Is this 560 million? Well, yeah, don't touch these plays. This is trash. This is absolute crazy sauce.
So I did a little thing that's a little bit crazy. That's all great stuff, by the way. Sorry to interrupt, but I did add to my Tesla long here. I'm looking for the yesterday open tab or tag on this ad. We are seeing expansion. I have a stop under that last swing high for both the initial position and the ad. So I think we get the expansion here. I'm liking it. I also just wanted a little more exposure because I did trim the high day and it's just screaming straight up, like Michael said. Don't know what I was expecting. So just getting the exposure on a chart that I think is also breaking out here.
Yeah, beautiful W's there, kind of across the board. And yeah, that was a good call there, Nos. That is a screamer now. The SPY is screaming.
Yeah. Now what I think we just need to watch is where this is what yesterday's high and Tuesday's high. So yeah, we're right in that kind of zone. So like if you go to a weekly chart here, right, this is where we kind of get into last week's low, and then we've got those multiple highs. So this is a zone that is interesting here for the market to continue.
Yeah, this 680 wall is massive. And it's the gamma pin that's bringing us back to life because that strike stayed on, that the open interest stayed on even through the blood yesterday, and is just magneting right back up there once we found a catalyst to bid on. So that's going to be the area I watch, but I would expect it to stall out there at least intraday. Maybe it pops it and then mean reverts back down there by the end of the day or the end of the week. But I think that's a level of interplay that we'll get along to back test into that once we pop it. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, nice action here.
Yeah, definitely some good there from the large cap. Small cap's pretty slow right now. A little slow in the small cap sector. About to move away from them. Atha's kind of not doing too much, just cracked its uptrend channel. We do have DJT. I think a lot of that DJT seems to kind of be flowing back up here as well. I don't know if that has anything to do with market conditions or just traders are moving that back up, but I still just nice bounce play. I did miss that at that. I love old resistance, new support areas is what I'm always looking for, and that was beautiful on DJT for the bounce around the 1350s area. That's about the last good mover, though. Everything else is slow in small caps. Not getting, we've gotten it the last few years. It was 2017, 16, 18, 19, 2020, even to 21. Every November to December was relatively crazy hot. Since then, it's been pretty slow in the small cap sector, 22, 23, 24, 25. It's been pretty dead.
Do you think that is just because of money kind of flocking to mega caps and larger
Yeah,
caps?
I mean, I've said that for a few months and a couple of years now. When you see Tesla in 2020, when it was going $300, $400 in a day, and then it ran up to 2,000 plus, and then after the reverse split in 2021 was still having crazy days. Then you had GameStop, and after I said that, I was like, GameStop to me, and I kept saying that in early 2021, it broke all the small cap rules. You know, you kind of throw the rule book out the window anymore as far as PR. Do PRs mean anything? People can pump and trump stuff as in before DJT, it was DWAC. And I'll never forget, it was October 21st. Yes, it was October 21st, 2021, when we saw DWAC go on a crazy, huge move. Then we saw BKKT. And then so we started seeing a lot of that sympathy kind of stuff more so. Yeah. So I think after COVID and 20, that was the high. I'll never see. I came up with a halt strategy. That's what we, of course, Nas sees it and he's like probably shaking his head like, I cannot believe he's trading a play that's halt. But I love trading those plays. And I got used to it because in 2020, we saw halting plays almost every single day in the small cap sector. It was crazy in small caps in 2020. And then ever since then, it just seems like it's just dwindled on down to where it's hit or miss. Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's not. And also too, maybe I'll just go back to, I haven't done this that long. So it's been maybe just less than 10 years. So we were so hot for so long. And I always go back to mid 20. We're not going to mention any names. That I love Michael Noss's his description of one of the small cap pumpers out there. But there was a lot of fluffers out there, so to speak, in the small cap space in 2015, 16, 17, and they're all preaching going long. And so no, don't short, it's risky. And so there weren't TTPs, these amazing companies like TTPs of the world. So you could go short and you had to have 25K plus. And so everyone was
Yeah.
preaching going long. So everything was long. And to me, things were holding up more so. Now people are starting to see the advantage in these plays we all know are pretty crap companies for a reason. And it's a good reason to short them. And I just think the shorts are coming in quicker now, and their longs aren't lasting as long. And then just trends, we were a 4, 5, 6 year, 7 year run of being bullish. Well, we're flipping over and being more, seeing more of that bearish move and not as hot. So what's not to say we, get hot again?
And I think it's always, as much as it is very dangerous to obviously short these because of the unlimited downside that occur. But the reason I think it's so profitable in the long run is because kind of the same way that option buyers, normally speaking, are the guys that lose money, and option sellers normally are the guys that make money. It's because the natural and the newer trader wants the lotto ticket, right? They want the thing to buy that, okay, I'm buying this and there is some chance that I'm going to make 2, 3, 4 times my money. And if I short it, I can never do that by definition, right? I can only make, 20, 30%, maybe 50% if I'm really lucky on the way down. The reason I think it works is because a professional trader is looking at it to be in it for the long run, which means if they can make 10, 20% on a scalp, they're super happy because they just do that over and over and over again. And eventually they'll do way better than the lotto ticket guy who might hit it like once in his life and probably give it all back after that. So that's why I think this always works, because you're always going to get the people that look at these crazy names with just dollar signs in their eyes. And then the professional trader is sitting there kind of patiently and waiting for his moment to say, yeah, no, this company sucks, so I'm going to take it back down. Eventually, today, tomorrow, whenever that ends up being, that especially for the ones that are just complete junk, that it's not if, it's when. And then a professional trader can be very kind of patient and wait for that. Whereas the lotto ticket guy, he's gonna punch in. The thing's gonna triple for him. He's never gonna sell because he's like, well, I can't pay for my house if I sell. Whereas the pro is like, I'm not looking to pay for my house today. All right, I'm looking to do it eventually, and have that kind of longer term mindset and longer term mentality.
Absolutely. So I just did trim because we got the pop over 680. We could just squeeze, I suppose. So that's fine. If we keep going, I have other longs that look like they have more room, but kind of crazy there. I don't know. What are you thinking?
I would not step in front of this, right? I think I'm looking at this candle for a lot of people are trapped, right? A lot of people had a bad experience yesterday. They sold out of their position, they did whatever, and then we gap back up. And then I'm going to keep pounding the table on as the stat guy from the 24th to the 5th, sorry. There's an 80% chance we're up like 1.5%, 2% in that window of time, and we haven't. So Santa Claus hasn't even gotten here yet. Yeah. So I look at this and I say we're roughly like 1.5% or so from all-time highs. So by at next Wednesday, maybe we have this rip through, and that gets us to new all-time highs. And holy smokes, your guys' leader will be bragging on the internet if the market closes the year at all-time highs. You won't hear the end of it. That will probably get some people excited as well. So it's looking good there. But listen, guys, I appreciate it. I'm going to switch over to Josh's screen here. Hopefully this works, because I loaded up the wrong day, so I messed everything up today. So hopefully I hit perfect, and it works right away. And and again, thanks, Steve, for coming and hanging out. And I have to go feed and throw a sick child in her crib, and I'll talk to you guys next week.
All right, brother. Well, have a good weekend.
Take care.
Peace.
All right. Just you and me now. Teachers
just
away.
You and me. So are you Monday through Friday there in the afternoon?
Monday through Thursday, and then on Friday. I'll pop into the Trader TV. I'll hang out over there for a little bit.
I thought I thought I saw you live on Friday.
Yeah. I'm kind of, my schedule's a little bit all over the place still. But remind me, when is the Colin show? Is that Monday through Thursday?
It's Tuesday and Thursday. So it's just when me and Kevin are going. No, that's my bad. Well, me and Kevin are live on Tuesday and Thursday. The call-in show is just on Thursday. So just right now it's on Thursdays and it starts at 12 p.m. Eastern. So essentially about a little over an hour from right now is, roughly from there is when we'll get it going.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. And then today's theme team as well. Don't forget, like I talked about earlier, maybe I didn't bring it up today. I thought because I was on my live stream, and I think that's why I feel like I said it on this stream because I went from my live stream to this one. But today's call-in theme, of course, call-in topic number 1. Since it is the season of giving, what's the most you've ever given back on a trade? We hear all the time traders are up 3K, 4K, or right now, say Steve's up $400, but he doesn't lock in profit like he just said he was going to and did, and lets it come all the way back down, and he locks up and only makes $50. So he gave away $350. What's the most you've given? I have horror stories of hearing people that were up, 50, 60, 80K. Of course, the GameStop days, whatever it is, they let it come all the way back down, greedy, hoping, and then they make like 2K, and they could have made 80K. I don't have anything that bad, but it definitely, what is the most you've ever given back on a trade? Of course, a little twist on words there in the season of giving. You're like, oh yeah, season of giving. What's the most you've given back on a trade? Because I know hopefully you guys have given back some. I would imagine we can talk about that and people can learn from it. And also, like we did at Thanksgiving, got to have some kind of, holiday theme. So for Christmas, what's your most memorable Christmas gift ever?
I love it. Well, I will tease my horror story just a little bit for the viewers later. Let's just say it wasn't 60K, but it was multiple years worth of hard labor, job that I gave back. So that's my tuition. You guys can hear more about it if you tune into that call-in show in just a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
it's like Money Man and Money Mitch's, which we could talk about which he likes to talk about, where he had a Cobra, or it was an amazing badass Mustang, late '90s Mustang. Sold it to when he get into stock trading, he lived in an area where he really didn't need to drive that much. He had his fun with it. He knows he can get it back if he wants to, if he makes money. So I want to get into stock trading. Well, that money he sold that car for was his first account, and he blew it.
oof.
Yeah, gone.
Many such cases, unfortunately, but
Yes.
he's a winner and he hung in there, and that's what I really try to teach anybody who wants to do this seriously. Like 90% do fail, but it's not because it's unattainable. It's because I honestly believe 90% of people would fail at anything that's quite difficult and requires a lot of discipline.
Yes.
So if this calls to you, stick with it.
Right.
It's about staying in the game and not blowing up. So
Yep.
that's where we come in with Trade the Pool. It's like it's nice to actually work for a company that it provides a good service. It fills a very important niche, I figure.
Right. Yeah. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Stock's the only one I'm looking at here for small caps, just if anyone's interested. I do like DJT as well. FCell's another one here, but SOC would be one of your main movers for the move back on down for an area, for a dip buy. I like this area back down here for SOC, right around 875 into 865. I don't know that we'd get it again into that VWAP, but just patience. If we get it, we get it. I don't like to press on small caps or for bounce plays. If it comes down, it comes down. FCell's not a bad mover. It's slow and steady. I could put that uptrend channel there as well. As you can see, it has this nice little uptrend channel. Too slow for me. Again, I'm not trying to get super bangers, and home runs, but I'm not going for little bunts, typically. And that's why earlier I traded ATHA. It had some good movement to it. And so I, got filled down in this area. It wasn't the best of fills there, unfortunately, on the way down. And wish I would have held that a little bit longer. But it's curling over and head and shouldering now. And really about that time of the day where I start moving to a 3-minute time frame and kind of looking at the bigger picture here, so to speak. But man, call-in show. Can't wait to give the stories. Hopefully some people want to call in today. It's been pretty active recently. So Joe, Mr. Florida Joe, or of course Crow or Tack. Probably Tony may call in today. Tony's been a recent, we kind of have the usuals. My dad was a morning show host and radio, Steve. So of course, if you ever see these albums behind me, these are from former rock bands in the 80s and 70s and 80s. So my dad was a morning show host, and his was kind of caller driven because he was a call-in radio show. Of course, it was a rock show, I say a rock show, but a rock radio station where they played, classic rock. But as you've come to over the last, 10, 20, 30, now 40 years or however long it's been, where that call-in show is huge. So from 6 a.m., well, my time 6 a.m., but 7 to 10, 7 to 11 Eastern, some in that time frame, you have a lot of people that are just talking. Like Ryan Seacrest now is infamous having a morning show and radio, and all these other people. Bones, whatever his name is. There's a country guy that does it, or whatever his name is. But anyway, my dad was one of those in Arkansas, but it was caller driven. It was like a lot like today, where you have a theme, most days, or you'd have people call in and talk, and it was really, it was cool to interact with people, and callers. And you had your regulars, is my point. You had your 10, 15 people that were calling in almost every day, if not every other day. Or then you'd hear this so much in caller driven radio. Long time listener, first time caller. You would hear that their tagline, and
Yeah. The long time, first time. I love it.
Yep.
You've got it in your blood. That's what you're telling me. This is
Yeah.
This is your natural environment. I love it.
Yeah.
So I'm a trader first, and just trying to get better at the entertainment side of it. It's such a different skill set, So I'm here to learn. I'm your apprentice today.
No, you're good. Yeah, no, I love it. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that, and then some people don't, like getting in front of a mic. Pav's good call there as well. Who was that? Smoke Tuna, good call there. Pav's moving on up there. That was one from earlier this morning. Good move there. But yeah, it's one of those things where you put people in front of a mic and they just can't stand it. They're just, they don't want to talk. But of course, that's not the case here with you. But some people are like that. It's funny. I love to talk, but I've noticed that in radio. You have guests that come in on my dad's show. I'd go up there every once in a while and hang out, or go to get on the show or whatever. And yeah, he would notice some people. And then there are some people it's in their more natural state of mind, to be able to go talk, in front of people, even though you're on the radio. And I always thought it was funny because it's just three, it'd be like this, 3, 4 people in the studio, 5 people in the studio, but they're like, they're like, pull the mic up to you.
Joke about it.
Like there's no, even though they just say it's funny. I get it when you're in front of people. I guess that's one of the biggest fears for most people is public speaking. Get in front of the mic, get in front of people, an audience, and talking. So yeah, I love it though. Definitely love it. We'll have some fun today with it. So hopefully have some good callers.
Totally. It's just so funny to me. If you told me 10 years ago, I'd be any kind of public facing, the face of anything for any amount of time, I would have been mortified. Like me in front of a mic and I can't even see the people, so I don't even know if I'm messing up, but hey, it's crazy how just as humans, for anything, you just adapt so fast.
Yeah.
And I think it's like anything, I always have this like vaguely profound life thing and realize, well, this just applies to trading. And so much of these life or trading lessons apply to life, so
right.
Just hanging in there. I'm also just getting not cooked, but MU has moved 0.5 cents for like 5 minutes in a row. So I'm just sitting here waiting for it to do literally anything here.
Are you long or short on it?
I am long. I got in a little early, added about 247, 248 right there. So I'm a little bit red. Kissed green on that push up. Didn't take it. So we'll see if the market comes down a little bit. I'd like it to cool off just a little, and then we get another nice push up through, or at least to test this high.
We're getting that a little bit right now, and actually, which I love here, and I have on my Thinkorswim charts. What I usually chart everything with TOS out to the left. I have 2 lines of resistance in on the SPY, and they're really close to one another. And I always will see which one it respects more. So I had one at 680.20 and then 680.55. And then we can see there at 680.55 ends up being the winner of the 2 there. So resistance area nonetheless, because I have 2 lines in, you have to always call it a double whammy. So I'm getting a little pullback off this area, which is nice to see. I don't think we'll get it, but this is what I like to see, Steve. See this old resistance here that was once supply. Now that will become demand, and I want to get in there, but I don't think we're going to see that. I think you're going to get what you want. You're going to get a little dip and rip here, and it's going to keep going. Very bullish.
I think you're right, because I see that same level, and I'm licking my chops over here going, please give me that look. But what I'm seeing is right above the expansion candle through the top, the previous high a day.
Right.
Then we have the small body 3 candles before the next surge.
Gotcha.
So I kind of read that as like consolidation, upwards consolidation. So I think that'll, if we retest that, there will be at least some buyers there. Yeah. So it might like form a pennant above that previous zone that we're both looking for.
Gotcha.
We'll see though.
Yeah, right now, it's the thing. Yeah, now we're kind of like you said, and you're kind of all over. Move to high of day, maybe consolidate, and this is kind of like what we're seeing right now. Where we go, we kind of, I always tell a lot of traders, just feels like we're on the roller coaster, and everyone's hands are up right now. They're getting ready for that next wave, So
yeah,
Pavs, good move here too. Good move. Just so again, good number 1 top gainer now, at least that I'm looking at today. So Pavs up through this uptrend channel, you can see just chopping through it. Couple of bounces on the bottom of it, couple of fails up top. But this is one thing that me and Kevin always talk about. If you want to short resistance up top, you don't want to see staircasing A, and then B, when you do see it, you see these flags start to form. You better be careful and knowing that this has a real high potential to pop. Now, going through time, the more I start trading, or I say more I start trading these, which I need to. Great breakouts. When you see these uptrend channels that last 1 hour plus long and you break outside of it, I like using candlestick confirmation, 3-minute time frame. So my entry price would have been right there at 335, 340. Boom, there's already 40 cents for you. And you're most likely going to engulf this upper shadow. And I'm sure Smoke Tuna would agree here. This is where all the traders want to get back to, right there.
So when you say this upper shadow, forgive my ignorance here. Are you just talking about? Oh, what exactly are you talking about?
This wick right here, yeah, this massive wick right here.
Gotcha.
Yep. Yeah, it's like termed early on for a lot of small cap traders. They call them shadows for whatever reason. Wicks too as well, right? But shadow would be another one, and so that's just one of the terms that a few of the I would say gurus that I followed early on, termed them as shadows, or of course, and always the general term would be wick, but they just call it an upper shadow. So
no, I love unnecessary lingo. We're it shows that we know what we're talking about. So they're shadows to me now. But it really illustrates the concept, right? So these names have a lot of short interest. Right. That's what we're seeing on that push down initially. And those shorts are getting backed off all day long. If we run them out the top, well, then all of their stops are going to be, they're going to have to force buyback essentially.
Yep. And one thing, another goofy term of mine, I call it a sandwich. So I see old resistance, kind of like the SPY could possibly end up having.
Yeah.
And then we get the bounce right here, kind of that same look I'd be looking for, right? So I call this a sandwich. So old resistance, new support.
Yeah.
So now this is going to be the support demand area for a while. So what you'll see is a lot of flip flopping. Flew that. Usually, of course, you just call it a pivot point, right? And this is just what I call a sandwich, where you get resistance, resistance, resistance. This can be your bottom bun, as you can see, and then you get support, 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 and this kind of becomes your top bun. And so if you slide bun on top of bun,
I love that. I also love hot dog patterns.
Yeah,
so when you have the green stick and then the red bun and then the green stick on the right engulfing it.
Yes.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Now I'm hungry.
Yeah, I know, right? So this is the one thing, unfortunately, with me, I do talk about food way too much. Now people will come watch my live stream like, man, hungry again. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, AK.
Josh, well, it's brutal because, as a trader, like especially a day trader, it's like, I'm not eating if I have a trade open. I hope to approach that level of Zen one day with Michael Noss firing off his bots without a care in the world. But I still have the fear of God inside me. I'm like, I gotta watch. Yeah. So I will be eating ravenously after our call-in session. So Tesla, I'm still in Tesla and it's working so well. This is such an easy trade. So I think that I'm just going to hang out in this. I'm sorry. I can share my screen.
Yeah. If you want to. Yeah, bro. No, I love going back and forth. I love you looking at all different tickers, so I'm always going back and forth from ticker to ticker to ticker to ticker. Yeah. So if you want to share your screen, do it.
Awesome. Let me get that going for you. And I just see Tesla just hanging out, surfing these moving averages up. It's got room to retrace up, like Talk mentioned earlier. He's looking for 2350. I'm trimming at previous high a day, but I'll be looking for that move up as well.
Looking for it, and I look for a dip buy. I'm showing PAVs again. I don't know if it's going to get here, but I love these dip areas. SPYs forming one, PAVs forming one, this $3 area. So I'll wait to see if we get that on PAV. So that's another trade I'm looking to take as well. Yeah, share away if you want to, bub.
Yeah, I'm just realizing I got to figure out why I can't share the window. It's just showing a blank window. Let me double check. You can't see anything in the bottom there, right? It's just blank.
Yep.
Very strange. All right. So
that did something like that the other day to me too. I was like, what's going on with my screen?
It was working yesterday too. So I'll try to work on that in the background here. SPY, a little shake and bake. They're still buyers, but still mixed tape. The seller stepped right back in. Yeah. I think we're in consolidation for a little bit of time. And this is in the time of the day where I'm starting to look for swings that I can start accumulating here in the afternoon as price action gets kind of choppy and washy. And I'm looking for relative strength as well, just to know what I want to look for to trade when the volume does step back in. So at this point, I am down to just a few little shares of UPRO left. I'm probably going to close them out here just because I still have longs that I like the look of more. And I don't really see any reason to stretch this trade right now. If this candle holds we got a 1 minute 21 EMA on SPY that we're still clinging to, wicking up, but I will respect this range and just look for a little bit of a pullback to get involved in, because I just see, okay, my GEX profile just updated here. So before 679 and 680 was the massive pin, the massive wall, it is still by a decent amount our largest point, but we have been building gamma exposure from 682 to 684. So for the index traders there, we could look for a small pullback, maybe a back test of the 679 to 680 level, and then we could see a move up to 684-ish. That would be definitely the max range for the day. And I think it's more likely we kind of consolidate a bit up here and then tag that tomorrow. But those are the kind of areas I'm looking for and why I'm looking for dips to buy in other strong names.
Yeah, I love your dip bio. That was money. No, money play there from you earlier for sure.
Thank you, sir. Those are kind of my bread and butter. Those the double, you call them a sandwich, that middle area, the previous resistance turns support. I like I like looking for that higher low and then trimming in your sandwich, that middle level, just in case it holds with resistance, But it's so nice to get in there and then just have a runner on through the top of the range. It's just not a care in the world.
Under 675, yesterday's low of day after 79.50, watch for a pop to 680.50, and then over that to around 680.
Okay. Yeah, Bookmap just pushing down a little bit actively the past 5 minutes. I would not at all be surprised to see a pullback here, but I wouldn't expect it to be too deep.
I had to listen. So I do these things called morning alerts where I give out levels and pre-market to traders across. I got about a little over 100 people in there across the globe that listen to my morning alerts. It's like a paid service or whatever. And I break down small caps, large caps, what to trade, what levels. I was like, I think I remember so I give normal high and ultimate high. So days like today, I give smaller levels and larger levels. So essentially like normal high of day would be, here's a normal moving day that I don't think we're going to move that much. We're going to stay choppy or bunched up. And today, for whatever reason, I didn't go that high. I was like, I remember giving 680.50 to 681. 680.50, because that's where my line's in at. 680.50 to 681 was my ultimate high of day. So let's see if we hold up. I doubt it. I think we're going to get higher than that, possibly, like you were talking about. So it's just, I'm glad. I love going back over those. Like, hold on, I remember that, and I'll go back over those from time to time and study them and see why I was wrong or where I was right. But
that's where the real education I feel like comes in. So for you guys out there, anybody who's not journaling at all, I know it's a pain in the ass, but like some type of data collection on your trading will do wonders, especially if you can just look back like once a week, once a month, even. It can really help shine a light on where you may be really lacking without realizing.
Right. Yeah.
I love this. It's that's why they pay you the big bucks, professional stuff.
Right.
Look at that flag.
Yeah. I didn't trade that. I just was asked in chat. I know, I think it was Larry. Larry did either. Did not trade TLRY. I think that's been your baby here recently, Larry Boyd, if I'm not mistaken. You've been all over TLRY here in this marijuana weed play here. Definitely been moving recently a little bit better than normal here over the past couple of days, but have not traded TLRY. Nice squeeze at the bell. Yep, got that nice, beautiful, tight flag right here. There's your base. 1440s or so. Beautiful downtrend, getting really tight. I would imagine this play cracks back or it gets a nice pop back on up here coming up soon. This is getting really tight, volume dying on down. Another thing I've always noticed too, when you get these breaks up or cracks down, you get a downtrend break in volume. So watch for a candle probably to surge up to around right here. How many volumes? Let's see, somewhere right around that area, I would say, and you're going to get a good move. So what the volume in that candle was 512K, 3-minute time frame. You get another 500,000 candle there, you're going to see a good size move most likely.
So what is your? Sorry to interrupt there. I'm just curious. So I'm totally with you. Big consolidation after a crazy move. I'm just seeing. So this is something that old me would love to get long, and I'm starting to feel like maybe this is like a mind virus of, I see a bull flag, it must break up. But but this thing's ran a good amount already, and we are seeing like that last rejection of VWAP there. That's a little sus to me. Is that VWAP your blue there?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So that last one there, a little sus. It reminds me of yesterday, midday or mid-morning. I think it was right about this time actually yesterday when we tried to break VWAP for a third time and failed. And then it was the start of the big sell.
Right. Yep.
So, yeah, might get a base retest there.
Yep. And so what I do a lot of the time here, what I've told traders is put your lines in and trade them. So this is what helped me not be a degen like we always talk about, and do get the credit for being more of a patient, disciplined trader. Just wait for the line to confirm. Once we move outside the line and we candlestick confirm outside of it, start stabbing at it and getting into it, or even a retest back up at the line. Same thing here for the downtrend break. But what I've noticed over the years, when we form this and we get really tight, the downtrend breaks usually come up and fail, and we come back and retest at the downtrend. So usually your better entry is actually coming back after a lot of people have taken their profit, because guys are trapped, traders are trapped, traders are trapped, traders are going. And as soon as any bit they get back to break even or they're a little bit in the green, new traders, and we know if most people that are trading marijuana, TLRY, the weed stock costs $14. I'm just saying, there's not a lot of institutions and not a lot of people with millions of dollars trading this. Let's just be honest. I've got $20,000, $50,000 account written all over it. Most of those traders have their emotions are killing them. Every trade, every minute, their emotions are taking over their trade. And so what we see are traders get trapped. And when we get these quick little pop-ups, we fail back real quickly. And so that's why I never really take downtrend breaks. A, why, and then B, why I take bounces. And then C, like you were saying, and I just wait for the short, and just wait for it to firm down the line. Because yes, any new trader like myself at first, oh, bull flag, this has to go. Let's get in. No. Just patience, wait for it to come to you, wait for the trade to, work its way out. I'm even working, I do one-on-ones with traders like yesterday, the two I worked with, and that's the reoccurring theme with back-to-back was having that patience. Just slow down, wait for the trades to come to you. It's not about trade. It's when those patterns and those setups that you can find real easily form, then you just wait for your entry to come, and it may never come, like me and wanting to bounce play going back over to the small caps, and I'd love a bounce play, like say on FSL, like say if I love this area at 10.10, it may never come back to 10.10, but I'll wait for it. Maybe it does.
And it might quite a ways down the road, but the level could still be just as actionable. So that's where I think it's so important to remember as a trader, you're putting in the work, doing the charting, and then the discipline comes in, taking the trade only if it gives it to you. If it doesn't, that wasn't wasted time. It was building a skill set. And on the other, on top of that, that exact setup may be actionable just a little bit later.
Yep.
So having a bunch of pots on the fire, so to speak, a lot of things cooking, just a lot of things that you're watching. It'll give you
back burner plays, as we call them. Yes, back burner plays, exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Yes. Just put them back there. Let them simmer. Let them simmer. Let them do their thing. You'll get filled if you get filled. Same thing with the Atha. I mean, it goes running up today, and I'm just waiting to get filled here as it comes running and it comes flying back on down to my area. And I had orders actually in the 7-11 mark to get filled. It didn't fully fill me, and then of course got my trade out of it. But you just wait for it to come back down to your area, and if it does, it does. If it doesn't, then you just don't take the trade, and it just it's wait for it on the next day or the next trade or the next ticker. Essentially.
Right, because it's so insidious how many times, if you don't pick your spot and you just wait for that jolt candle that is very obviously looking like it's going in one direction, like it's so easy to get shaken out. Like they know where the levels are, they know where the smart money's buying, and they're feeling safe while you're getting popped and chopped up at the pivot. They were buying below the pivot, anticipating a range break higher. So that's where I just think it's so important to always remember your higher term or higher time frame liquidity draws, right? Your context on a higher level, because that's the context that's going to decide whether the flag's going to break out or not.
What time frame do you usually typically trade in these large cappers?
So early on in the day when I'm scalping, I gotta have the one. I tell people you don't need a one. I still use a one. I always have a 5 up, but then as the day goes on, I'll be referring pretty regularly to an hourly and a 15-minute. I usually don't have the hourly up just because pre-market, I frame all my trades with that hourly. So I'm already pretty aware of that one. But the 15-minute is a little more granular, but kind of that intermediate. I always like to have the 1 minute, and then I'll pair that with some kind of time frame that I think will be a good counterpoint to that.
Yeah.
What's your go-to? I heard you say ones and then switch into threes as the day goes on.
Yeah, for the small caps, and then for the large caps, you can be back and forth between that, and then going to the 5. I use all my levels, like where I got that 80-50 area on the SPY as a 15-minute time frame. So I love the 15. Of course, if I need to go back a little further in the large caps, I'd use the 4 hour. 1 hour is not bad if you want to use that over the 4 hour. But my favorite, is 1, 3, 5, 15, 4 hour. Those are the ones I'm always floating back and forth between, trying to find the larger levels in the 15 and the 4 hour, finding those micro scalpier areas like you're talking about in the 1 and the 3 or the 5. But yeah, 1, 3, 5, 15 and the 4 are my favorite.
I love that. Yeah, I'm a big 4 hour guy for swing trades. I love the ones in the 1 and the 4 to kind of hone in on, especially like I love doing that for mean reversion trades.
Yeah.
So if he's just oversold on a 4 hour and I'm bullish on it overall, that's kind of one of my bread and butter is just buy the dip, just small position and kind of build in as long as it holds the key level in that zone.
Yeah.
Then as the trade starts working, you take some off to feel comfortable, and you just then it's like so set and forget because you're in from lower. And that's where I think most of my swing trading money is made, like on the 1/4 position of the runners that I just, go off, let them do their thing.
Right. Yeah.
Feels good.
Yeah. Oh, those are the best. I was hoping Atha was going to give me that today, and I had to kind of form that head and shoulders like, this isn't. And that's that small cap space we're in, which I've been teasing / talking about over the last couple of days. Hey, we're slowly heading down. This reminds me of, every year here recently where we don't get the Santa rally, and it just slow. We get cold for Christmas, where we get some moves, but it's just slower, and they don't get the breakouts, and then the breakouts that we do get, don't hold nearly as long. Like PCSA was one yesterday. Like here's one from yesterday that was just a PCSA, right? Here's one from yesterday that was just a fun runner that was absolutely bonkers here. Got some trades in on it yesterday here. So here's PCSA from yesterday. But yeah, this was fun from yesterday. So
What in tarnation are those gaps or
yes,
halt?
this is the halt up. Yeah, so this is
Oh
what
my
I
God.
so I'll show you where I traded at. I got in right here on this halt up. This is where I entered in on the trade at 595.
Ooh.
I don't know why it's not showing yesterday's trades. I guess it don't show anyway. But yeah, I got in right here at 595. Got my highest exit was 8 right here at 811. 811 was my highest exit. And yeah, so that was a fun runner there yesterday. But like you, now this wasn't a great example. We'll say it's decent. Even here, as risky as I know you're going, like holy moly. And when I need to post this because I was going over my live stream yesterday. The theory here is we get a gap up of 60 cents.
Mhm.
Then we get another gap up and raced up into another, we get another 70-cent gap up. As soon as it starts racing up, I'm looking to get filled immediately because if it's 60, 70, we're going to get one more halt up. I just know it. I've seen this too many times. We're going to get another halt up, and I'm going to get another gap up with it. And so, sure enough, I'm in here, and we get the gap up, then the halt up, and I was in. Oh no, I think we halted up here, right? Yeah, there's multiple halts in there that I was a part of, but yeah, But my point is back to the entry price that I know you just talked about. I love this all the time with my entry, and this is what I want. In my entry, when I'm going long, and usually it's more so on bounce plays.
Yeah.
But my entry going long was right here. We didn't see lower than that for over an hour, and we barely kind of got lower, and we were back above it. So if you got to think about my entry, even all day long until closing bell, which is right here, what I would say 80% of that chart is above my entry price, right?
Wow. I mean, it's just wild. I mean, it really goes to show. Sorry, there's just such a clinic for small caps here. Like to me, I would have been insanely stressed buying that and then having it halt again that extended. But you're chill as a cucumber, man, and you're dead on your entry. It became the low of the range. That's wild.
It was a 10-minute halt too, so I'm nonstop talking about it while I'm in it. Here's what I want, what I'm expecting. Here's what I want, what I'm expecting. And then when it opened up, I was pumped. I definitely put it on my stories yesterday. I yes, I called that out. I told you guys this is what I was gonna, But it's just because I see it so often. You see it, you see it, and then you trade it. And so it's just one of those things that I love. And the same going back even today, if you go back to like the small caps, with with ATHA, I should say. So ATHA and my lowest entry, which I wanted 711s, and I didn't quite get there. And I wish I probably would have left my orders in because I would have got another dip. But I wanted this as my low entry. This is my lowest dip area. Well, here we go again with yet we haven't really been below it, And so I'm always, so going back to you and your SPY entry, your Tesla entry, you're not seeing your entry for the rest of the day unless Trump or someone comes out and we're China tariffs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You're not seeing your entry anymore. Your entry down here in the 76s it's T, baby.
I love it. And the other thing is you can put a stop over break even. And if you come back in the day and that gets tagged, well, then you can start looking for a directional shift in the market, and you can start setting up for a nice short. I just got filled, by the way, on that Tesla there. So I'm still riding 2/3 of it, actually. Well, actually half realistically, because I already trimmed, then added it back.
Beautiful. Your gorgeous move right there. Yeah. That's, hey, beautiful. When you're in that low, that's the one thing you can call it. Can you make a living trading SPY? Yeah, you can make a living trading SPY. I don't know if that means like you can't. I don't think you're just adding to that there, Larry Boyd. But you definitely can. I've just put that out there. Interviewed her at the Money Show, but the Fibonacci Princess, Tammy Marshall. I got a guys that I'm a part of in Discord. They're called the Fib Ninjas, and they trade the Fibonacci's mainly, and they're trading gold. But a lot of them are, he's trading SPY. A lot of them are trading SPY every day, and that's it. They just trade the SPY. They don't venture off into the other Mag 7, Tesla, and Meta. Oh yeah, you definitely can. I know it's been I will say very ugly over the past few weeks and kind of really the last few months here. It's been choppy up in the 670s, 680s, can't get through. We're going back down to the 650s. Nope. We're going through 700. Nope. So we're getting a lot of chop, but there are days like today where you can put the pedal to the metal and take advantage for sure. I mean, we've had that the last 3 days on Tesla. If you go back, literally the last few days here with Tesla, she's been a banger now. I got this breakout actually right here. I was on my live stream, came back in, did afternoon commentary. I was like, guys, this beautiful ascending triangle, this thing's going to pop. Meta did the same thing. Whammy. I mean, look at that, and then
yeah, I caught that one too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Like,
Yeah,
that
this
was familiar.
yeah, I sold that right before the closing bell there, and Meta was a anyway, but yeah, that was a huge and then you get the downside move. And I see this so much in large caps where you go up big one day and you go right back down to where you came from the next day. And look at the bounce right off the lows from the next, and then you're
Yeah.
right freaking back on
It's
up.
clinical, right? Yeah, it's beautiful. And what I notice is when a stock's going up and it moves too much in a day, they'll just whack it back down to like the previous close if it gapped up overnight, maybe 50%, some level that was of interest that we smashed through. And the big money just hops right back in there. They're not in the business of overpaying, you know? So
No.
you can just ride along with them. It's
Yeah,
real smooth sailing.
we're those
Yeah.
little sucker fish or whatever those fish are that that stick onto the whales and the sharks, and we're just riding along with them. Just see what they're doing, and then okay, cool. This is where I'm just going to hang on to this guy and go along for the ride, so to speak.
Suckerfish. I've had better nicknames. I've had worse nicknames. I'll take Suckerfish, I guess.
I've always said that though, us in the large cap world, like, hey, we just see what they're doing and we just ride along with them, because we're a little minnow in the big, 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 big ocean out there, and
Absolutely.
you do not want to be whacked around because those waves. And you think waves are big. You think when you see them on the beach, and oh, look at that wave, 10-foot wave, 20-foot wave. Let's go out to the sea where there's 50 and 100-foot swells. And I mean, these things are crazy. I've seen videos on TikTok or YouTube, these guys that are the fishermen, they're way out and there's like 50-foot, 75-foot, 100-foot, pretty much waves, swells as they call them, are going through. Yeah, nah, I ain't I don't want to be a part of that. And that's what we're going through a lot of the time. Like right now, earlier Nas was all over it telling you guys do not step in front of this freight train and the SPY, Tesla especially. You know how many traders, I know right now, how many traders are in front of this freight train right now and are going short and they're just getting wrecked. And here you are.
Much love to Michael Noss, but systems traders, he said that and he still said my system says I should short, and I respect the hell out of that. It's that's discipline funny. Right there. Yeah. But at the end of the day, we are getting that explosion. So
yeah, beautiful right here, especially on the 15-minute when I see this upper shadow, lower shadow, call it. Again, goofy nicknames. I call it even each other out. So it evens it down. So you get the boom up, boom down. That's everyone getting back in. That's probably where'd you add in at?
Oh, I got in on the, let's see. I front ran the, okay. So man, I wish I could show my trade. So I was short on the break of the morning. And then when I went red on that, I said, I think I'm dang wrong, in one of those ways. And so I got in at 2173 on TSLL.
Okay.
So that was my initial entry. And then I added on the break of the high of day. And this is an entry, a setup that I often get burnt on, just buying an ascending triangle as it's breaking out. Mm-hmm. But the risk, it seemed pretty decent with that swing low, not too much lower. It was a nice double bottom. And I think the name's super bullish. So I just took the shot and I said, okay, I'm going to have a tighter stop on this bunch. And I'm just going to look for a little bit of a move. So we got that little bit of a move. I locked in and now I feel real comfortable hanging out in the rest.
Yeah. This probably honestly probably engulfs its way but gets its way all the way back up to this. What is your you have a final target you have in mind that you'll get out, or you just letting it ride till you hit a stop loss?
I'm going to keep moving the stops up with it. I'm just going to move with it, let it breathe a little bit, but I want to see, let me pull up. I mean, the previous, what is it? Let me get my other chart here. I would like to see, my targets in terms of my cam pivot system and just ATRs. I use a few different things to kind of, I have my own indicator that I kind of built between the two, and it's showing first target 23.29, second target 23.65 on Tesla long, which would be sweeping the pre-market highs from yesterday. So I wouldn't sell the whole thing there either. I'd just be trimming and then holding a little bit to swing.
Tack, by the way, here I'll tag you, Tack. I didn't see that you asked that. My bad. Not keeping up with chat as well today. Sorry. Me and Steve first day. We're over here just chatting it up. We haven't had a session or whatever you want to call it together. A live stream together. But there's
it's still special. It's with the honeymoon phase.
But there's my YouTube right there, boss. So essentially, look up Josh Smith, AK-47. So that's been my kind of go-to nickname. I say go-to. My nickname for the longest time. My stock trading profile when I was over on TradeCaster was AK-47. So many people some people call me still AK all the time. Any of the older traders, some of the newer ones, yes, they call me Josh. But that's just the old nickname. And so 47 really is, no one calls me AK-47. Well, some do, but like the whole thing, like, hey, Josh Smith. It's usually hey AK, like hey Josh. But yeah, so that's it. So just search up Josh Smith.
Josh. So I just searched Josh AK-47 on YouTube. I'm seeing your backup. What's your? How can I find your official one? Your first one?
Well, it should be there. What in the world? I know.
Maybe one word.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's go.
I'm getting a lot of people named Josh shooting an AK-47.
Yeah, this is what should pop up. Okay, right here. So when I search Josh Smith AK-47,
Okay.
this is the one that should pop up. I don't know why, but I do have two. But the one that has Prime Trading on it. So look up AK-40, then type in maybe Prime Trading.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Josh Smith, perfect, came up. You got a
right
subscriber, brother.
There we go.
All right, we're seeing a little topping action on SPY. Could start to get a little bit of a pullback here. And I just want to kind of just see what it does with this little intermediate base. Does look like we're forming a little bit of a double top on the day into our key 680 resistance, as we kind of expected.
Yeah, we'll roll over that one for sure. And then Tack, yes, I do have, which if you want to join Steve, and I don't know, again, how often you're around and being able to watch, but every year I do a year-end confessional New Year's resolution. And that's the last trading day of the year. So again, that's going to be the last trading day of the year. It's always on New Year's Eve. Always on New Year's Eve, guys. So New Year's Eve, come join me. That's a week from this, or a week after, of course, we got Christmas Eve, so a week after that. So a week from this Wednesday. So 2 weeks from yesterday. So 2 weeks from yesterday, essentially. Last trading day of the year, December 31st. It's a shortened half day of trading anyway. Try to get some trades in. Usually about 25, 30 minutes after the opening bell, just get right to it. Let's get to the confessional. Come on over and, confess your trading sins for the year. What have you done wrong? You've got to work on for the next year. And those are your resolutions as you move in to 2026. And speaking of 2026, the live trading event that we do have, you guys, hopefully you have signed up there. If Trade the Pool wants to put the link out there, I will here in just a second. This is huge. Coming up, Trading Prep 2026. Let your potential take off. Got the starter kit, $2 million in prizes. Crazy good offers coming up. Wait till you see what we have to talk about. And, of course, what you can expect for the day. Lots of good conversations, good debates. I'll be part of this one, speaking of debates. The big debate, trading multiple assets versus one. It'll be a good show, a good time. Sign up, register now. See you on Monday, all-day trading live event, getting you guys prepped and ready for the new year. Yeah, Steve, I don't know why. I know I've probably seen it in the messages on the live stream, but I live in Arkansas. So I'm in Arkansas. I used to live in Dallas for a while, but mostly Arkansas based. Love my Denver Broncos. A lot of my family, some of my family's from out there. My wife's from that area. That's why you always see me rep the Broncos. Where do you live at? I always see the Yankees hat. Where are you living at?
The Yankees hat throws people. I'd like to keep them on their toes. No, I'm San Francisco. So,
okay, yeah. I was like, because you don't have the accent for a no Yankee there. So I was like,
here's the thing. Most of my friends ended up being from the East Coast. I very much, I got that East Coast personality. Give you a hard time, but I got a good heart, that kind of thing. So I don't know. It kind of just stuck, and now I like all the hate that it gives me. So many people hate the Yankees, so I'm just rolling with it.
yeah. I talked about. I saw a post the other day that I commented on one of my friends or whatever. They said something about the Chiefs not being in the playoffs, and it's always good to have an antagonist that a team hates in the playoffs. And I'm like, I get it, but I don't. It's like I'm pointing me in there like you're going to miss the Chiefs not being in the playoffs. You're like, no, I'm not. I worry about my Broncos. I don't care what any other team is doing except for. But I've had that in the past where like people hate the Yankees, or like me early on in my career. Well, of course, I was in sports broadcast before this, but like say back in the 90s, it was my career. I was a kid, but like the Duke Blue Devils in college basketball were always good. And you kind of had that like, or in NFL when the Patriots and the Brady, like the Patriots and this Brady guy, this guy's good. No way. And then eventually down the line, you just realize, he's really freaking good. I mean, look what Brady did in his 40s. He passed for like 27,000 yards in his 40s alone, which is nuts. Anyway. Yeah, I just respect now. I'm like, hey, like the people that hate Michael Jordan, I'm like, listen, I will say when people are or things are maybe overrated and overhyped, and I won't bring up a certain athlete in the NBA right now when they compete. but yes, I get what you get that Yankee hate because they're always so good. But yeah, it's comes with the territory, my man. So
I'm looking short here. I'm looking short on SPY just for a scalp. I still have my longs on too, so it's kind of more of a hedge.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering.
Just seeing that initial pop-up kind of met with a little bit of weakness there. So if we lose this little topping range, I just see a little bit of a wick back, maybe to VWAP. That'd be nice, but maybe that's a little much to ask for. I just don't want to give up on the MU, so I need to have some on the short side here.
Gotcha. What's your target there for the short side if you wanted to, kind of, I'm guessing a little bit more of a scalp here, move down?
Yeah, scalpy move down until I see some buying step in. What I'd like to see is a retest of 678 would be cool. There's a little bit of a pocket in that node, and then I think it's very likely that that will be a long entry. And I think we probably pinned 679 to 680 today, with the potential to break out. So I just kind of want to position myself for that. So just hedging, holding long overall in case we do get the breakout today. Want to see the underperforming names that I think should catch up start to play ball here. So SPY's still looking very constructive, and I'm totally fine if I'm very wrong here. I would love to get stopped out through high day and have the party keep going.
She is definitely, we talked about that, and I know you mentioned it, kind of getting to that high of day area, you and Nas, and consolidating. And boy, that literally is what we did. I'm just glad it happened right at my line that I said to all my traders across the globe, that it was right on the dots. Like, yeah, AK got us again. He nailed it. But then I always say that too. If it gets over my ultimate high of day, and that's why I agree with you, it's going to blast. When I my plays again, that's why going back to the back testing, the journaling, especially the journaling part of it, and going back over what you're talking about in your trading anyway. Because then I go back and I've realized over the years that when we get over my ultimate high of day, we burst. And so the 684 area, 683.50 area would seem like a lock in my opinion. So
would you consider that kind of like a squeeze play then? Just if we're that high, then like all reasonable targets, it's like, well, we just got to see where the buyers actually stop offering a higher price and accept
right.
It. Yeah, totally.
Yep.
And I guess that's much more relevant in the small cap space, because for me, I get stubborn. I'll be like, this is insane. I'm shorting this. And then, 3% later, I'm like, well, it was insane. Why was I shorting that? You know?
Exactly. No, 100%. Yeah. You get that bias mentality sometimes as a human, like we always talk about, on the stream here. It's like one of those things it's really hard not to do, when you say, oh, it's, and how many traders come to me like on days like yesterday, like especially like a play like Tesla, you can go to SPY any of them. Today's a good example. Hey, Josh, they're like, hey, Josh, hey, AK, where's the bounce at? Where's the bounce at? I'm like, you're going against the grain. You're getting in front of the train. It's short today. Now they're going to be here and there could be some reversals and bounces, but but I have that all throughout the years of these plays, and even worse days than this where you're just tanking away. And I mean, just down $20, $30 maybe for Tesla. And I'm like, guys, you're down 20 points. You're down. Like, why are we looking for a bounce play? I know one's coming, but let's let the traders and those big dogs come in first and show us, and then we can start moving up from there, and then we can trade. But people just want to get in front of those trains all the time.
That's so true, because we just want to catch the 80%, right? We don't want the sloppy bottom of the 20. We want to make sure it's there first. We don't care about the sloppy top wicks because it could do weird stuff, But if we're predicting a bounce, we're probably still in that meat of the 80% move down.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait for it to prove it to you, And this is I'm talking to myself here, This is something that I'm still honing, because it's so hard not having an ego, not predicting these things and saying, well, I have a level here, so I'm going to place a bet on myself. It's like, there's being confident, and then there's being a cowboy, Like,
Snakeskin Randy is it's been called from my kind of like the group that we talk about, like the traders that have been around for years. They call it Snakeskin Randy, that that Wild West trading. That's what it's called. We're risky biscuits, as I always say. That's definitely that's the world. For most traders, like even Nos, you guys were talking about earlier with the whole. Every trader wants to get in this, and they want the big home run. I always call it the J.G. Wentworth commercial. It's my money. I need it now. Yeah, they just want to buy. It's supposed to go up, and then I'm going to sell, and I'm going to make money. I'm like, that's not how this works.
It's not how any of this works. Yeah. No, that's so true, man. Oh boy. Yeah, we've got this riveting price action of half an hour of exactly pinning to 680. So we gotta talk about whatever is on our minds here. I see a good pup in the background.
We have 14 dogs. So we have a lot of doggies. What do we have in here right now today? We've got Margot. She's like one of the Great Danes we have. There's Queenie. She's a lab. So here's Margot. She says, "Hey, Dad." There's Rue, our shepherd over there. The big Great Dane back here. The big dark spot right here that I'm pointing at's a huge Great Dane.
That's an animal. I see a tail move. Yeah, okay, or something.
Here, he's huge. And then we've got a couple of little guys over here as well.
So. I love it. You can tell. I think you can tell so much about a person by how they treat animals. If you're collecting them,
exactly. Yeah. That's what me and Avery, my wife, were like, okay, because you love it at first. She worked for I would consider it like a Whole Foods or a Sprout Central Market, like a nice holistic good. You're going to get some good groceries there, right? You're going to get maybe fresher groceries there versus going to Walmart. And that she worked for a place called Hollywood Feed, so it's a holistic. Most stuff's made in the United States, so we're getting all the good, good dog food at a cheap price. And then, of course, it was half of the brands would give you essentially you get a bag for free. You have to pay tax, but I forgot what the word was. But you could get a bag for free. Yeah. And so we got like 6 to 7 bags, free per month. So that helps out. That helped out big time too for a while when she finally, because she was a regional manager and she was always traveling left and right. And so then in traveling, then she'd be a part of adoptions. And so that's how we rescued and adopted a lot of dogs throughout the years too, on top of the fact. That's finally toned down because she doesn't work for them anymore. And so we're done collecting, so to speak. And yeah, because we want to travel. We want to get to that point of, you have 14 dogs. We have 2 cats as well.
Yeah. What's the math there? 14 dogs. That's equivalent to at least like 4 children,
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Minimum 2 to 3. Yeah.
Yeah. They definitely eat. I think you multiply it for the food content.
Right. Oh yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. So it's just one of those things. You got to find someone to watch them all when you do want to travel, which we try to travel with some, but then if you want to fly, you can't travel with anything but more than, so it kind of puts the burden on that aspect. And so, we're done, as you would say, collecting or adding to the pack, so to speak. And we're kind of just going to slow down from here.
Love it.
And real quickly, Larry Boyd, if you want to go over that, I think that's what he was asking you a question. Larry asked, add a little bit after a rise, then take a little right after adding. He said, explain that. So I guess.
Absolutely. So for example, on this chart here on SPY, so I was short right out of the gate. Thought we needed a pullback at the 76 level. I took my short off and I just started looking for bottoming. When I saw some bottoming, I put a little tester on. I'm a little bit of a snakeskin Randy. So if I made some money, I like to, and it's coming into my level, I like to put a little tester on, thinking that I might catch that low. And if I'm just completely wrong, I back out pretty quick. But I wasn't today. So then we came up in the middle part and we hit my target. We swung over the pre-market highs. Tesla's another good example. I did the same thing on Tesla.
Yeah, that's what I
and then just we make the higher low and I'm adding back in so that now I'm back to a full size position. We go break out through the highs again and I'm just taking a little bit more off and now I can just hang out in that core position.
Right.
The idea is always to like carve out a margin for error where if I'm wrong, I'm break even or making a little bit of money. So that's always how I just try to free roll trades. And then if they die, they die.
Right. So I think essentially just on chart wise, so I'll show the chart. You're getting in down here, selling half here, adding in to get back to a full position essentially afterwards.
So this one on the first dip down, I'm taking a position. So in the morning there before the middle of the W.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, in there. So then I'm trimming when we get up anywhere, over the open of the day.
Right.
So I was trimming a little before that. And then I was adding back when we had that higher low. And then I'll trim more when we break that next high. Because it could be a big consolidation range all day long.
Gotcha. In, sell, add, sell, and then there you go.
And just hold. And I will stop out a little bit if we lose this top range. And then I'll stop out a little more if we lose the next level down.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous.
So this short is starting to work here on SPY. I don't know how much legs it really has, but it's on the 1 minute, it broke a nice little rising wedge there. So I'm gonna stick with this one. I could add in if we get a little wick up into this new imbalance. And apologies, I'm also gonna do the work to figure out my login here so I can log in on the web and get you guys my charts because that's a pain.
You're good, bud.
So
Atha selling off there. So Atha for small cap traders. There's that sell off there and that bottom of the head and shoulders. Wonky head and shoulders there, but finally cracking the bottom of those shoulders. And there's that big sell off there. I just noticed that on my left hand chart. SOX just not going to give me this VWAP bounce. I was hoping we'd come back down a little bit to the VWAP in 865. It's kind of stuck right now. FSL as well. Again, we talked about the $10 area, such a key mark for small caps. Not giving it to me. And I love the sandwich area for DJT. Again, 1060 would be the dip buy. So just waiting for dip buys here myself and small caps. Not seeing plays like, of course, Steve's getting here beautiful runners and large caps. So those are plays you can, like he's doing, you can get in, add in. I don't have that today in small cap sector for the most part, where you can add in, go back to it, and go back to it. PAV was the other one. I don't know why PAV went off my watch list, but PAVs was one that wasn't too bad here as well for a dip buy back around 3. But again, we're just getting consolidation. We're not getting runners today. So you're not getting dips. You're not getting plays to add in on. We're getting sideways movement here really for the most part. Large caps got the movement, baby boy. I would still like a dip buy on SPY, like kind of what you want if you get your sell off. I would love a dip buy back down around that 78 mark, but I just don't know if we're going to get it. She's still just glued to dang near 680.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I'm already like, is this all they're going to give us here? Should I just be getting long that early? I don't think so. I think that this is a wick up and we get another push down. I think this is a little bit of a rounding top into a big level. So I'm very close to adding. I would have added on that wick up if I had caught it in time. If it pops up a few more ticks into the yellow 21 minute, I will add to the short with very tight stop over this, the last couple air out candles there.
What's the moving averages you like to use? 21, you said?
Yeah, I like the 21 a lot. That's my go-to. 21 and the 9. Those are my short-term ones. Then I have a 50 and a 200 as well that I always use. So I'm very close. I just am getting filled in one tick. Come on. Filled. Okay, so we'll see if this works. Stop. Just if it sweeps out and engulfs this. And then I'll be happy because my longs are going to start working. And MU is starting to pick up. So I think that might be what we see. This might be just a no short kind of day where every little move that looks like it's a pattern breakdown just gets eaten right up.
And you get that a lot. You get that a lot for sure. You get that, it's going to have that happen here and there. Good long though, still regardless so far. Just still whatever reason, just trapped in this 660. It's crazy to see this when you see it though. How long are we going to stay stuck at 680?
Until we log out and then the move happens.
And that's why I was kind of watching the SPY yesterday. As soon as I took my eye off SPY yesterday, it did that. You're trapped in this area of over and over and over and over, and then bam, out of nowhere you get that sell off from yesterday, and so. That's bound to happen here today, I know. But yeah, for right now, we're just glued to 680. Glued.
And yesterday was such a good example of just the shake and the wearing them out or scaring them out. Like the shorts, they got pump faked 3 times in the beginning of the session before we eventually rolled over hard.
Yeah,
and that's just building up that steam for a move down. So same with any pushes down, just building up steam.
Build the steam, baby.
Yes, sir. And yeah, SPY's not letting go. Not letting go. So I still would like to see a wick down here. But if not, then pump my MU, please. That's all I ask.
There we go. Trade the pool. There we go. Coming over with some alerts there a couple minutes ago. Appreciate trade the pool. Appreciate it. Trade the pool. I've been logging on. Good job there, Larry. Good job, Larry. Love all those. Yeah, thank you, Joe. Yeah, Joe, love the dogs. Love the dogs. Most people do. That's the thing too. People just love the dogs, which they're always usually in here. And then now you can take a look at them. Like, look at them laying on top. Just love and living life. Yeah, they get to live the life over here for sure. But yeah, I love it. Love and having all these guys. It's relaxing too. A lot of people say that it is. It's calming. So they have their crazy moments when it's dinner time, right when they're getting fed. They can't wait. And then afterward, they're all like, yeah, we just got fed. This was awesome. And then about an hour after dinner, they're like all knocked out, just sleeping. They're just like, all right, we're done. There goes our day. We're good to go now.
Yeah, they did all of the things on their to-do list, and that's got to be the life there.
Yeah. I've had one of my good buddies, no lie, say, Josh, if I ever die and there's such thing as reincarnation, I hope to God I get reincarnated to a dog that you guys adopt.
Right. I hope there's room in the reincarnation cycle because I could use some organic foods. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Man, we're just hanging out. Yeah. This is pretty boy. Then this is kind of what you expect on a big trend day pre-market. We just got to digest. So I think this is a good day to enter into some swings if we get some moves down and to just take what it gives you on the move up, I guess. I guess the real answer was to be long from yesterday.
Yeah, that dip down yesterday was beautiful. Of course, like I said, we talked about that earlier today, or a little bit ago. Like I was saying, you dipped down to the previous day's low. I mean, you go right to it on the dot. That was it. Yeah. I mean, imagine some of those that are in here at the 60s mark for the move up today, whether they did options, obviously, or of course, some shares. You are in heaven, my friend. Absolutely in heaven. I would love to see Tesla, of course, going back to the Santa rally, would love to see Tesla over 500, would love to see SPY over 700, man, get the market really moving and popping again. Would love to see some big time moves. I just miss late 23 into 24. And when NVDA was going $100 in a day, or SMCI was having $100 days.
That was a lot, Josh. You're just trying to hurt me now. That was I charted it out. I put it on Twitter the day before it had the massive breakout, and it was up like 8% or something. I was like, well, I can't chase it now. The next day it was like the 30% day, and then it was a 50% day or whatever.
Yeah.
At least I got the Twitter cred, but I'd rather have the money.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of my probably my best trades in college ever. It was valid because I do the morning alerts, and so I was in a one-on-one. It was Valentine's Day 2024. SMCI was up to it was banging into 900 in after hours, and it was kind of building the bull flag. And I got on the horn. I was like, guys, on the morning alerts, which I don't do it too often in after hours. Like I'm going long.
Yeah.
This is gonna see one. This is a magnet for 1K. This is gonna hit 1K tomorrow. I promise you. You don't have to get in if you want to. I'm going small shares. I mean, I was either like I went for whatever reason my wife's favorite number, which is 11. So I was like, all right, lucky number 11. Let's go here. And I got in around the 905s, and I said, everyone, watch for a pullback to 875. I noticed that 875, whether it's $8.75, $578.70, all the way up to the number 875 is a key. It's just for whatever reason, I don't know why. I've noticed that throughout the years, it's a key number. And so I said,
wait, 875?
Yes, 875. Okay. So whether it's like I said, literally $28.75, $158.75, you'll notice that 875 area a lot of time get hit, whether it's resistance or support. And it came down that next morning in pre-market to 865 before ripping up. And I'll never forget that day. I took that afternoon off from one-on-ones. I forget why. I think for whatever reason, I don't remember why, but I didn't do Valentine's Day off for me and Avery. I think probably because that's what she was doing with Hollywood Feed and she was working. So we did the 15th. We were going to have our Valentine's Day that day. Of course, then, there's, restaurants won't be packed and this, that, and the other anyway. And I remember I got myself a Valentine's Day present. So I remember it was closing bell. I'm in Best Buy picking up my, whatever to go. And my phone just is blowing up and going off. Congrats, man. Thank you for that call out. And it was hitting 1,000 right there at, the closing bell. It went into 1080. I think in pre-market the next morning. Point being, on 11 shares, I made over $1,200 on 11 shares.
Ooh. And that's such, like responsible trading. It's a risky setup. And what I love is that a new trader would be like, why didn't I full pour? It's like, well, a lot of times that would have been the end of your trading career,
Yeah. There goes your account if you full pour possibly, you're wrong. It's down $100 the next day.
Mm-hmm. Everything I'm looking at it's rebased and now it's pushing up. So I'm gonna take my short off here for a loss pretty soon. We got the engulf, so as long as the back test holds, I'm just gonna keep holding the longs. My MU's cooking. Just getting back to break even finally.
Oh no, it's great. Oh, this is great. Oh, let's see if I can find this real quickly. Oh, gee golly. Let's see if I'll send it to myself here. I gotta play this. I know we always send a lot of clips here. Let's go to this real quickly. Let's see if I can find it here. Google. We haven't done this. I liked when what point being Money Mitch would be like, show a clip and go, what do you think about that? In the stock market. This isn't about the stock market, but it's good mentality overall. Simon. You know who Simon Pegg is, right?
Yes.
Okay. The actor.
Wait, Hot Fuzz, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Here we go. Here, I found it. Here we go. Love this. Absolutely love this. Of course, it's on TikTok. It's on Instagram. It's on multiple different places. I just heard this. I guess obviously you can tell he's at a event the other day here. Let's see. All right, let's see. How do I get the audio? Can you hear that when it's playing? Can y'all hear that? How do I get the audio to come through? That's what I'm just gonna make sure. Let me play it. Let me see if you guys can hear it. Let me know if you can hear this.
I cannot.
Yeah. So how do I get the audio settings?
Maybe when you shared the tab, you shared it without audio. That might be.
Okay. Here we go. Oopsie. Share screen. Entire screen. There's boom. I don't know. Let's see here. Dang it. How do I get it to play the audio? Let's see if I change my settings here in the audio section to audio input to audio output. Dang it. I figure this out. So essentially what he says, you can read it though. You can just read this and I'll.
Yeah.
Later. What's that in stock trading? Did you have loads of money to start? No. What? He was smart enough and he says, no, the money comes later.
Yeah. Dead on. It's about the process,
Irritating. I was like, I'm, doing a little interview just to kind of motivate people. It's easier now than ever to pull a phone out, record something, make a movie, and so
yeah.
This was awesome right here. You get off the backside. hobby. This was my hobby.
That's
You
awesome.
get someone to pay, and I'm getting goosebumps now. If
Yeah.
you can get someone to pay you to do your hobby, that's the dream. And then he says, that should be our t-shirt, friend. And that is so true. And here we are doing our hobby, Steve, getting
It's
paid
amazing.
every day to go, to do our hobby, so to speak. That and still getting goosebumps, like that. When I heard that the other night, I was like, wow, that is so true. That speaks so huge to me that we're able to do something that we love and have such passion for. It's essentially just a hobby. We do it every day, even if we weren't getting paid for it, but yet we are getting paid for it. That's a dream right there, my man.
I don't know about you, but for a long time, I was doing this without getting paid, and that's
Right.
what it takes. Nobody sees those hours. So
Right.
This is the dream. And for all you still in the trenches, just keep your head down, keep grinding. Cause it really is just repetition and hard work and practicing in the right ways. And, I'm still so early in it. I'm just seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And some of you guys out here, you're asking me for all this advice and stuff. Just remember, I'm early on in this, and it's just, that's about 5 years of really diligent work, about 7 overall, and that might be what it takes, but it's always possible. I'm definitely not an outlier. So this is attainable, guys. This is attainable.
Yep.
Best job ever.
That's when I saw that from TAC. I was like, best job ever. And I was like, that's so, it just reminded me of that. How I wanted to play that for my guys on my live stream, and I forgot to do that earlier. But yeah, that when I heard that, I was like, God, that is absolutely so true. And the fact that we get to be a part of that, it's so phenomenal, so phenomenal for sure. Okay. So you say when did you first start trading? When did you get into trading?
It was like 2019. I got into investing first, just small. And then 2021. And well, I guess GameStop was the crazy thing. I watched that unfold. I did not participate. I caught like $50 of the move, but, that really sparked something in me. I think that's a very common story. A lot of us were forged in the Wall Street Bets fire. And then we realized, wow, this is so fascinating. This is such an interesting, complex game. And there's such opportunity to do so well. Why am I hanging out with these people who are not taking it seriously? And so, then you find your people and all of that, but it's a never ending learning experience is what I'm learning, so I'm just like life. Right. So just keep going, guys. Just keep going.
Yep. 100%. We'll get the call-in show coming up again. Don't forget call-in show today. It's a season of giving. What's the most you've ever given back on a trade or set of trades if you want to talk about it? But what's the most you've ever given back on a trade before? And secondly, of course, Christmas season, as we've talked about, your most memorable Christmas gift ever. I got a couple there on that one. Now, as far as the give back, I got one right out of the gate. But Christmas presents, there's a couple of them down the line there that I've gotten that were just, they surprised me, and I didn't see it coming. And it was something that, of course, the ones as a kid, you got a couple as a kid. There's got to be one as a kid, if not, hopefully a couple. Hopefully you guys out there had some good parents. If not, guess what? I'm giving you something this year. You're getting something you just never thought you were going to get. What was that? You wanted a Superman cape as a kid. Well, guess what? I'm getting it for you this year.
Josh, fulfilling all those childhood wishes. I love it. But we joke, but honestly, I love what we do so much because the ultimate goal is to teach people how to be financially independent. And what better gift possible? Not that we're some saints or anything, but it's just it feels good to, even in an industry that's really cutthroat, like be in the part of it that's helping people.
Right. Yeah.
That gets me out of bed in the morning. The you were talking about on SMCI, all the congratulations, I'm sure you got a lot of messages saying, dude, this tangibly bettered my life situation here. This has made a real difference.
Even the morning alerts when I have people coming over, and I never even thought about that. I just want to give levels because I'd go live, right, and just you'd stay I'd stay in my sector of what I'm looking at. But then someone, hey, AK, Josh, look at this. Josh, AK, look at that. And next thing you know, and then you'd get the typical, and I'm sure you get this on. Someone asks, let's just say, hey, what did you say there on the SPY? 5 minutes later, hey, what'd you say there on the SPY? Then 5 times in 20 minutes, you've got like, okay, guys, just rewind the stream. And so then I'm like, and then so they kind of was with a lot of my fan base or the guys that follow me, so to speak, or whatever, that were on my chat. They're like, hey, you should do these. We would, guys that I did what was, I'll never forget Caveman. If you're listening, Caveman, he was, that, of course, I feel like we're, we always kind of maybe come up with nicknames when you join chat rooms. And so I feel like you have like, fighter pilots have like their call sign, like Maverick, Rooster. I feel like when I say Caveman, you're like, who's Caveman? Like,
it sounds like a cool dude. I don't know.
He is.
What he's cooking.
He is a cool dude. He is a real cool dude. But he kind of mentioned, he's like, man, I was like, well, That's going to take me 30, 45 minutes every morning to go through all the small caps, what I'm trading, when I'm in a trade, what the target is, what stop loss is. Okay, then I do the large cap. I was like, I mean, doing that I was like, I'm not going to, and so I was like, what, we'll pay for it. I'm like, okay, cool. I was like, I'm not, that's a lot of time for free. And because I was free for so long and I've gotten to that point where now I'm like, I don't want to be free anymore. I've built like I have worth. And so like, oh no, we'll pay for that. Of course, like I said, it got up to about 150 people, but it's anyway, the market's changed and people leave, but I'm still over 100, but I'll never get stuff like where a guy came over, signed up for the morning alerts and said, man, Josh, thank you so much. I can spend extra 30 minutes now with my baby, my newborn every day, blah, blah. And that cheered me up one day. I'm like, now I don't have to put levels in. I can just trust your levels. You're really good at what you do. And that would take me half an hour to an hour. Now I don't have to do that anymore. Now I can spend time with my newborn. Of course, I had other ones, throughout the years similar, but that hit me hard when that started to happen. I was like, here I am just trying to help you guys out with levels. And just so you don't have to come to me and ask for me for levels, throughout the day.
Yeah.
And how you're changing people's lives. And God, like you said, I would have loved if I could change. Would have loved to be a fighter pilot, or B, be an actor in like a goofy Will Ferrell, Adam Sandler, Jim Carrey, making people laugh, because man, when those people see your movie, that's what they're expecting. And then that's what they get. And they want to watch it. And then they watch it. Like I've seen Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. I've seen I watch Christmas Vacation every Christmas 30 times, right? And so you're making smiles on people's faces and making them laugh for an eternity. Essentially, I say it for eternity, but for their whole life. That's Absolutely. I love that, just putting smiles on people's faces, because especially the world we live in now, it's just not that way. It's not like the good life and everyone's making it. It's tough out there. And so to be able to put money in people's back pocket, or if anything, put a smile on their face, that's huge.
No, absolutely. And that's what we're all doing it for, right? To have more time to spend with our loved ones, to do what we want with our life. We're breaking the back of, people, not to get too political, but people always laugh because, like, if you know me in my personal life, I'm not exactly who you would imagine being heavily involved in the stock market. They're like, how does that coalesce? But it's like, the more income inequality I see, the more I see this is not only very viable, but the best route for bridging that gap and, making back that lost difference here. So that's what I'm all about here.
100%.
SPY still flat, still pin. So we're getting into our whole life ethos philosophies. This is the first date, Josh. We're getting to know each other. I like that.
Right. Yeah. Hey, and that's the thing, kind of a podcast mentality. I love that. Need to be Canadian. That. Oh man. We got a few Canadians. Of course, we got Michael Noss. I've got a few Canadian traders that I'm a part of, but no, like you said earlier, Tack, Razorbacks, baby, go Hogs. Arkansas Razorback basketball. Now let's get the football program going. I don't know what's going on with the football program, but we got Coach Cal, got a lot of money in the basketball program. Yeah, go Hogs. I couldn't, no offense. I love going and getting I love Denver, right? I love my Broncos. I love that once a year, maybe twice a year. Give me a foot of snow. Give me 2 feet of snow. Get cold, nasty. But I would rather it be like what Mr. most likely. By the way, where do you live at in Cali?
Oh, I'm San Francisco proper.
Yeah, so
I'm the worst.
So he gets, I want that. I want 65 to 80 almost all year. Like if I can have 65 to 80 all year, I can go play golf and I'm not sweating. I can go walk and run the dogs and I barely maybe break a sweat unless I really want to, right? Couldn't do for that Canadian cold. You guys up there, you tough, Canadian Canucks, you guys, you guys are some strong people for sure. And nice. And very nice.
Yeah, they build them different up there. Nothing but love to the Canadian brothers. But I got to say, if you like 68 to 80, come on down, Josh. We got a spare room for you. Hang out. We'll hit the beach. It's a good time. We'll hit the beach, and I'll tell you to bring layers. You'll get the full San Francisco experience.
Right, yes. I know what you mean. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. And that would be money for sure. But yeah, here in the South, you go from, like, even in the winter, we were just in the 30s, 20s, right? And we're getting out of that. Guess what our temperatures are going to be next week at Christmas? 70. So we go from 20s and 30s, and then we're in the 70s for a few days. Then we'll drop into the 50s and 40s again. And the next thing you know, it's snowing in 10, and then it's back in the 50s and 60s. And so,
you guys get wild weather, right? I mean, like, that's wild already. I have a friend in Arkansas who was talking about hurricanes or tornadoes last year or something like that. Yeah, okay. Tornadoes. Educate me. What's the difference there? Hurricanes.
Hurricane would be nasty. Comes out of the ocean, right? So hurricanes. Essentially, a hurricane's a massive tornado almost, but the wind doesn't quite come down to the ground. Tornado. The reason you get tornadoes as much as we do where we're at, which it's crazy to think, in the United States we get hundreds and hundreds a year, like over 1,000 a year. And the next closest one is actually Canada, and they get like 100 a year. And the reason is the warm, and I could have been a meteorologist, but the warm weather coming off of that Gulf hits all that cold Arctic air coming off the Rockies and out of the South, or out of Canada. So they kind of converge together in Arkansas and Texas and Kansas and Missouri and Kentucky. And it's really starting to shift a little bit more east, that Tornado Alley is. And we're actually building the house, got the house plans right here. And in our house, we're literally putting a 8x12 safe room, and it goes from the Fujita scale, as it's called, it goes from F1 to F5. F5 is the strongest, up to 250 to 300 mile per hour winds. It pretty much flattens everything in its path. We're having one of those put in the middle of our house. Not that it has to be in the middle of our house, but it's just connected where it's so easy and access to get to. Because year before last, we had an F3 come right through the middle. I live in Little Rock, Arkansas, capital city, right through the middle of Little Rock. F3 tornado. Got up, and then it hit about 1.5 miles from our house. And so you got to think 14 dogs, 2 cats. We also have 2 turtles. We have bunnies as well. So you got to try to protect all them. And then and what do? Humans, you can go into that middle closet, go into your bathroom, and then you just kind of hunker down. That was one of the most scared I'd ever been on that. I'll never forget. Cause it was a Friday. I was streaming live on a Friday. It was coming through in power hour. I'm like, guys, tornado wibble. And I'll never forget kind of talking about it and teasing it. And I had to shut the stream. I didn't shut the stream down. I was like, guys, I got to go. And then coming back later and seeing the guys in chat, AK, Josh, you okay? Man, I hope he's okay. I see a tornado hit. And then they saw that a tornado had hit my area. I finally come back in here after we can kind of come out of our hidey area. I'm like, we're all good. It's gone. But yeah, that is super scary, when you have to worry about all your dogs. Is one going to go flying off? And so, next house, I ain't worried about that. I got the safe room. I'm going to go in there and be like, all right, well, we're good to go, turn the TV on, but
kick back, wait, go to the pub, grab a pint, wait for a tall bowl.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh, because we're gonna have a little mini refrigerator in there. Oh yeah, we'll have a couple beers stowed away just in case.
I love it. I'm trying to add a little bit to SPY here. I think this is going to be a little intermediate, little bottom of the range that's forming. I think we're just kind of flagging and into positive gamma. So just these little buys in this little range. I'll just trade the range while we're chopping it up, hanging out here. Just, make some pocket change. Yep. I also, I didn't want to interrupt. I did grab some ONDS about 10 minutes ago. It is working. I thought it was a chase when I mentioned when I entered.
I saw the downtrend break. Yeah, that was a beautiful move. I had it alerted on my Discord actually up here above me, and I saw a nice, beautiful, beautiful downtrend break right there.
It's a wild mover. Do you watch this one a good amount?
Some of my people in the Discord do, they do. Yeah. Cause it's been a good mover here recently. It's been one of those ones that you can get daily moves out of it without having to have a PR. It's kind of like just trading a mid to large cap play. It's going to move. So you just trade the chart, what chart forms, and trade that chart in front of you.
Absolutely. And high time frame, I'm so darn bullish on this one. So this is one of my bigger positions in my investment port. So a lot long term, I think that this is a company that's it's bridged the shitco divide, so to speak. The management team has been just knocking it out of the park this year. They're starting to be really respected in the space, get some big contracts. And I don't know about you, but I see the drone business probably going up over the next 5 years. So this is my play on the space for sure. But it's been giving me heartburn the past couple of weeks as I've been waiting for it to break down or break out, hoping for a higher low here. But
yeah, and we've gotten a lot. And I've said that across the board. It doesn't matter if you're in small cap space, as you can see here, or even moving up to the large cap space, and you can see here in that it's chop. It can give you some heartburn. It can give you some heartache, and again, that's why I'm saying going back to days like today, which I'm missing out on, and I'm more of I've missed it. I'll just wait for the boat to come back to me. If it comes back to me, then I'll trade it, so to speak. Like today, hey, if I get the bounce play, I get it. You're already in such a good position to add, so I get why you would want to do what you're doing. But me, I'm not. I've missed the boat. So I've missed the boat. I've got to wait for the boat to come back to me. I'm not going to jump off the pier and start swimming after the boat. Does anyone do that? No. You see that in Goofy Dumb movies, and you're laughing at them, right? You see that in the Jim Carrey, Adam Sandler movies.
Yeah. Well, it is so funny when you're against the market. It does feel like a slapstick comedy. It's like you buy, they sell. You sell, they buy.
Yes.
You throw your hands up in defeat, walk away. Then the real move happens. It's very comical. Yes. I'm about to get filled on my first trim of MU here. This trade gave me a headache today. I was wrong, and I had to wait for it to come all the way back to VWAP there. So now I'm getting filled. There we go. All right. Woof. That was not fun. I just misread this. And
it's all good. Hey, that happens sometimes, and you have to and that's where the adapting and adjusting actually should come in, which we talk about this, where traders form a plan at first, and as soon as they get into it, then there's a new plan, and they form it. that should only happen on plays right here where you have a strategy, you stick to that strategy, and then you understand after you're in the play that strategy wasn't as good as it could have been, and now you adapt and adjust that play, and like you have, and now you're out of it, you've taken your gains, and now you just say, "Whew, like you, thank you." Please let's not do that next time we dance.
No, Josh, that would be the smart thing. I'm still holding 2/3 of this position, even though we just traded up into VWAP. So it's a learning experience. We're gonna see live whether this greed is going to pay off. I think that now
if it continues with the market, I think it does go up for sure. But that's the thing. Yeah. So
but I've made my bed and I will sleep in it. If this is wrong, I know where my risk is to the downside now that we have two higher lows.
Yeah. It's all good.
I always will say, do as I say, don't even do as I say. Listen to what I say. Consider it.
Yeah.
Maybe
Learn
consider what I do.
if you can.
I'm still new. I still get the snakeskin Randy FOMO some days. So
yeah,
that's what I'm beating out of my system with repetition here.
Yeah, no, I get. Yeah, no, yeah. It's that's the thing. I get that even with traders that even like yourself that become successful and even stay successful, they just have that in their nature as far as that's what they want to do. They want to continue to trade. They want to continue to add to plays or the chart or whatever it might be and stick to their game plan. And that's fine, but again, it all comes back to the risk that we talk about here on Trade the Pool all the time. Manage the risk management. If you have good risk management, then that's still going to be fine down the line of you continuing, to do that.
And that's really the thing. My ultimate risk management is always position sizing because the market's going to do unexpected things. Right. And I never think I'm going to get stopped out because otherwise I wouldn't take the trade, but you just always got to size for the contingencies. And then if you get some wild move, like the failure this morning, it took a stop out, but I was just waiting to get back in. I got in a little too early. And so I was fighting my way out, but just by never risking an amount of shares that could get me anywhere close to the max drawdown of the day, I can hold through a little bit of pain if I think there is going to be mean reversion. And this is something where trading shares is so much nicer than trading
options.
Like options, exactly. You just can't do that. You just can't do that.
Yeah. If I trade options, it's a quick move. It'd be like if I traded like MU, I want to crack of say, I don't know if it was pre-market low. We'll just say it was. Okay, it wasn't. We'll just say it was, and I love that flat. Let's say if it was flat bottom, regardless, I like it. Let's go for the short candlestick confirmation. We're in, and then I'm out. I mean, this is the move I want. I want a boom, boom, I'm out. 5-10 minutes, boom, I'm done. There's my good size move. Thank you, bye. Thank you. I'll see you next time. Exactly.
And that's so great to get in that mindset with options because I won't tell you don't trade options. I get the appeal, but these direct moves because it's all about what do options give me that other instruments don't. Because you're making a trade, you're trading off the safety, you're not fighting theta. So what's the upside? You get that gamma pop. Yeah. So when the market is working in your favor fast and those odds of the contract going in the money change rapidly, you get this massive push and then they can fade so fast. So you can get this, you're trading a 0DT on MU there, you get the breakdown, you're up like 50% or something in 3 minutes. Take the money. Take the money
and run.
Yeah, there you go. A statistic I always tell people is I think it's 85 or 90% of options contracts are destined to expire completely worthless. They are a premium collection tool, Yeah. Got a real good edge and pick your spot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, for sure. Kind of like I always say, like basketball, a lot of basketball players, they find their spot on the court, so they're the play maybe in their screen and how they're coming off a ball screen and roll will be to get them at that spot on the court, right?
Mm.
Get to your spot on the court and trade it.
And I love that because I always talk about the difference between an amateur trader and a professional trader is watching amateur traders trade. It's like watching little kids play soccer.
Right.
They see the ball go somewhere and they all run right towards it. The ball goes to the other side of the field. They all run back the other way. It's like you got the Benny Hill music. So professional traders, like you're saying, they're picking their spot. They're opening up places on the field. They're waiting for their move. They're getting it because, success is luck meets opportunity or luck meets preparation, So they're in the right spot and then it works out and they capitalize. So foresight, not reactivity. You got to adapt. But adapting is different than reacting or being reactive, I should say. Right. Like scared of every candle.
That emotion comes into play huge when we first start. 100%.
There's a guy who trades in a style that I think is kind of crazy, but I also kind of really respect it. And basically what he does is when he has really high confidence on a directional move, he literally will take a starter and then his strategy is buy every time it hurts me. Yeah. Whatever time it's working against me, but still holding my range, still holding in the zone, I'm going to buy a little more. And then whenever, I'm feeling good about it and we get the pop, I'll take that little bit off, and I'll do that to maintain until I have a cushion and we can get the move that I want. And I think that he's a little extreme with it, just like no stops, just, hey, it's hurting me, I'm going to buy some. That could go wrong pretty quick if you're, but the general idea of don't be scared of natural oscillations, I call it, let it wiggle, So the stock's got to wiggle it out. It's just what they do.
Still, I put the lines right here on the live stream. I think you're gonna get what you got in the SPY and Tesla here coming up soon. Oh, yeah. Little chop right here. I figure we're going to get a little channel coming in between this 53.15, 53 area and the 54.75 mark. Somewhere right through here. Mm-hmm. Going to be a little consolidation zone for a little bit. We got to, get over to the money show. So if we want to get that pulled up and rocking and rolling, I guess Kevin said I kind of showed you how to get that going.
Yeah, I do believe. So let me pull that link, and I think I just copy pasted in there. So give me 1 second.
You're good, boss. Yeah, I forgot about that. I sent it to myself and open it up.
Man, time's flying here. We just burned through this hour.
Yeah, that's what always happens. Yeah, I know. When me and Kevin get going, it'll be the same thing. I kind of start the hour and I look what time it is. The next thing you know, I look at the time again, like, whoa, hour's gone. Okay.
Absolutely. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. I got to check my message.
Again, any guys, call in questions for the day. Got to have you guys call in. We want to have you. We'll, of course, next week have the call-in show the day after Christmas. We'll talk about what was the worst Christmas. I'm just kidding. We can, though. But today will be what was, of course, your most memorable. What was your favorite Christmas gift growing up, or even just at all time? What was your most memorable Christmas gift? And stock-related term, being that it is the season of giving, what's the most you've ever given back on a trade? Got some horror stories out there I've heard throughout the years, and know some people, too, as well. Even people that have been stuck in T12 halts, which is very scary when it comes to small-cap plays, even if they turn themselves into mid-cap plays because of the price action and where they've gotten to. But some bad stories I've heard throughout the year. So I'll talk about a couple of the stories that I've heard, and then definitely my story of giving back some gains and where I wish I wouldn't have. But it's just all a learning lesson, too, if you stick around long enough into this, which, unfortunately I've heard the traders that have lost 200,000-300,000 and just they can't recover, because they keep trying. And luckily those people do have lots of money, but they've lost $200,000-300,000, and it's like they just don't get it. They're not going to get it. They're not really putting the right effort in, or the right strategies in, et cetera. So I've heard that I've heard that and seen that throughout the years. And that's one thing that, traders, it goes back to that contrarian mindset of it. This is this has to break out now, or this has to bounce now, or this has to reverse now. Those seem to be the ones in the end that definitely knock themselves. If there was like a tournament to trade, they would be the ones knocking themselves out of the tournament immediately because of that mindset, unfortunately.
Right. No, dead on. So Josh, for the call in here, are we going to be switching to that other room?
So we'll keep this one up, and then what we do is we just pull that one up too as well.
Okay. All right. Would you like me to pop out of here and try to set that up? This is a little new to me, but I think I know.
Yeah, I can do it too. I try to do it too as well. So essentially what we'll do is we open up the Google. I think he set it up.
Yeah, I have a link, and he told me where to drop it. So
and that's all you do. Yeah, and then you just let's see. We get the.
Let me trim this position here so I don't have to manage it too much.
And there we go. Got the call-in show graphic up for us. There we go.
Very nice.
And then you just drag and drop that and put it in the background, because that's where they'll hear the callers.
All right. Let me just double check, make sure I'm putting it in the right place here.
Hey, now you'll be able to fill in now anytime for the call-in show. See?
Yeah. You know who to call. That's my in here. All right. This is what I'm bad at. Any dead air, because my brain, I have bad ADD. So trying to do something and be entertaining, it's a struggle.
Dude, don't worry about it. Hey, don't worry. You have money in the Mitch. I'm Mr. Talker. I can keep. I love. Which I'm glad you filled in. I'm doing the morning alerts in the morning. Couldn't get to that WhatsApp message from all you guys quick enough, but I was like, I'll be fine by myself. Trust me. I can talk all day. I was a morning show host in radio. So the first morning show host was in radio, which I might have but mine was never as was obviously glorified in what he got to. But right out of college, I was a morning show host, and it was, instead of 4 hours, like a lot of morning shows are, it was 6 hours. So imagine 6 hours.
That's intense.
And I was by myself. I didn't have a co-host. I did get to play music, But oh yeah, it was one of those things where I was like, because I needed a job out of college. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, I took it, but I was like 6 hours. What? What?
That's grueling.
Yeah,
That
that's a
is-
long time by yourself.
That's a long time.
so Josh, I am not seeing a way. I am right clicking on the place and I see paste, but it's grayed out. So that's why I'm a little confused. Gonna keep messing around with this. I'm not sure how to get that to paste in there. I'm gonna reach out, see if Joe's around too.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, because I didn't do that in. That's why earlier when Kevin messaged me that, I was like, well, let me know if I need to figure out what you're doing, because I know all he's doing is somehow putting the Google Zoom Meet behind us, so to speak.
Yeah, I see is the item on the layers. That is the one that he circled. I am on the right one. It does have a paste option, but it's just grayed out. That's why I'm a little lost. Let me try clicking in here.
You're good. I see the whatever it says. Let's see here. And I'll try it now because I unlocked it. Did that work out? Maybe possibly.
Oh, let me try. No, sorry. Would have been nice.
Dang it.
So let me try joining this. Should I be joining the Google Meet link he sent?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Join that as well. Please wait until the meeting host brings you into the call. So are you the host, I'm guessing?
I'm not sure. Let's find out. So
because I know Kevin sent that to me, so I always have to wait for him to say. I always get this where it says "call in show." Please wait until a meeting host brings you into the call. This is where we needed Kevin. This instead of Kevin popping in earlier with his robe, this is where Kevin should have popped in for 1 minute.
now I don't want to bug him. No, he was great and offered to set this up. Before I thought that it was working because I saw the place to paste it, but now I don't have the ability to actually fill that in. Bear with me 1 sec. Meanwhile, is the market rolling on me? Yes, it is, of course.
Yeah, how to use call and show feature. So I see that where it says how to use call and show feature, and as even don't forget to connect the widget into the shared audio screen or whatever. Yeah. Joe, anybody want to help? It's all good though. Aussie chick, let's see understanding the. Oh yeah, for sure. Tack with always the good advice in chat. Tack. Oh, Joe, that's right, Florida Joe. There he is, the magician man. Joe, yeah, I don't. If you could come in and help us here, Joe, on the EV Mugs part of things here, possibly, maybe. I have
an alert going off in a window that I can't find too. So sorry, I'm trying to put out fires here.
I love it. No, this is the part of like live TV. I've been a part of this forever. We even like the call-in show, but the money show in Florida, where you're having technical difficulties. It's a part of going live. Sometimes you just have to deal with it and keep things flowing, keep things going. And holy Spy-NATO!
I
Do you
know.
notice? Whoa!
Because I didn't close.
What?
Taking a little bit of a stair step down there, but where are we going to find support?
Yeah.
That's the
What
question.
did anyone say anything? That's when I'm going over the news portion of things right now. No, nothing here as of recently.
Could be a little pressure release, but we're back into support here. I would hope. Sure would hope. Not seeing it
This
yet.
is the one thing about, which, again, trading, I've noticed this, like I've said, where you get this out of nowhere and then you're looking around, who said what
Yeah.
happened? And I'll have that on the live stream. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything right now. And you think you're going to get a stop at support. This thing could come all the way down to 76 at this point again. It's crazy. This whippy action here, just out of nowhere. Top of the hour, sell off, huge, bad.
So I got to look for a reclaim at where it broke out from, which is coming up here pretty fast.
Spy here team with the big pullback to ONDS. They're off that high of day. Nice, beautiful double top too on ONDS at 830 mark. All of the small cap tickers that I'm looking at are just absolutely just slow sauce right now. And it's going to be that way probably just so you guys know tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. It's been slow. This reminds me of that week leading into Thanksgiving. So those days leading into Thanksgiving, it was luckily we had SMX. We do remember SMX, but that didn't come until Wednesday, which is crazy enough to think about, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So the Wednesday before Thanksgiving luckily was a full day. This instance for Christmas, it's the day before that's a half day. So if you remember, Black Friday is the half day. Wednesday was a full day. So let SMX get to rocking and rolling. And that's what I'm putting my money on. If there is a money in the bag, we're going to be slow. It's going to be dead most likely. And then maybe next week we get a crazy Christmas Santa Claus gift rally of some sort. Not, of course, large caps, but for small caps where you get popping and rocking and rolling again.
Absolutely. No, I'm with you there. This is where I would be interested in seeing SPY start to bounce. So we'll see how that works. And still fighting with my with my Google Meets here. Let's see if I can figure this out. So it says, please wait until a meeting host brings me into the call. So I'm not the meeting host here. Do you have the link?
That was the link that Kevin gave. I'm going to text him and say, hey, since you created I was like, hey, to bother you, brother. Since you created this, the Google Meet, you're the host and you have to let us in the door. Oh man, that is hilarious. But yeah, so now we know that. And I had a feeling when he mailed that, and when he texted me, DM'd me that earlier or whatever, I had a feeling that I was like, well, he sent that. I was like, I wonder if, okay, I didn't think too heavy into it. Like, well, is he going to be the host? Does he have to let us in? And then, yeah, so it's all good.
Yeah, I'm just trying the same thing at this point.
One thing I want to get going here. How do we get this going? You have Steve below you, and it says your name is the last name, by the way, because I want to say it correctly. Is it Tillman?
Tileman. Thanks for asking.
I was wondering out of Tileman. Okay.
Tough German name.
Where in the heck is my little graphic banner at the bottom that says Josh Smith?
What's
I don't
the deal?
have one. I just realized that.
Liver?
Yeah, it just says nothing down there. It says I have an H for Hurley.
What in the world?
How do I get that? I need a graphic. Well, I need that. How to create that?
I want to hear what the people have to say. I want to give the people what they want.
Tomorrow's witching. Oh, is it triple quad witching there? Whatever now it is, triple witching, whatever quad. Is that tomorrow, Tack? That's tomorrow, huh? Thanks, you're in at 11:48, Derek. Oh, shorting AMCI. What is AMCI doing? I'll go ahead and look at AMCI.
AMCI, that's American superconductors, I think.
Yeah, that just ripped out of nowhere. That was a play we were looking at a couple of days ago. AMCI was crashed down yesterday, getting a little spike out of nowhere here today here. Did have news again yesterday morning. Boy, here SPY down to 76 here, looking like it possibly is coming. That's what I was saying. That looking all the way down to that bounce here is nutso.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it needs to hold in my book, and I would expect there to be buyers here. So what's the deal? If not, then yeah, we can get aired out. That would be pretty crazy.
Yeah. Here comes Joe. Joe's trying to come in now. Joe says, let me do a little work here. Let me see if I can figure something out. And the main thing, Joe, which I did text Kevin, and Kevin said he's looking into it. Let's see here. Try this link right here. Just sent me another link. So let's see if this link works good. Copy link. Go to email. I may have to send you this one too, possibly. I don't know. Maybe he'll send it to you. I think he maybe created another one for us, possibly, that he doesn't have to be the host.
Yeah, I just got that.
This call is open to anyone. Call in show. Please, it says please wait until a meeting host brings you into the call, though. I still got that.
Let me see if I join. It will let you in, perhaps.
I mean, I could always go create I could do it myself right now. I have my Google pulled up, so.
Okay,
there we go. There's Kevin. Kevin says I'm out of here. Got Stevens in chat. We got everybody in chat.
All right.
Steve, you're in. Steve, you're in. Cool.
Sorry, Kevin. I tried this on my laptop. I found the place to put it in, but I didn't actually try copying it in. Apologies there.
All right, let's get into this and take your time there. So we'll get into mine real quickly. All right. Horror stories. Boy, and that's so funny. Crow. Canada approving a luxury home tax. A luxury home now is 2,000 square feet. Wow. And they're going to tax you for it if your house is that big or higher. That's crazy. Oh, man, that's nuts. All right, so horror stories. yeah, going back to of course the AMC. I think it was AMC was the one that I heard one of his name. I've had him on this live stream, my live stream before. He's a good buddy of mine, but he's been kind of like a lot of people have a full time job and they try to trade here and there. But he wasn't in it. But one of his, he's a general manager at a car dealership. Of course, there's a lot of people at the car dealership, and you get to talking, so you got a lot of buddies up there, right? And then next thing you know, a lot of people are talking about stock trading. And so one of those guys that got in on that wave with the Reddit people in 2020, 2021. I think he, like I said, I want to say it was up like 80K. He was up like 80 or 100K. Let it come all the way back on down to where he locked up less than 10. It was in the single digits, right? And and that's, hey, you just get that wave. Now I've heard someone joined. Cool. Someone already joined. Are we here? So let's do this real quickly. Got it. We're already on the call-in show. All right. So who do we got on the show?
Hello.
There we go. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Welcome.
I was just looking to sit back and listen. All right. What do you can talk about on the show?
Well, just about anything, I believe. We take caller requests, and whatever you guys want to get into, we can. I think we're what's our topic for today? Our biggest losses, right? Our biggest givebacks.
Right.
Got any stories like that?
Makes sense. You got it there. Who do we have on the line with us today?
Sorry, you're cutting in and out, Mormon.
Oh no. Any better now? Just asking who we have on the line with us.
Can you hear us? Check. Mic 1, mic 2.
Yeah, I got you.
So
all right.
What would be the most you've ever given back on a game? The most you've ever given back. The most you've ever given back on a single trade. Maybe it was a swing trade, a day trade. What was the most you've given back on a trade before?
Too much. I don't want to say. Many thousands.
Many thousands.
Well, hopefully did you learn from it?
Continuing to learn.
That's the spirit.
Says they can't hear him there. So do we have it? So Derek, thank you, Derek. We're still working on it here. We do have a caller on the line. Thank you, Steve. And Joe, I don't know if Kevin's still been able to. I don't know if Kevin's come in yet or not. But for whatever reason, they can't hear him.
I can try pasting that link again. Maybe
on the live stream. So I don't know if there's a way to put that again. Did we put it? I guess put it in the background. Have you done that yet? Did you figure that out, Steve?
It still is giving me the grayed out paste box. I'm just a little out of my element here. Apologies. Yeah, nowhere for me to paste this that I can see, unless I'm adding a new layer completely. But that's not what I was told there.
Well, Steve always you kind of keep working on no rush.
Yeah.
Figure it out. All right. So then what would be your there we go. Now we're down. All right. So Kevin's gone. Kevin's all right. Oh, the hunger home. He hung up. He saw it. He's like, what are we talking about today? And again,
All right, I'm going to give it a quick restart here.
No, you're good. Yeah. So again, call in show 617-675-4444. You can always type it out the chat and we'll read it. That's going to be how my urine confessional is going to be. We'll read it out loud. So just, if you don't want to call in and tell us that, you don't have to. But again, just learning from that. What's the most you've ever given back on a trade? Have you ever given back? And it's for me, again, and I've heard that from 5,000 to 20,000 to 80,000. The most I've ever given back on a trade that I was ever up. Usually, typically, that's what you're thinking about, a trade that you're up on that you give back gains, or just generally you just don't have a stop loss and you give your gains away. Done that before. I think we all know about my $1,000 loss that I talk about quite a bit. But giving back gains have been there too before, many a time. But luckily, throughout the years, I've only really had one or two where it was memorable that I just didn't lock in the gains. And generally, for most people, for myself, it was I'd never would hold long enough. I was the most timid trader. I think I say the most, a lot. I say the most, but there's that big boat early on where traders, when they get into a trade, whether it's long or short, and they're in the green, you don't hold that long. You're in it 10 cents, 15 cents, take the profit. Oh, I'm in the grip. It's coming back against me. You take the profit. That's what a lot of traders do for the most part early on. It's you don't hold long enough. And I had to get over that. And I went to luckily paper trading at first to somewhat help me out, staying in trades longer and seeing my plays go to fruition. But then it was a whole different ballpark when it was real time, real money, right? Your own broker. And so the most I've ever usually given back was only a few hundred, because there's that other side of that I did want to talk about. I just never held long enough, would be in trades for less than a minute. It felt like I was in the trade for an hour. I'd be in the trade for 2 or 3 minutes. It felt like I was in the trade for 2 or 3 hours. It's just like, oh my God, emotional roller coaster there. That was my unfortunate back. That was what set me back at first. That was very, and of course comes back to the mental side of things. And I know Tack, whoever said earlier, you got to get to that. We've always talked about getting to that robotic side of things. That's huge. Absolutely huge. If you can get your mind to, get to that mindset of where you're not the mental state there of the humanized part of what you are doing. Again, Michael Knox talks about this all the time. We're not born and kind of trained and raised to do this as a stock trader. So that's it for me. I just never could stay in a trade long enough to give back gains. And so really what I didn't give back was just me not being in trades long enough, and trusting the chart that I did see, because that's what it was. You didn't trust what you were seeing. You weren't testing and back testing and journaling and going over your trades day in, day out. And then that led me to becoming more successful, because I was going over my trades more often and understanding that I need to stop doing certain things. And there were certain things that I had an edge at that I could probably make even better and sharpen that edge, so to speak. So, which to me was just bounce plays at first. I was pretty much terrible at all other strategies, which we'll get into on Monday. Of course, that live trade event that we have, the live event on Monday all day long with the fivers. There you go, baby.
Sorry about that.
You're good. Steve's working it over here. We're working it still.
I'm doing something all right.
Yeah. No. I love it, dude. I love it. I think Kevin's even tried to join in and help us out over here.
Kevin's a saint. Poor guy's sick.
It's all good. But yeah, that was the key for me at first, was I just never ever could hold long enough. And that taught me, the more I did it, start trusting myself and let the chart work itself out, find the area of support and resistance, etc. You got to find those areas and trade them. But for me, I just couldn't hold long enough. And I think you're hearing all those stories too, which I did throughout the years, of a lot of traders blowing their accounts. And, how many of accounts have you blown? And I'm like, well, I haven't ever blown one. This is great. So that definitely, I think Kevin's got it in. Kevin is sharing the screen now. So I think that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to share. Is that what it is, Kevin? If you can text me if you're listening. We just need to get the Google Zoom meet and you just share that screen, essentially.
Okay, I'm almost there, boys. I think we're going to get this. I apologize.
You're all good.
I have the technological skills of your grandma.
Oh, Granny. Oh, Granny over there. All right, Granny. It's all good. It's us figuring this out has been a journey. First we were trying to do it with Zoom, and now here with Google Meets, and we finally kind of got it figured out. But it's still it's not like, again, like when we're at a radio station, it's very easy to get everything set up for that. When you're trying to stream live, then have someone call in to a number, there's a lot going on. Favorite gift though, as a kid, we can't hear him. Josh, your mic isn't good. I can't hear Steve, but not Josh. Let's see here. You should be able to hear me. You can hear me? Okay, better now. Okay. Hello, everybody. We're good, right? Are we good to go? Let me know that I'm good to go. Just making sure that I'm good to go. Because I've seen my mic on the whole time here, and I've got levels on my EV mug. So just making sure you guys have heard me. I'm thinking so, though. I'm thinking so. I just want to make sure you guys have heard me being a wussy and not hold. But I work with a lot of traders, and I hear that so much. Where they're holding trades for 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 2 minutes. 10-cent trade, 50-cent trade, 30-cent trade, 5-cent trade. They're not getting a big portion of it. Now, again, at first, that's fine. We're just trying to get pieces of the pie. As always, don't be, mad at yourself and throw fits and get frustrated because you're not getting the whole piece. Say Tesla runs to 500 a day and you didn't get a piece of it. That's all right. There's going to be other days where you're going to get a nice, good breakout, or the play goes from 5 to 50 and I could have made this much. You're going to see many more of those. That's a bad thing to do, so to speak. So that's stuff I did early on. And then just going back to just giving back stuff. I just never gave anything back. So it just wasn't in trades long enough because I was too scared to stay in a trade. Too scared. And then my most memorable, I'll say my most memorable Christmas gift ever. I've got two because one's kind of funny and one's kind of funny. Favorite one ever, they try to do Christmas Story. So hopefully all guys have seen A Christmas Story. I'll go 3. So hopefully you guys have seen Christmas Story with the BB gun, Red Ryder BB gun. Yeah, you're going to shoot your eye out, and the kid goes up and goes to Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho. That whole movie, right? Ralphie. Guy gets, the tongue stuck to the frozen pole. I hope to gosh, it's played every year at Christmas. A little played out at this point, but I loved it as a kid. Well, my parents and, my dad being, got to pull that, got to try to pull that off at some point in time. Yeah, the Schwinn bicycle with banana seat. Yeah, baby. That's nice. Schwinn bicycle with banana seat. Love it. Well, mine was a set of golf clubs. My dad, the presents were done. We were done. Merlin, lay down. Merlin, lay down. Merlin, lay down. Merlin, lay down. Lay down, big old head. But presents were done. Everything was, you're done. Like the movie Christmas Story. And it's crazy because somehow I didn't catch it and see them. But kind of around the corner and hidden behind the couch were the golf clubs. And Dad he just couldn't wait. I can't imagine, a dad. But he was like, "Oh, you forgot something, son." I'm like, "What? What do you mean?" And he kind of then points over there to where it'd be at. And I was like, "Oh, shit, there is something over there." And he'd go over there and it's the golf clubs. I got my first, I was like 12 years old, 11 years old. And I'd been really wanting to get a golf set. And they were hidden around the corner, Christmas Story, and had the little, it was cool. It was really cool, really cool. And then on top of that, the other favorite one which was around that same time. Hell, it may have been maybe the same year. It's close to it. My Uncle Joey stepped up to the plate. He's that Uncle Rico. He's that uncle essentially that's like that uncle, drunkle, so to speak. And what does old drunkle get me? Oh, he gets me a BB gun. I'll never forget opening the present. And my parents both, especially my mom, like kind of gives like they both look like, what? Oh no, you got him a BB gun? And I was like, yeah, I got a BB gun. I was so pumped. That was one of the most, and it was unexpected because and even my parents were like, you got him a BB gun, Uncle? And he's like, yeah, he'll be fine. Oh, he'll be good. Just let him go out there and practice with it. Those are my two probably most memorable presents. There are some other ones in there, but those are probably the two most memorable ones. Some I didn't get as a kid. I always wanted one of those big wheel. What were they called? Big wheels, not Hot Wheels, but oh gosh, the things that you could get in and drive. Like they had a monster truck one. They'd have like a Corvette one. Point being, we have one now. We got one for our dogs. Brody, one of our he turned 16 a couple years ago, so we got him. The ones that you can drive, the big wheels, or I think they're called big wheels, whatever the heck they're called. They're batteryized. You get the monster truck back in there, the Corvette or the little Barbie, whatever, vet and Jeep or whatever. But we have a purple Jeep Wrangler now. It was one I always wanted as a kid, never got. You go to your friend's house, you drive that thing around in the lawn. It was always so cool. I think the other big one early on too for me was getting gaming system when I got my Sega Genesis or when I got the Nintendo 64. That was always really fun too as a kid. But the one funny one, I say funny one because you'd think I don't have anything Avery's gotten me good gifts, but actually the coolest gift I've ever gotten from like your girlfriend, right, significant other, was the ex right before Avery. So the ex right before Avery that I was with got me this. So her dad and her framed that right there. So I wasn't expecting it. It's surprised the hell out of me is my point. I didn't even realize how good she was. She actually went into my closet while we were together. And I'm like, when did you do that? She went into my closet and actually got the John Elway jersey out herself, took it out. Her and her dad made the frame itself. And then I'll never forget her getting a group of people together. And I was like, what are these people getting together for? And she wanted to surprise me with it. And I was just like mind blown because just how I wasn't expecting it. When did you get the jersey out of my closet? It took a lot of thought and a lot of work. So that was one of the other cool surprises, memorable gifts throughout the years. Cause I was like, how did you get the jersey? I guess, what? Steve, you figured it out yet, bro? Oh, Steve, you're muted on EV Mux.
It's just always something. I've my attention skills here are getting tested to the limit. I'm doing my best. Apologies.
Slip and Slide. Oh, Slip and Slide was good. Slip and Slide. That's a good one back in the day. Uncle Rico. Yeah. Well, I say hopefully, but hopefully I say, it's just fun to have those kind of family members around. Uncle Eddie or cousin Eddie, I should say, cousin Eddie, right from family from a Christmas Vacation. Hopefully, you all have seen Christmas Vacation. That's my favorite Christmas movie. I absolutely love it. Oh, there's a lot of great Christmas movies, but yeah, any of the vacation movies, of course, I think they all consist of having cousin Eddie in there. But yeah, that cousin, that uncle, so to speak, oh, those are the best. Kids on Big Wheels. Yeah, Big Wheels in my old hood. Yeah, we're a gang of kids. We're a gang of kids. Yeah. They probably stole the Big Wheels from other kids that had, the rich kids or whatever. But yeah, no, that was always one I wanted as a kid. Oh, I remember Super Soakers. That was huge and Nerf guns and Super Soakers. So remember the water gun, Super Soaker, like Super Soaker 350, Super Soaker 5000 or whatever. Though I remember those as a kid, and I got a couple of those. Love those, and then love the Nerf guns. Nerf was huge when I in the night. Of course, I think it's still big and relative, but Nerf guns were huge in the 90s too. See pump action, the old pump action BB gun. There we go, baby. Paul knows all about it. Oh, Paul, I'm not kidding you. And one of the cooler stories, I love animals, so it's kind of like sad. I have to bring this up though, because it's like, how'd I do it? Going over, my dad took me over to one of his buddy's house that owned land, had a lake, had a few acres, brought the BB gun with me. Cause I'll shoot a bird or something. Well, sure enough. And I mean, I wish I could call. I had my dad in the call-in show, or call Gordon Gondek, the guy that was at the house of. There was a bird. I mean, this bird was. I'm a kid, so it's hard for me. I'm sure exaggerating, but it seemed to be about 50-ish yards away. It's a good 50 yard. It's a good distance away, and I just threw a shot up there, and bird came right out of the tree, right down to the ground. And I literally have a picture to this day, but we have a picture. We're in a Colorado Rockies shirt or jersey too. I remember that. And I'm barely holding this bird. I felt so bad, Steve. I felt so bad holding the by its tail, like upside down. Like I killed something. That was the only time I've ever hunted, and the last time I'll ever hunt my life.
Well, I guess it makes sense, your whole love for animals.
Yeah.
So I guess you got me back here, Josh.
We're good.
So I think we're all set here. I think we're good to go.
All right. Yeah. If anyone wants to call in now, call right on in. Again, the call-in show number is up there for you guys. Call in 617-675-4444. 617-675-4444. Yeah, so kind of back end story to that BB gun. I never shot it. It would always be just goofy stuff for setting up targets. But that was like, I did that once, and I was so impressed. I was like, yeah, you're like, I can't believe I did it, and wow, this is the. And then the realization when you walk up to the bird and it's dead, and then you're like. Yeah, and then you're like, oh, take a picture with it. And your dad's like kind of proud, and I'm like, and he's with his friend and his buddy, and I'm like, yeah, I guess. Even in the picture, you can tell I'm just like not that happy to hold this bird up. I was like, I'm done. But yeah.
Sorry, how old were you again?
I was probably about, I would say around 11 or 12, somewhere right around there, 11 or 12.
Yeah. I feel like kids that age, they have the urge to shoot things, but like you're still a kid,
Yeah.
Then you see that's like, I did that. Yeah, that's got to be intense.
Oh yeah. Oh, Jason, Optimus Prime, of course. Can't really see my lights off today, but right here in the background, not that turning the light on is going to help anything. But that all back there, nothing but pretty much Transformers. There's other memorabilia back there too as well. But yeah, that was hey, me and Optimus Prime and Transformers. That was definitely another big one. I can't remember it. I remember it getting stolen. So then back to that. I don't remember when I got the Optimus Prime, but I was an only child. I have a half brother, but he was one of the family members born in Colorado. But anyway, I have the half brother. And so I was never really around a lot of kids, but I was always taught to share. And I've always been a big sharer. Even though I was the only kid, I love to share. And I'll never forget going to my daycare back in the day. And, this is like when I'm like 3, this is in the 80s. I was born in 84. So this is still in the 80s. This is like a newer toy of mine. I'm only like 4-ish years old or so, 4 or 5. And I'll never forget my Optimus Prime being stolen. Like I let it out to, to outside to play one day with everybody. And of course, and then next thing you know, it's the end of playtime outside, recess or whatever. And I'm like, where's Optimus Prime? And no one can find it. No one wants to say they took it. And I'm like, I'm crying and bawling.
That's so sad. Yeah. The image in my head, it's like, I shouldn't laugh. This is a traumatic moment for you, but just the image of somebody just in despair. Optimus, where are you?
Yeah. Just like, where are you at? And just being so
Forsaken me.
sad. Yeah, I got another one. Thankfully, down the years, my mom got me another one. But yeah, I was like, oh, mom, what? Yeah, it was fun. That was one of the worst as a kid.
Really quick, looks like we're getting a little bottoming action on the market, so I'm trying a little long here. But
You're good. No, you're good. Yeah, I have a feeling we'd see a reversal. That crazy reversal back on down to new low of day, and now here we go right back on up.
what's the deal? Now I've got to entertain a potential rejection like halfway up this rally just
Yeah,
because we lost the lows.
right.
But it'll be interesting. So in terms of that story just unlocked a core memory for me of the tragic incident of my my what fourth grade Mies Blastoise that I got I don't know, it got lost somehow, and
Huh.
I will never get over that feeling. I still, thinking back, it's a little bit of a pang in my heart. It's funny how that happens as a kid. Those things
Right.
stick
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that stuff it sticks with you for sure. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. It's funny though. And you just were like, why do you, and just how you remember it so vividly, and like, wow, that definitely must have stuck out as a kid. I can't imagine how I was feeling back then if I still remember it now.
I think it taught me not to trust everybody. I think that was the first
Yeah.
time I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I can't just let people look at cards and not keep track of them.
Yes.
So whoever has that Blastoise, I hope you're doing okay. I hope you regret it though.
Yeah. Oh man, Kevin's texting here as you're the master of talking through us. There we go. Cool. Making sure we're all good to go. Good to someone join. Cool. That we're all good. I mean, there we go.
Kevin's the man. Thanks again for
Yeah,
that.
yeah, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, as like I said, being sick and stuff and helping us out a little bit. So we're ready to rock and roll. Call us in, team. Got the call-in show ready to rock and roll. Tell us, what is the most you've given back in a trade? How much were you up? 800 and only took. And I've got that where you were up 800, and I've had you're up 800 and you lost 800, even though you were up 800. So talk about that. Did you learn from it? Was it a moment that stuck to you, like we were just talking about, kind of ingrained in your brain from memory, and you've learned from it? Or is it something that you still struggle with? And we have to get in this too as well. For yourself, what was, and of course your story for the most you're giving back, and then what was your favorite, most memorable present as a kid, Steve?
That's a tough one. It all comes back to Pokemon for me now that I think about it. When I was 5 or 6, I got a special edition Game Boy Color with the little yellow front and the Pikachu on it, and Pokemon Yellow, and that came with me everywhere I went for a good year probably. So all of our nerdy backstories, they start somewhere, and I used to love min-maxing my parties back in Pokemon, and now I just take that same energy and I put it into trading.
Yeah,
so that's got to be the one that jumps out.
That was huge back in the day. I mean, that was massive. I mean, even to now, where Pokemon Go got huge there a couple years ago.
Pokemon Go to the polls. Yeah, it was a cultural phenomenon. That was wild.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's just crazy how that can grasp and then go get global so quickly like that. It's like it's cool. Definitely. Cool.
You want to hear a crazy stat about Pokemon? I believe Pokemon investors on average have outperformed the market in like the past 10-15 years.
Wow,
that's pretty wild.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's like those people that I've seen, they go to I've seen recently where they go to Targets or Walmarts, and they're like, this one guy brought a scale because I guess he's looking for a certain card that weighs a certain amount. Yeah, and I saw that, and like, this should be illegal. They shouldn't be doing that. Or there was one at Walmart where a guy came in. You could tell the manager of the store kind of had something to do with it. And he was letting them buy every single box. Like, they weren't letting anyone else buy any packages. Like, they just came in and bought the whole, like, right when those cards came. I forgot anyway, but yeah, I'm like, God. Yeah, they're so valuable. I mean, it's crazy because I collected cards as a kid that was more sports cards collecting, and of course those still have value, but have lost some throughout the years, and some still have value. But yeah, it's just to see those trading cards throughout the years grow as they have is really cool for sure. Because you never would have thought. Yeah, I had X-Men cards back in the day, but they didn't grow nothing to where like Pokemon cards grow too. But you always had kind of those action cards like Pokemon, but I never would have thought we would have gotten that. Smoke Tuna.
Hey.
Today. What's up, Smoke? Can you hear Smoke Tuna?
Yeah.
Welcome. Yes, sir. I can. Sounded good. How you doing?
It's a bit delayed. Let me try again.
good in the hood. All good in the hood.
Yeah, and markets they're resilient up on this bounce. We
Yeah.
got a little sweep up of that first try, so we have some bottoming structure here. It is a lower high, so or lower low.
Don't forget to turn off your mic when you do call.
Oh yeah, I'm hearing the echo. And Derek's saying we can't hear the caller here.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting to hear. I haven't heard anything. 817 number 817. Where you at? Who you at? Who do we have on the line today with us?
Is that me? Okay. All right. You want to talk about the worst loss you ever had?
Yes, sir.
I had just taken some money out of my brokerage and left a little over 2,500 in there. The next day, my power went out.
Oh,
and,
no.
By the time I got a hold of my broker, the account was zero. I lost over $2,500 that one morning. And now I have one of those little boxes that gives you a little bit extra time if power goes out. But a worthwhile investment.
I got a few of those too as well. Yeah, I'm gonna get a generator for my next house, the house that we're building at. Because that's one of the worst things that can happen is you're in a trade and then boom, power goes out and then you can't do anything about it.
It's such a heart drop moment. I've experienced this.
Yeah. Because if it happened early on, a couple years before, where the power went out and I heard a couple of guys outside my window talking. And I ran outside there, and it was these idiots from the power company switching out the meter. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? The guys are like, oh, I tried to knock on the door. I'm like, hell, you did. My dog's laying right there. If you want to say something, but he's like, yeah, you think I would learn, but I've learned now after losing $2,500.
Yeah.
Well, that's such a tough lesson.
$2,500 is a quick way to learn right there, and then never have that happen again.
It's brutal because there's nothing you could have really done there either.
Chris, did you learn from it? I'm guessing you learned from it, right?
Oh, yeah.
One and done right there. So listen.
Oh, did I just lose you, Josh? Sounded like your audio cut out a little bit. Well, folks, it looks like Josh is having a little bit of connectivity problems, which means you might not be able to hear me either.
Boom! I can hear you. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, awesome. And now I got you back.
I was going back and forth between my mic. There's Smoke tuning now, so Smoke should be back. But the guy dropped off the call. I was asking about his most memorable present, and then he muted his mic, and I'm like, "Don't mute your mic." And then he dropped it. But hey, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I like that's a good phone call. What's up, Smoke tuning? We got you back. Smoke, you there? Smokey. There we go.
What's going on?
Hanging out. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the audio today is not that good.
I hear you just fine, so I can hear you just fine. So I don't know if what the back end of things are here. We're trying to get this worked out for us, but I can hear you just fine. It sounds good on my end. You do anyway.
Yeah, same.
So talk about it. Smoky Smoke Man, what's the most you've ever given back? What's the most you've given back on a game? What's the most you've given back, my man?
Apparently the audio isn't coming through for people on here.
There's a huge delay in the audio, so
that's unfortunate.
You're good. I would say the only thing I would say was just keep your if you're listening to us on the Google Meet, just have the Google Meet or the live stream up, either one of them. Yeah. So if you either have the live stream up, keep listening there, or if you want to pause it, you just listen to us on the Google Meet, whichever one you want to use. Just use one of them.
And Josh, I can try.
Be a delay on the audio.
Yeah, I can try re-hosting this stream and seeing if I can pump in audio too. Because if they're not hearing anything, I'm worried that might be what's going on.
Could be.
All right, let me give that a swing here.
now it's all right.
All right, we'll get this right back up. Oh, well, I'm a little scared to potentially mess something up more.
Hey, no, we're good. We're good.
All right.
I can hear you.
Cool.
Smoke, most of you back on a game.
I don't remember. I mean the stock, but I think it was maybe 2 years ago, or one or 2 years ago. It was post market after hours, right? So there was a medical, some biotech company that had the earnings call, and I saw the stock pop up, so I get it, and I was like almost like 100% on the stock, and I held it for a while, and I think they said something in the call, during the call, it dropped completely to the floor. You cannot do anything, man. Like it just the drop was so huge, humongous. So yeah, I don't remember. I think I had like something like 700 gain. So everything.
Okay. But it happens to all of us, It's one of those things where you're gonna, and you have to learn from it. And that's the thing where the traders, the faster you can learn from that, the faster you adapt and don't let that happen anymore. And go back and learn exactly what happened. So maybe take the opposite side of that trade. Whether it goes back, you can start to trade the other side of it. But yeah, it's good to hear that it isn't hundreds of thousands or 20,000 or 50,000. But we have those traders, and those are the horror stories that you hear about. Those traders that are in stocks that usually to the long side, that keeps going up and up, and they just don't take the gains, and they want a little bit more, or whatever it might be, and then next thing it's right back to where you got in.
You also see a lot of. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. Like sometimes you just have that impatience, and you just want to hold on for a while, and then you feel like how much loser you are that you never took the gains.
Yeah.
You had so much gain and you never took it. So yeah, I mean because it was like after hours, I was like it could even go on for the next day. So like wanted to hold half, but you even take half. Right. So yeah, it happens. So, yeah, I mean the market is very, very dynamic. Like you have to take the gains. Like if you don't, I mean, it's tough to get some gains. If you have some gains, take the gains. That should be always the case. It's a tough environment. Like everyone is fighting to take gains on either side, even as a bear or you're fighting the market. And it's everyone says like the market manipulated. I mean, it has to be manipulated. That's the only way you can get people to cut. Someone will there will be a lot of not a lot of winners, but there will always be like winners and losers. But most of them will lose. That's how even the casino works. The only way the market can function is by being unpredictable. So we can all make all the predictions, but can always be proven wrong every time.
Absolutely. So, all probabilities, right? So even an A+ setup for me is still 20% of the time it's going to fail. So totally with you there.
I will say, Smoke Tuna, can you hear Steve?
No.
Oh,
Steve, unmute yourself on the Google Meet. Unmute yourself on the Google Meet.
Oh, I am incredibly smart. Hey, Tuna, good to meet you. Sorry about that.
I thought there was a delay in the audio.
You're good.
Just a delay between my ears, brother. That's all.
Oh, we're good. We're good. All right. So, Smoke Tuna, what's the most memorable, Christmas gift you ever got?
I don't know, some jackets. I mean, nothing really memorable.
Nothing. That's all right. Well, okay. Well, what is it you always wanted, and we're gonna get it for you? Well, you want a tank?
Oh.
You want a jet?
We know what you want, Josh. Right there.
Josh, we got a dog here. Do you want?
He's trying to make a trade.
Oh, I love it. Don't be doing that. I'm like, no, you need to take that dog and take care of that.
That's my wife's dog. We lived in a French island near the Pacific.
Okay.
Brought it all the way to France. Like 3 days of almost 2 days of shipping. Brought it here, and now like because like we live in an indoor. I mean, I'm like I hear the dog walking on the floor, and like I can't take this.
The chick,
out, right?
yeah.
So I'm always telling to my wife that like I need to auction this dog.
Josh is in.
She loved it. She got it when he was a baby.
No.
Well, you take care of that baby. You hear me? Come on, man.
I see you have like 14 dogs.
Yeah, we've got a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, then they all get along. They're all real good too. So it's definitely a nice harmony pack. But yeah, it can be some work for sure. And I know I've got people that have, it seems like 1 or 2 dogs, and they're more of a handful than all 14 of ours put together. But it's all good. Hey, and yeah, if there's ever a time that you guys can't truly have the dog, then reach out to me. Okay.
What a guy. He just can't say no, and
Exactly.
that just reminds me of my mom. Like she's encountered like 6 stray animals in her life, and we own all of them now. So
Right.
Can't let them go cold.
Thank you.
I'll leave the floor for the others to call.
Yeah. No, appreciate you, brother. Yes,
Thanks,
appreciate you.
Enjoy, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Good stuff. So here we got to go back on the feed here. Josh, are you a music producer? I noticed the plaques. No, like I said, my dad was you may have missed it earlier. My dad was a morning show host in radio. So that would be a plaque where, if I can show let me make sure I'm pointing at the right area here. So this plaque right here is Journey. This one right here is Duran Duran. This one right here is Bryan Adams. And this one, gold album, is the Hooters. So Hooters, Bryan Adams, Duran Duran, and a Journey album. Of course, you know what platinum albums probably are. That's essentially to say, hey, you've sold 1 million albums. And so what they would do was send it to the radio stations that had a lot of big play into that. So when those albums went to either gold, which is 500,000 sold, or 1 million albums sold, the platinum ones, they would send those to those radio stations that actually, and there's a lot more. My parents have a ton of, my dad does. And I was just trying to find, I had actually the Journey one I've had since college. I took it to college thinking it'd be cool to like put on the college dorm or whatever, let me take this one. So it's kind of been through the ringer. But yeah, so no, my dad was just a morning show host, and I just thought they'd be cool in the background. I do have, of course, and I actually have helped somewhat produce, you can see the area of the music back here. I do have that. Dallas School of Music. Look up Legacy Music Group. My buddy, his name is Matthew Medlock, and he's helped do stuff for Post Malone. So that's
wow.
pretty big. Yeah, pretty big.
Very
Who do we
cool.
have on the line? Who do we have on the line?
I think I'm in. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Welcome.
Got you.
Doing well.
How you doing today, brother?
Same old, just on the grind.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Speaking of, let's get right to it. Yeah, what's the most you've ever given back?
So it was must have been the beginning of 2022. So I've been about a year into trading at that point, and it was TOPS, TOPS.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a great shipping company. They're chronic diluters,
Mhm.
right? But just like ships.
Oh yeah.
These great shipping companies. So, I think they did a reverse flip, like something crazy. It was like, in at 70 to 80 cents, and like it opens up on a reverse split at like 12, 13 plus. And I was this isn't nowhere near my biggest loss, but it was both devastating loss. And so I can sustain losses like this right now as a scale. So like at that time, for my account scale, that was very, very devastating. Because I put in a whole year of work. And then, I think I bought this thing at $12. And then I bag held for like 6 months. So I bought at $12, I bought a 10K share position at the time. $3, right? So this is so devastating as a loss, especially because I'm like relatively new. I did really well in 2021. And then right at the beginning of 2022, I just like gave it all back, all of my 2021 gain. And the thing is, so I bagged out for like 6 months too, sitting and waiting on the dream that one day it might come back. Now, go on the history of TOPS of how much they diluted. The stock actually has 4 trillion value. Like that's what the price of for. Look it up, Pops. Like it's worth watching this one.
It's insane.
This is a special case here. This is just tough medicine to swallow. Alright, like, and so they continue dilution. Well, $4 trillion. If you see the chart, we go all the way back.
This is a new contender. I thought Mullen Automotives was the worst diluter. Well, thanks, I guess. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but...
Why, you know, I mean, I think it was good, though, because relatively new trading, and then I had to move size down because it did so well in 2021. And then 2022, I got stuck angry because I got overly confident. And so it still sticks with me today with what I've learned in terms of my next trade. Like, I can't be going in this big, right? So I shied down significantly. And on these small caps and these 10 stocks and these, like, you know, crazy small caps, like high flyers, I stopped shiving into them large. Like, I would in swing trades and stuff like Tesla and Nvidia. You know what I mean? I would shive, but not in small caps, right? And so, like, because one trade, like, that took away a whole year, right, of my life.
Yeah.
And mind you, like, I look back at it today, probably the best thing that ever happened to me, because it's forced me to learn the craft of psychology and the trading in terms of, you know, taking profit when you have it. Because at one point, the trade was greedy, right? Like I was up to get money on it. And then it goes down a little bit. And then it goes down a little bit. And it goes down a little bit. And I held overnight. And it crashed like another 30%.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, oh, there's going to be a bounce, right? There's no bounce ever came. This is Mariana's Hemisphere.
Oh, jeez.
Like, the deepest hole on the planet. It's just a hole that just keeps going deeper. And it did. And so, like, I learned a lot from that experience because, you know, I was just like, you know what, more about even getting big wins. So, like, you know, my next trade, I'm maximum going in these things like $5,000. I'm looking for a 10% trade, I'm 10% profit. I'll take my $500. And I'll do that 3 times a day.
Yeah.
And just really, really sticking to that. And those are like skills and lessons that stuck with me till this day.
Yeah.
Like, I take profit. Like, I don't really care. I guess, you know, I'll take profit. So that's not the biggest loss because I think in total it was something like a $56,000 loss, right? Like today, I mean, if it happens, I'm not going to. That's not too much, right? Like, but at the same time, like back then, it was just completely devastating, like life crushing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, during that time where I was bank holding for months and months and months, I kept refining, and you know, I mean, I was thinking about it. You know, I was playing with smaller capital at that point because it took up a lot of it. And so I realized I had to rebuild and just be happy with like say $200, $500 trade as my profit, you know, my profit expectation, and then just work it up from there. Of course, you know, we went through that whole bull market like 2022 or bear market, sorry, and then things start turning around, and so you know, all said and done, things came out okay, and that's probably the case in trading. It's not doesn't really happen that way in a lot of cases. And so it was a good lesson. You know, at the time it was very devastating, and I think that it caused me to think back, like, do I like doing this, and how much do I like it? And you know, I love trading, and so it just like it helped me to slow down. I think like that's the main thing is just like slow down, take small gains every day, basic, and you know, inch by inch, you know, you're gonna get there. And stop trying to get rich overnight. And as soon as I stopped trying to get rich, I started to get rich. Like,
yeah.
Funny enough.
That's how it goes. That's beautiful, man. It's really a great story of resilience and sticking with it.
Yeah, so I still have copies of ESP with the XP, but I just see a pop up from top gamers. I'm like, no,
Love it, bub. Good information. Good information. A lot of traders I know out there are probably feeling the pain you went through, and then of course, hopefully can learn from that like you did and become. Stop trying to get rich, and then you become rich. Actually, wow, it slowly but surely happens. Good. All right, so come on. What's your most memorable Christmas gift?
Go ahead.
Well, so what's your most? What we got to get to the next part of it. What's your most memorable Christmas gift?
It was a wah pedal, so I played guitar, and my parents got me a Jimi Hendrix wah pedal, so I could finally play Movie Child. It's a sound effect pedal that you can play.
Yeah.
Love it.
So I felt like the coolest kid in the world, and then we had the battle of the band in high school, and I played that song, Movie Child, right? So that was great.
That's awesome.
Great.
Awesome.
That's my favorite guitarist ever, and loved him. He fell in love with him about 8th grade. I think it was 8th, 9th grade. Of course, I was born in 84, so this is about 98, 99. I'm falling in love with like Leonard Skinner. My dad, of course, like I've talked about. Yeah, the rock and roll, station that he worked for. So I was just introduced to all that music, and that kind of gives me goosebumps because I wanted to. I never did play guitar. I did play a little piano, but yeah, that was as soon as you said that pedal, I knew exactly what you were talking about and what sound you were wanting to make. And yeah, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, thanks, fellas. Great call. Appreciate your work, and always insightful.
Awesome, bro. No crow. We got to come up with these little. We have to do the crow from Lost Boys or the from Hook. Hopefully you guys have seen Hook with Robin Williams and the Lost Boys, and they do that little crow.
Oh yeah.
I need to giving you a little crow, brother. I love it. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. My Lost.
Thanks, gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
You too, brother. Take care.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I didn't realize that was the crow until the end there. Awesome. Yep. Putting a voice to the name.
There you go. Yeah. Exactly. Hopefully you guys can hear at least somewhat of them in the audio and the issues today. We've done good. I think we worked our way to the top of the hour pretty nicely right there. So again, Joe for coming over and helping, and Kevin as well. Thank you. Saline Girl, Derek for coming over today. Jose for coming on over. Paul from earlier. Ingrid, of course. The Crow calling in. Lion, Attack, Jason, Other Cousin, G Delcor, all you boss boys and girls in chat. Thank you to each and every one of you for joining today and sticking through the technical difficulties. We still managed to get a couple of calls in and get a little love from you guys. Any last call? If you want to call in right now, go ahead. It's still up. Otherwise, kind of slowly shutting this down. And here goes yet another hour, Steve, just like that.
It's wild. And, this one looking a little better. I just said the trade's going to do what it's going to do. I'm going to hang out with my bro, Josh. And here we are back up at VWAP. So took some off there, but we'll see how it goes.
Love it, bro. It's all good, Joe. Florida Joe, you did amazing. You're amazing as always. And yeah, Skinner, baby. Yeah, I fell in love with Skinner. Tuesday's gone. Again, soundtracks were big in the 90s, right? So kind of one that was getting resurfaced for me that had already come out that was really then big again as a cult movie was Dazed and Confused. All right. That's a great movie. A lot of actors in it early on, right? Like Matthew McConaughey. We go through the rest of them, but Ben Affleck's in it, right? Anyway, but that soundtrack, that was amazing. Foghats on the soundtrack. Leonard Skinner's on the soundtrack. It's a great soundtrack. And I had it. And that's where that song, oh man, I like it. And the next thing you know, I'm loving Freebird and Give Me 3 Steps. And yeah, just good stuff, good music, and love that classic rock from the 60s into 70s. And of course, even back then, they did it for the love and the passion of the music, and they made good music. And imagine trying to make music back then versus making music now. So it's good stuff back then in the day. Good stuff. All those bands. Yeah, Joe. Those were the days. That's why I love having these platinum albums behind me. Journey's huge. Duran huge. So Bryan Adams was huge. Still, all they still are relevant names. So love it. Yeah, Van Halen or Van Hagar. I'm more Van Halen. I think most people are Van Halen fans, not Van Hagar fans. But there's a couple Sammy Hagar led Van Halen songs that I like. There's a couple of them, but yeah, mostly with what's his face, David Lee Roth.
Yeah, I'm with you. No, yeah, that's such a rich period for music right there. And I mean, like, you're a little older than me, but same rough area. So I feel like we got we grew up with such just classics, and then as we were like kids, like in the '90s, still amazing stuff going on. And
Yeah.
then it's just an interesting time to be the son of a musical, yeah,
Because
my,
radio was huge back then. I'll never forget this too. It's just goofy to think, but how radio, like you think Anchorman, right? Ron Burgundy, and you know how big people on TV were. It was the same thing for radio, and I'll never forget going out in public with my dad when he was at these live remotes, as they called them, or live events. Like, hey, I'll be live at this restaurant, or live at this bar, or live at this place, or live at this car dealership, and how often, I wish I knew the exact number. I would say minimum 50 times as a kid, could be way more than that I got asked, what's it like to be Tommy Smith's son? Of course, I got to put a redneck accent because these guys are, hey, man, you think I'm in Arkansas, there's a lot of heavy redneck accents. And we know if you say redneck, we'll just call it Southern twang accent. And I can't tell you how many times they were just like, what's it like to be Tommy Smith's kid? And I'm like, he spanks me like every other kid. He pulls my ear when I'm talking back to him. It's like being a kid. It's not like I'm living this different life than anyone else. I'm like, he's a dad at home. He may have a personality on air, but yeah, it was fun. It was cool. That time period, and all the free tickets, because then people then, hey man, can your dad get me tickets to this concert? And yeah, so it was cool for sure. It was definitely him. He got to kind of live that rock star lifestyle, and everyone looking up to him and putting him on this pedestal. So it was, and he was huge. He did like America. He did cancer drive, so he did a lot of giving back. He came up with something called the live. It was called multiple different things, but essentially he'd get on a billboard every year, and he came up with it in 1990 and said, "Hey, let's do a billboard where I'll be live, Monday through Friday, from 6 to 10, but let's do it at this billboard in the middle of town and have people come here." So I'm out in public, and they can donate money to the American Cancer Society. So they did. They rose money for the first year was help Tommy Smith get off this billboard and raise $10,000. Well, that was in like 1990. Well, by the 98, 99, 2000, they're raising hundreds of thousands of dollars each year, and so he was. That's what I loved about, looking back and having that him as like, of course, my Michael Jordans of the world, but, probably one of the biggest role models ever was him, my dad. And he used his likeness to such an advantage to help other people. And that's what we're trying to do, like yourself in the stock market. We've got this likeness that people want to come to us and learn and get good stock information. And we love and cannot stop wanting to give it out to them.
I couldn't agree more. Well said, man. And yeah, it's such a gift. Your dad sounds like a real amazing dude, and it's all we can do, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We can.
Yes, sir. Right. 100%, man. So last thoughts of the day for myself, small cap, looking pretty ugly and choppy. In my opinion, real slow is the main thing. Real slow, not a lot of spikers. Probably going to see that through the holidays the next couple of weeks with, next Thursday being Christmas, next Thursday being New Year's Day. So half days the day before that, respectively. We might get that supernova burner, but for me and Kevin here, usually covering the small cap space, I would imagine slower, choppier moves. So don't expect too much here over the next couple of weeks. Now, maybe like we did before Thanksgiving, we got SMX to get the market back up and going in that small cap space. And that's, I hate to say the word hope, because it's like you think of holding hope. It's one of those words I don't want to say, like when people say they're stuck in a trade, but that's all we can kind of hope for, is that we get that big burner supernova mover. And I expect it tomorrow, slow, and most likely Monday. And don't forget Monday, we have that trader live event. So I know we're not live tomorrow, but last time until Monday to talk about it. Do not forget to sign up for that. I know we have thousands of people that have signed up for this coming up on Monday, the Trader Live event with the Fivers. It's going to be a lot of fun, so don't forget to sign up for that. Trade the Pool, put that link out there for us, for everyone out there. Anyone on Trade the Pool side, let's put that link out there for sure, so everyone knows. One last chance to sign up all day long. $2 million worth of prizes, 2026 starter kit. So make sure you're there on Monday. And for my man Steve, finish it off, my man. Last thoughts. Of course, you got that SPY move back on up. How we looking? What you thinking?
Yes, sir. I'm in a holding pattern here. I think we go up, but I think we're pretty much capped at the high of day. I would expect a little mean reversion up as buyers step back in and try to build out a nice wick on this daily candle. So I'm going to hang out in these longs. I still really like MU. I think ONDS might be setting up again, and hanging in there with SPY as well. If we start turning down again, there's a potential for a double bottom. There's a potential for everything to fall apart. So, we're going to protect ourselves with stops, the whole song and dance. You can find me in a few hours here for Power Hour. Man, this day is flying. So that will be just in a few hours right here on Trade the Pool's YouTube channel. And you can find find us in all the normal places on Discord, on Twitter, and you can tune in tomorrow morning for the morning show with Michael and Mitch. I think that's it for me, Josh.
Well, you're back. I forgot you're back here, rocking and rolling. So we'll get the scanners up for you guys until Mr. Steve is back for an always educational power hour learning moment from himself. Get a little break from both of us. We've been chatting it up all morning long. Thank you again to each and every one of you for joining. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend until I see you guys back here, because I'm done until Tuesday. Hopefully, I'll see you on Monday at that Trader Live event, and of course here on Tuesday before we finish out Christmas, which is on Thursday. So I kind of forgot Christmas is on Thursday. There is no call-in show next week. There will be no live show because the market is closed because it's Christmas. I forgot about that. So I won't see you guys. Of course, I'll see you next Monday and Tuesday, but I won't see you again. I'll see you too. Oh yeah, I'll see you too. Okay. Keep forgetting. I'll see you guys hopefully Tuesday so I can wish you all Merry Christmas. Steve, I don't know that I'll see you until Christmas. So you have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled Christmas, my man. I'm sure we'll be chatting on the live stream and on Christmas and New Year's Day. But until then, and regardless, you and your family have a great Christmas and have a happy New Year, brother.
Absolutely. Likewise. Take care.
Love you, bro. See you. Bye.
You too. Take care.
Great team. So just letting you know I'm here for now. We're going to get the scanners up for you guys in just a minute. The scanners, Joe, which I'll reach out. I know Kevin said get the scanners up. They are blank right now. So if we want to get usually down below in the scenes, we'll have it down at the bottom to add back on up possibly, but I don't see it. So we're going to get the scanners back up for you guys. Joe says, here they come. Thank you, Joe. And bammy whammy, I'll put Joe's scanners up. Thank you, Joe. Florida Joe coming in again real quickly. Thank you for every single freaking one of you guys joining in today. Tat, Crow, Jose, Trade the Pool, putting those beautiful links out there. Kevin Avery letting you. Thank you, Kev, for coming on over. Katana, Smoked Tuna. That's right. The whole crew is here. Joe is Oz. Hey, that's why I call him Florida Joe. Yeah, that's like his pimp name. That's like his wrestling name. You know, he's like, he walks down the WWE. Wow. You know, he's going to be the new manager. John Cena is going to come back. John Cena ain't retired. He's going to come back, even though he walks like he needs to be retired. Then Joe. Here comes Florida Joe. You know who Florida Joe is going to be like? Who's that? Paul Heyman. He's going to be like Paul Heyman, but he's going to be the cooler Paul Heyman. He's going to have glasses on. He's going to have 4, 5, 7 beautiful ladies walking down like Ric Flair. He's a limousine riding, jet flying, Rolex wearing, kiss stealing. I don't remember all the stuff that Ric Flair said. It's coming. Florida Joe. You better watch out. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, Joel doubles as yeah, he does. Yeah, I love Joe. Love Joe. Met him in Florida. He's a great guy. Super awesome guy. Yeah, we'd go awesome to see Steve. Yes. Katana, you're all over it, brother. Thank you guys. Lost boys, lost girls, as I always call you, essentially on my live stream, and I'll carry that over to here. I love the movie Hook. It's a great movie. I love Robin Williams, such an awesome, beautiful man. And I love that Lost Boys, Lost Girls, because I do feel we are that at first in the stock trading realm. You know, dream work. Joe, thank you for the scanners. They're going up now. I'll shut the heck up. See you guys on Tuesday or on Monday. Don't forget. Hopefully I'll see you on Monday.
Well, howdy, everybody. It is Power Hour, a little past Power Hour. I'm Steve. Sorry that I'm late here, but we're going to get right on into it. SPY showing a real nice bounce here. Real nice bounce on SPY. So we want to see if it can stick the move, though. Essentially, we're looking for this to be a higher time frame double bottom. If so, then we can push up here nicely. We are seeing a nice expansion on SPY. We've got SPY in the top right. I'm also in a Rivian trade, working very nicely. I am still just holding runners, and they are cooking. So, small green on the SPY trade, big green on the Rivian. My Tesla trade, a little bit underwater. I got in too early. My MU trade, these are runners that I sold for a profit, slightly red on the few runners. This one's been a wild mover, up and down all day. So we're going to keep an eye on this here as we go into, let's go to the SPY. As we go into our 1 minute of the SPY chart here. What am I doing? Let's go to a 5, make it clear. There we go. What we are looking for is this to be a higher low from this, and this to be a nice back test of the breakout level. So it was pretty wild and crazy, but all we really did on a higher time frame is back test the breakout once, push up, get sold into this zone, and now we are trying to flip these moving averages on this 5 minute chart here. So we're going to draw out some levels. You know me. So where were the sellers? They were right in this block. See the size of this range from the very bottom there? That's exactly where the sellers step back in. This is still the magnet that we should probably come back up and test. I believe we're seeing a W pattern forming here, which means that we should be looking long in my book. So I like the move. I like that we just weathered a nice shakeout here. I didn't like how it felt in my port. Had a decent drawdown there because I was a little early. But now we are back in action here. Welcome. All right. Sorry, guys. Just checking the comments here. Thank you, Joe. Good to see you, brother. Trading Blitz Simulator just joined the stream. Has it started? Yes, I apologize. There was a little bit of a technical issue on my side and was a few minutes late getting on here. But, we're going to make up for some lost time. I'm going to put you guys on some good trades, hopefully. Looks like we are squeezing up in here. Remember, I am long. Let's look at a 1 minute chart because I want to see everything. What we're doing is we're testing the neckline here. On this 1 minute pattern, we have a nice inverted head and shoulders. We have these moving averages cupping and sweeping up like this, just like we like to see. So we're going to look for a mitigation of this previous level. And when I say mitigation, I just mean a retest. And what it means is if you were a person who bought at the very top here, even you would have a chance to get out whole. So this move, if we can push above and hold and flip, that represents a change of character. So that's what we're testing here. We're going to keep an eye on that as we go back to the grid. So Rivian, absolutely powerhouse breakout move here. We are long in this in the long port. We are long in this with some options. We are long in this in the trade the pool account here because it's my favorite stock in the market. Not going to lie. The high time frame chart on this bad boy. Chef's kiss, mamma mia. So we're trading into 20. I should take some off just because trading into 20, I will take 50 shares of my 125 off into, yeah, close enough. If we get there, perfect. If not, that's okay too. I'm going to switch to a 1 minute, get a little granular just because this is getting very squeezy. And I'm also going to change my quick fire order entry thing here so I can very quickly sell some at market if I need to. It looks like we are going to probably get our push up here, still very strong. Meanwhile, SPY has surged over the neckline, so we are cooking there too. Tesla trying its best. We're going to let it do its work. And the squeeze into the 20. Come on, give me the fill. I don't want to be too impatient, but I also want to respect that it's a big round number, and we could see rejection here. So it is trying. Come on. Just pop the collar here. If it gives me time, I will adjust my order and actually take a bit more off. Take 75 of my 125 off, and it filled. I still have 50. Perfect. All right, so we're going to let this one work. We're in from way down here, so we put our stop loss under this breakout here, and boom. Okay, that's going to be the top for the day, I'm pretty sure. That kind of blow off candle and a big wick. Good enough for me. All right, so we take that and we could actually look to short it if we're feeling cute, but I don't really feel like shorting it just in case it keeps going. But I never want to stay in something that spikes up that explosively and then wicks down like this. So actually, for proof of concept, we'll take 50 shares of Rivian short just in case we do get this play out. And if it breaks through the high, we don't want it. Just a cute little play. And we are seeing SPY pulling back a little bit, but nothing looking concerning yet. But that's just another reason why we grabbed a little bit short, just as a little bit of hedge, because we still have some longs on here that we want to see keep working. Maybe I consider trimming a little bit more too, because I got a lot of longs on. I don't really feel the need to be that crazy bullish when I can wait for a little pullbacks. Like I should have probably trimmed my SPY there. So we're going to watch and see if the VWAP can hold in the back test of this level. Otherwise, we'll take a small win and reevaluate. I was watching the Rivian so closely there, kind of forgot about the others. Okay, no catch yet, but a little bit of bottom wicks. Don't love this. Okay, seeing some bottom wicks. I'm going to be putting my stops under there. You know, actually, we're going to wait for the candle to print. Come on, kitty. Oh, say hi to Cleo, chat. And sorry, I'll catch up on comments in just a second here. Okay, now we got the bottom wicks in. So I like to wait for a big buyer to step in, or a notable buyer to step in, and that candle to be set. And then I'll put my stop under that. So if it comes out under that, I probably don't want to be in it anyway, and it's a little bit scary. So fine with getting the stop out there, because I would just want to de-risk. That would be just above break even. So no worries there. We've had some good trades today. No need to push it too much. I'm watching Tesla on the back test of this curl. I want to see this base that it formed hold and this back test hold. Okay, let me check on the comments. Hey, Tuck, good to see you, man. Short Bitcoin chart, a breakout after 3 days. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. What a candle on Rivian there. IBIT. Oh my God, that looks terrible, yeah. So I'm assuming it rallied today. I don't think we see the daily candle here. Wait, am I on the, what am I, hold on, is this the short? IBIT? No, this is long, right? Okay. Micron's looking kind of constructive here as well. So I'm going to keep in that one. Nice. Seeing continuation on SPY. That's what we like. And, you know, Rivian, it's just crazy how strong it's holding after that crazy squeeze. We're going to keep an eye on it. I might just exit the short. Break even. We'll give it a little bit of a chance to droop down here. But market's catching, so it's got the wind to its sails still. All right, anything else that I should be keeping an eye on? Sorry, guys, I need to get my energy levels up here. A little low energy, long day. Also, I think I can, yeah, give you some more of me. There we go. Now we're talking. That's that good stuff. Okay, we got the breakthrough out the top on SPY. We like that. And back testing now. Let me pull up. here. So even though I trade UPRO, I really like watching the actual index just because the candle prints, you get more information because there's so many more transactions. Yeah, this Rivian trade, it looks kind of strong if it doesn't reject pretty soon. So it's already a tight leash in small position, so it's okay. Micron and Tesla, a little bit heavy there. And we got to worry about the potential double top here. So still kind of on the fence about whether we're going to stick the move here into close. We could definitely wait until tomorrow to make it. We don't have that much time anymore. And if we lose momentum here, then I think we run out of steam. So watching this consolidation structure, that's why under this low, I don't want to be involved. So those 5-minute EMAs are aligned with the 1-minute EMAs here on Tesla. I'm going to be watching this area closely. Closing if we lose it. Micron, this rejection here needs to hold these, or I'll probably just get out. I don't really feel the need to be stretched too thin here. Micron, they just had the big move overnight and they're consolidating. I played the mean reversion from the move down back up. Then it is consolidating further. So it came back to the bottom of the range. I think it's pivoting here. So probably no real actionable trade. Probably totally fine to just take it off here. Probably comes down a little and then pins back up here again. So I want to get that off my radar. It's taking up my brain power. Yeah, Rivian's still incredibly strong. Could have probably held a little longer, but that's okay. I mean, I know where it's going, but I don't think it's going there today, you know? It's one of those. So SPY's still setting up for a potential squeeze. Gonna pop on the 1 minute here just to show you what I am seeing. So it's trying to negotiate this falling 200-minute moving average as it's flattening. If this was steeper, then we'd be more worried about a rejection. But as of now, this looks like it does have the juice to break above, but we still need to see it confirm. If it loses it, then of course that changes. It needs to catch and wake up on these moving averages. Otherwise, probably drifts down somewhere into here. So watching this closely. Good push so far, but we need that continuation. And then the next step will be to see what it does up at that level. The previous swing high there, which was an area of interest previously. Got a squiggly cat here. Won't sit still. So bear with me. She thinks she's a parrot or something. Okay, this could be a double top on Rivian, or it could just keep stair stepping up. Either way, we'll know soon, and not going to lose more than $10. Tesla a little weaker in its consolidation, but still holding okay. And Rivian, I'm sorry, MU holding that consolidation. Yeah, GEV was the easy buy yesterday. Yeah, I think my buddy Spencer got in. Yeah, I really wish I stuck with it and kept watching. I just stopped watching after the gap up, and I know better. I know better than to do that. That's when they go. That's when they set up. Yeah, GEV looks like an absolute powerhouse. What else we got cooking? Looking at BTCZ. I'll take a look at that. And then, sorry, Jose, if you're still here, Jose asked, do you think that the bounce is going to last until the end? Time to hold and let the trades run. I apologize for not addressing this earlier, but hey, at least we are pushing higher. So I'm glad I did see it when I did. I think that we have legs, but we just need to play it level to level. So in general, SPY 679 to 680 was the gamma exposure pin. So we could definitely drift up back towards there. That's what's pulling us up towards it. But the closer we get, the more it acts as a repellent as opposed to a magnet. So we just need to watch and see what level of interest sellers do step in on. And as I look across the market, I'm kind of looking at leading names and seeing how well they're holding up. So Tesla has been leading the market. As long as this is kind of saving itself from bad patterns, then I kind of want to, be more risk on. Same thing like with MU, it's just had an earnings day and dumped pretty badly, and now it recovered nicely. And if it can stabilize, that's another kind of sign that the market's decently strong. I would definitely be taking some off. I've taken some trims, and I'm looking to take some more pretty soon here. Thinking maybe on UPRO, I sell 50 shortly. So I got other longs that are going to work. Getting ready to sell UPRO. Don't love that candle. So like a little pop. Don't think I'm getting it. Just going to get out. Small win there. Just going to stack them up. We really don't want Tesla to fail. But Rivian, that short might be starting to work, so I can add into that if we get this flip here. So I'm kind of playing both sides, right? You know? And SPY, okay, I was wrong and I like that. I like it if I'm wrong and making money. That's how I'm trying to set this up, right? MU I don't super love, so I'm going to give that one a pretty tight leash. But the way that SPY is acting, it's looking like it's got business to attend higher. And with that in mind, I think I stick it out a little more. So I'm holding half of the UPRO still. I'm not going to add to the Rivian because this is looking like it's going to try to base out again. I'll wait till this low breaks, and then you can get a nice move down to 1950-ish or so probably. I like it's such a calming environment just having the OGs talking about like, yeah, you don't need to hit every trade. You don't need to trade all the time. I'm going to go make some brownies, you know? That's what it's all about. I psyop myself into thinking that I need to be too involved with the market sometimes, and then I get burnt out. And I miss some really good opportunities that I'd love to be involved with. So I agree, less is more. Only the best trades get my money. Rivian's still very, very strong and constructive, flagging out. So we'll see if it's going to post a little head and shoulder, like fail type thing. But I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't put the short on if it was just an independent trade. Just want a little bit of downside and think maybe it works. And if so, it'd be a good move. SPY's still kind of stalling out up here. Still kind of like the look of Tesla. And now we're starting to look if we can flip these moving averages on Rivian at places to get involved short. And if a leader is starting to roll, I'm just probably going to start looking around at where I want to take more profit. Or close this losing trade on Tesla. That's not profit. Seeing some decent selling there. Gonna check my heat map. Bear with me, folks. A little bit of sell pressure. Gonna keep an eye on that, but it seems like buyers just stepped in there again. So I just got to keep watching. Do you think Tesla or Rivian's looking just still a little bit heavy? Whoops, did not mean to place that. What am I seeing? Tesla maybe is done for the day. Maybe I'm just wrong on this one. Starting to look kind of droopy, but then it just keeps trying to maintain structure. I might just eat the loss on this bad boy. I'm going to give it a few minutes. SPY's still so strong that I just want to give it a look. Rivian, again, a little bit heavier here. Zoom in. Enhance. Kind of want to. So tough. So tough because I am bullish, but I just don't trust it. So it's hard like placing a bet that I don't actually 100% agree on, but this does look weak to me. So I will add just a little bit if it wicks back and rejects. Looks like I'll get filled here. And if I'm wrong, has the same tight stop above the high there. And they might have caught me on a wick down and I bought a little liquidity grab or sold a little liquidity grab down. But if that's the case, then I think the Tesla trade works. So again, kind of just hedging my bets. I don't like what MU's doing and I don't need the exposure. So if it doesn't catch right here, I'm just going to take that trade off. Because SPY is starting to look a little bit, it's either going to squeeze or just be a little long in the tooth here. So I'm just going to take some exposure off. Don't need to be in every trade. I like the Tesla setup more than the SPY right here. And going to take off the MU if it doesn't start acting right real quick. Okay, it's forming a bottom wick. The stop will go under there once that candle closes. Tesla dancing. It's going to try to break out. I just hate setups like this because with 3 wicks like this, I think that they want to run it before they go. But at the same time, on the 4th attempt, they could just slam it down too if I'm wrong. And see, Rivian did post that bottom wick. That was a bad bet. So if this candle doesn't reject, we'll just get out of that one because I'm basically break even. And this has the potential to just keep going. Yeah, strong. And that candle's going to close strong too, probably in 20 seconds. Very likely going to just bail on this. We will give the bears a chance. And we'll give these MU bulls a chance here. So stop goes under that swing low now. If that bull fails, I don't want it. This Rivian, I could do the same thing with a wick over or stop over that wick. We'll see about that one. So now I've taken profit on all the winning trades and I only have these losers left that are slightly red. Tesla is decently red. No fun to look at. So like if some of these went green. Rivian looking pretty strong, must say. But again, it's good for Tesla if so. And SPY, entertaining a squeeze here. Just this upward consolidation makes me a little antsy. We could drop pretty fast, pretty quick. And we have seen that throughout the day that we just algo up. And then once the algo's off, kind of free falling. So it does look good now. And Rivian very strong there too. Getting ready to bail on that. SoFi announced stablecoin use today. Interesting. Let's take a look at that. Starting to look like it might be time. This one's been beaten up a little bit. Tesla getting a push. Rivian looking like it's going to break through. I don't need to be in a trade I don't believe in. Unless it rejects. It doesn't look like it's rejecting. See if I can get filled out on a wick down. Otherwise, I'll bail. SPY curling on up. Is it going to squeeze or start rejecting right here? That's the thing. Oh, all right. Well, stop's going to hit on Rivian there. Yeah, I should have just taken it off immediately. There we go. Out of Rivian. That's strong. All right, our long port likes that. So does that mean that everything else is going to fail? SPY looking a little sus. Going to grab a short little hedge there on UPRO. Okay, still want to give Tesla a chance here. SPY I'm less convinced on now. And MU needs to be a higher low there. That'll be funny if that was the exact top. Oh, down $10. I'll live. I wonder how gold's doing. I was watching it this week. Still under 400. And I see SPY is just a little bit weak up here. It's a pretty big level, so we could see a little bit of a pullback. Thinking about where I might add. This looks like it's going to wake up and reject. Might just reject. Okay, we'll see if it just keeps holding this moving average that it bounced off of, or if I'm seeing something that I think I am. Thought I was seeing some topping action, but this might just invalidate. It might just be another flag. I think I'm probably just over trading. So at the very least, I'm keeping it balanced on both sides. So I'm still holding my longs. Oops. And now we wait and see. So MU did look like this is a higher low. We're going to hang on to that guy. Wondering if it's time to get involved in gold here. Looking kind of good. Looking kind of good. Is it GDX? Does that have good liquidity? So yeah, I'm looking to get involved in GDX here. I want to, actually I like this entry right here on this little wick back. Just a small position. I want to see a back test and a push higher. And I would add one more time off these imbalances. And that would probably be it. So SPY are seeing that little bit of roll that we were talking about. Might add into that. On a wick back up. This looks a little sus. And I just wonder if I should hold on to this Tesla or not. That's my big question here. Oh yeah, I'm just in GDX, not GDXU. That's the 3DX one, or 3D one. Well, how much liquidity do I got some room. But I think I want to, okay, I got the fill on the short ad as well. Oh, and just, do I sell the Tesla? It looks so tight, but it did this before here and then died. This is the exact setup I got hosed on. I'm gonna hold off on gold for now. ME is kind of bucking the trend of the market. Getting ready to sell the Tesla and bail on it because I just don't want to get taken for a ride again. I can live with minus 50. Gonna give it the chance though. Somehow I accidentally ended up short 2 shares of SPY instead of 2 orders of UPRO. So, so now I hope the market rips. That's funny. Close those. get the buying power back. Short as it break even with these bottom wicks. We will see if the longs are going to break out or this is going to reject. On Bookmap, I'm still seeing just this big, thick, congested level overhead, which makes me think that maybe we stall out. But not seeing anything too worrying now with these buyers stepping in. Maybe time to short MicroStrategy again. That'd be fun. Tesla's going to try to break out here. SPY still holding the line. Okay, I got out of the short on SPY. Just looks a little too constructive for me. If I need to rehedge, I will do it once I am not scared. And yeah, big pop there. And if this breaks out, then we can look to enter on an imbalance. But until then, I guess you could buy here on this wick back, but the candle hasn't set, so it's a little lower confidence for me. Kind of gambling. Tesla seeming constructive. Going to hold into that one. And going to look for GDXU. Where was I looking to short MU? No, I'm long MU right now. I was longing from the bottom for a mean reversion. I did not short, and I held a few shares through this big drawdown, and I'm looking for a little bit more mean reversion to finish out the day. But I might not get it, so I have to stop under this if I'm wrong. How is the spread on GDXU? Is this going to kill me? Always check the spreads, guys. That's a wide spread. Is it worth doing the limit order and dealing with that? Yeah, why not? Oh, these are expensive. 200 shares. Or, sorry, $250 shares. So I will start with 5. See if I get a fill in the middle of the range right at the pivots here. I hate fighting for a fill. That's okay though. Either it works or it doesn't. It's just usually when you don't get filled, it's because everybody wants it and it's going to go up. And usually when you get filled, it's because they say, hey, you can have it, brother. I don't want that. MU needs to form a higher low here. Tesla is just so slow today. I mean, besides the morning trade, which we caught nicely. We'll talk about this one. Oh, Wag the Dog's so good. That's like one movie that like it's super entertaining, but I also think it's tells the story of explains a lot of things going on nowadays. So Tesla long, what did we do? I guess the 1 minute chart is more appropriate here. And don't worry, I got SPY on another screen. I'll let you know if it's doing something wacky. So Tesla. We were looking to short with Michael Noss at first. Shorted here. Did not break the low of pre-market. I did not respond fast enough. It squeezed me, and I said, okay, well, I'm not going to get squeezed. So I'll wait for it to come down a little, and I'm going to look to get long on a higher low. So I sold the short, and then I missed this again, but, I chased it. Because I was pretty confident. And because I chased it, I knew I had to be responsible, and I just had to sell it when we broke here, or at least trim when we broke there. Should have added right back here on this imbalance, but I wasn't watching it. I was watching other trades. Then apparently I bought this ascending triangle breakout. I also chased that. This is a little sketchy, but I had pretty good conviction that we'd get a straight shot move and sold that into my target. Trimmed again when I thought we were losing this range. Apparently I tried to long here and got stopped out. I honestly forgot about that. That's okay. Now I've been keeping an eye on it. I think it's double bottoming, so we're going to keep an eye on this. SPY is pushing up, and let's pop back and check in on that. There it goes. So yeah, I could have held this trade longer. I got a little scared out. Just too many positions on. Tesla looks like it's going to come bail me out here. That'll be nice. Going to trim some when we break this high. Kind of mitigate this pivot. And I'd like to see this broken as well. We might get up here. Not sure about that. I only have 4 minutes left. Okay, so today, the end of the day snuck up on me here. All right, where are we going to close out? That's looking pretty good on Tesla. I'm going to take that in just a second. For SPY, I'm not in that trade. For GDX, I'm going to be down $1, looks like. Never got filled on GDXU. We'll close that resting order. Close some more of these. And we are going to see what mock candles are going to do in the next couple minutes here, in 3 minutes. We want to see if the market is buying this pullback off of the morning dump. We want to see what big money, smart money is anticipating for tomorrow. What I'm seeing, for what it's worth, it's sketchy, but I think it's bullish structure. We're going to go to let's go to a 15-minute chart on here. 5-minute works. And hourly. All right, so what we're looking for is what actually occurred structurally today. And what I think occurred is that we broke out on bullish data after finding a bottom. We back tested the previous kind of close, this previous swing low. We back tested the opening breakout right there. We put in a higher low. Okay, now SPY is starting to pull back just a little bit. Just a little bit, eating back some of that squeeze candle we had just a few minutes ago. So good time to start locking in more profits. Speaking of which, we'll be closing. Well, I'll be closing everything in 2 minutes. But MU, that failed, looks like. Going to give it the candle close. It's gonna make me wish I just closed it immediately. Yep. Down another $5, so well. SPY pulling back to the 21-minute moving average. Tesla very strong, not caring. MU caring. Gold doing nothing. Into the close here, we are looking for this mock candle, like I said. And in general, I am in wait and see mode, but cautiously optimistic, cautiously bullish that we basically back tested the breakout twice today, put in a higher low, and on a small pullback tomorrow morning within this range, we should get a buy. So maybe 676 to 677, maybe down to 675. Somewhere in that zone, I'll be looking to get involved with a long again for an intraday trade. So we just got filled on Tesla long. We rode this trade down too far, but you know what? We came back and it didn't hurt us in the end. So Tesla long, that's going to close out for us in 20 seconds here. And looks like we're going to get a nice fill on the rest of those there. We're going to let MU close itself out because it looks like it might wick up and give us a little bit of a better fill in the last 10 seconds. And we're going to put our pencils down for the day. I think we're up a few hundred. 277 today. I had a rough couple of days, so this was a base hits kind of day for me. Oh, beautiful mock fill there. It looks like a mock sell on SPY. We're going to zoom in on SPY now. I'll make sure I'm closed the rest of my working orders. There we go. And see if there's anything I want to swing. I'm going to look at Rivian for maybe a swing. Wow, look at it go. When I look at the 5-minute, it's crazy. I'll swing a couple Rivian shares. Oh no, come back. Baby, come back. All right. I kind of chase that. I don't care. I don't think 10 cents matters that much. I think we go higher. So that MU sell was nice. I wish I sold more up there. All right. So guys, 10 minutes left. Let me know what you're trading. Let me know if you want to talk about anything else. Thank you, Joe. We have Apple, Oracle, NVDA buys. Let's take a look at those charts. Talk is saying mock buys. Those are good names to get mock buys on into the close if we want to go up. The initial sellers just coming in, beating it down. NVDA. Mock buy getting sold off. ORCX, I'm assuming that's leveraged Oracle. That's pretty sick. Let's look at Oracle. Oracle on the hourly, let's look at it. Man, it's so bottomed out. I'm gonna make an executive call. I'm gonna take some ORCX in the Roth. I've been looking at it for a while. I'm ready to take a nibble. Show me the money. So bear with me 1 second while I navigate my Think or Swim. And I'll get you back on some stuff here. We have SPY selling off just a hair here. But nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Got 8 minutes left. I don't have to rush into this. We will, in fact, keep. We don't need to watch MU. Let's watch Oracle. See if they get buyers into close here. This is looking like as good a place as any to buy for me. So I'm going to load that order up real quick here. Oh, wow. I just checked my Rivian, or my RVNL. That's up 44%, and I did not get a very good entry. That thing is flying. Beautiful day for Rivian. Yeah, and we're just getting started, guys. It is party day. Okay. Almost there. I think it's about to lift off here. All right, we're in. Oh, rejected. What did I do wrong? Today has been the ultimate day of just nothing quite's going smoothly. But, you know, if it's that kind of day and we're still making money, I'm going to take it. So I am long ORCX at, where did I fill? 1480. We'll see how much I regret that. No, I think I like it. And in fact, I'm going to let my server know as well, because I think it's a good buy. We can talk about why in just a second too. And I got a buddy in Discord asking about REMX, whether I think it's looking good. I think it might need just some time. For a long term, I like it, but I'm just not sure exactly when it's going to break out. And I'm not sure if it needs to flush out first. I like other metals a lot more, but this is that's looking really interesting on an hourly. Let's zoom out to 4 hour. There we go. It's looking pretty close to ready. I just am not 100% sure here. Yeah, still on the fence on this one. We can look around the horn at different leading names in the sector. Sorry, trying to reply to somebody as well. And I think this one might be getting close to ready. So I'm going to take a look at MP in just a sec. So coal as well, I think, is very interesting. I'm in BTU, just went green on some degenerate options, some 35 strike calls, because this is looking real cash money to me. I don't know how you feel about coal, Talk or Crow, any of the OGs, but I think it might be ready for another leg here. So I'm in right about there. I'm gonna break even early in the morning. Now nice and green. I want to hold this one for a while. I think we got room. As for the other plays we're watching, Tesla long fell off a cliff there. Oh, that feels good. So I guess that was a mock sell on Tesla, huh? Top tick there. Beautiful. Now that makes me kind of want to swing. Let's see. I'm going to be cool on Tesla. Let it cool off a little bit. Yeah, the energy trade kind of soft, but maybe a starter. Yeah, I'm not convinced on it either. I'm not 100%, but it's worth a punt for me. Some other names have been very strong in the sector, like HCC. Is it HCC or HHC? I always forget. Yeah, HCC. Warrior Met. This one looks crazy. Like heck. I don't want to fade that. That's for sure. What is it? Met C? Yeah, Ramaco. This one's all the way back in the gap here. If it's ever going to bounce, I guess it would be now. This is a crazy chart. All the way to 50. Holy moly. I thought I was chasing when I was watching it at 20. I said, well, no way I can buy it now. Let's look at Oracle as well. We got 3 minutes left here. We'll go back to watch the closing candles in just a second. But man, this thing came down. I wish we had further back time or data here. But 180 seems like a level of interest to me. I think that's right around the full gap fill. Not 100%. I'll check on that after hours. So SPY, a little bit of a sell-off since the mock close there. Rivian, though, straight surging. Beautiful. It's cool to see Rivian pumping as Tesla drops too. Oracle, nice pop there. We like that. And let me do some quick math, see if I can buy some more before I hit my limit. So we can trade up to 15% of our account value. So let me do some math here. Okay, I've got 4K to work with here. I got some money to work with. Let's get some ORCX. Whoops. Huh, not sure why that's not working. Let's do this one. Okay. Get a little limit order ready here. You know, this thing looking... Oh, it's got a tight spread. That's fine. Buy 100 there. Okay, so that's going to be it for me. It's going to be it for me. SPY is rolling down, and that is the bell here, folks. So thanks for bearing with me. I know you probably got a lot of me, probably sick of me today with all the screen time, but I appreciate you hanging out. I hope you caught some good trades with me. We had some good action here. Took Tesla a little bit back and forth, but took some nice scalps on it on the way up. And then on this move up as well on UPRO. Take a look at that. On UPRO, we shorted the open, we got long, We sold and shorted. We got long again. Sold, and got out of the position up here. And then I thought we were going to break out. So I took on a tiny starter somewhere up here. And I just was stopping to watch because in my head I was safe. I just made a lot of money. And that tiny starter, it gave back a lot before I felt like it was time to add. And I added when we back tested here. We kept going, scared me, thinking I was going to do something dumb. So then when we got back up to break even, I got, much smaller in size. We went a little higher. I got even smaller in size, got all out. And then looks like I got short again. Wrote it back down. I guess I went long and somehow shorted there. Okay, so I did have some good trades today. It's all a blur though. Anyways, we're going to be back at it again. Tomorrow morning, you don't got me, but you got Money Mitch and Michael Noss. So that'll be a good break for y'all. You can get some really good trading in with them. And then you can catch me tomorrow at 2:45 market time on Trader TV. I'm going to be doing a special appearance there. It's my new weekly slot. So come on in and see me there and ask me anything you like. After that, 30 minutes after market close, we are going to be doing a webinar. This one is going to be on advanced or intermediate, I should say, gamma exposure systems, what they're doing and how to trade them, most importantly. So if you want to tune in on that, you know where to find us. You can also check us out on the Discord. Trade the Pool's got a great Discord full of great traders. Come on in and hang out with us. You can find me at my Twitter handle at Steve Teilman, SteveTeilmann. And if you want to see where I hang out and trade every day, my Discord is in the bio, and that is free. So thanks so much, guys. I'll get out of your hair. Have a great day and trade safe out there. Bye now.